Affairs come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Chairman King.
Here.
Vice Chairman Hernandez. Montiel. Here. Darby. Here. Davis. Barron. Here. Ian. Cole. Here. Queenie. Here. Metcalf. Here. Thielen. Raymond. Here. Smithy. Here. Thompson. Turner. Here.
We have a quorum. As a reminder, anyone planning to testify before the committee will need to register at the kiosk located in the hallways behind the hearing room. If you require assistance in registering or testifying, please contact committee staff. For those who have registered to testify, please note that all public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes. As noted on the committee posting, I do plan to limit the number of witnesses testifying to 6 hours of total testimony on each subject before us today. This will include both invited and public witnesses to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to provide the committee with their testimony. We will leave the public comment portal open until 5 p.m. on Friday, August 21st. At that time, the committee will share the comments collected on the committee webpage under handouts. I do plan to alternate panels between invited and public witnesses, and I will call out the names of the next panel before we begin, allowing you time to make your way to the hearing room that you're called to testify. All right. Oh, let the record show that Chairman Ginn is with us. I will tell you that we had almost 100 requests to be invited testimony on both subjects. Obviously, we can't accommodate that. We want to hear from the public. We are going to move quickly through invited panels and get as much public testimony in as possible. Whether you're invited or public testimony, if somebody says what you were going to say before you said it, ditto is appropriate. Also, if you have written testimony, we can read. It will be read. It will end up in the public record just like you said it on the microphone. So if you could move it along, we could accommodate more people that way, and I would appreciate getting as many people through in the time we have allotted. And thank you in advance for your cooperation. All right, we're going to start with the data center charge. Chair calls Thomas Gleeson, Pablo Vegas, Benjamin Barkley. The first, after we're done with this panel, the first panel of public testimony will be Susan Tatro, Myra Alaniz, Kyle Workman. And we'll announce that again, but if those folks could get ready, we'll get started. Okay, before we get started on questions, we're going to start with Thomas Gleeson. And Thomas, we show you as chair of the PUC. If you have an opening statement, begin, and we'll do opening statements, and then we'll go back to questions.
You ready?
I'm ready for you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Hernandez. Members of the committee, for the record, Thomas Gleeson, Chairman of the Public Utility Commission of Texas. I will not take much time this morning. You all have heard me talk about this a lot, so I will just say ditto. Just a couple updates on the projects that we have coming out of Senate Bill 6. You heard me talk about this the last time we met. I'll highlight 3 that I would say got the most attention during last session and during this interim. The first is the net metering arrangements. You'll recall this is an arrangement where a large load, say a data center, is going to co-locate with a single generating facility that is already on the grid serving the bulk power system. So Senate Bill 6 required the PUC to approve those arrangements after study and analysis by ERCOT. We have approved a handful of these. We've put conditions on those arrangements to ensure that they do not impair reliability on the ERCOT grid, and I would say that that process is moving along really well. The second is our large load interconnection standards rule. This ties in really well with the batch process, which Pablo is going to talk about during his remarks. You'll remember this is basically the standards that these large loads need to meet in order to be a part of this process. So that would be site control, putting up financial security, showing us that they've ordered long lead time equipment, things of that nature. They've gotten their transmission and stability studies done by ERCOT. That's the work that we need done just to ensure that these large loads are serious and that they have the ability to meaningfully connect to the grid. And finally, I'd say this is one that over maybe the last 6 months has gotten the most attention. It's how we are going to allocate transmission costs. You may remember that right now we do this through what we call the four coincident peak methodology. Senate Bill 6 has asked the commission to look at that methodology and look to change it. I can tell you that the methodology will change. We're still looking at this rule. Right now, in talking with staff, we're looking at a handful of things. The first thing is moving from 4 CP to 12 CP, so having more intervals. Taking those intervals from 15 minutes to 30 minutes so it's more difficult to avoid them. We're also looking at updating how often we do the allocation methodology. So it had been in previous times that every 4 years we would look at the methodology by customer class and make a change on the percentage of total costs that go to each customer class. We're going to look to do that annually. So if we continue to see the proliferation of these large loads, and what you would expect is then their share of the transmission costs should go up, we're going to update that annually so you won't have that lag in those larger customers paying their fair share of transmission costs. And Mr. Chairman, the last thing I'll say, I know Pablo's going to talk about batch, is you are aware of the governor's letter to ERCOT and the PUC to conduct a verification audit of Batch Zero. I'll say that there was always planned to be some type of validation of those numbers. I think in reality, because the numbers that are eligible for Batch Zero, 200-ish gigawatts eligible for batch and about 65 gigs that could be in batch base. The governor wants us, before we move forward, to really validate that everything those companies have attested to is truthful and honest before we basically punch their ticket to be in this Batch Zero process. The whole idea behind Batch Zero was the gates needed to be really high, the threshold is really hard to get through to ensure that these are real projects. This validation will be the last step in ensuring that all of these projects that get into Batch Zero are real, they're actionable, and they are going to come to Texas. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll end my prepared remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Now, we'll come back to questions in a minute. Thank you, Chairman Gleeson. Let the record reflect that Ms. Thompson and Ms. Davis have joined us. Do we need to announce those? Just a point of housekeeping, there is an overflow room in 120, and they're working on a second one in 110. And we will continue to announce who's coming up, so you have time to get back to this room if it's your turn to testify. All right, Pablo, go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. For the record, my name is Pablo Vegas. I'm the President and CEO of ERCOT. I'm going to just briefly talk about where we are with the batch process. That has been the subject of how we are now interconnecting large loads into the system. This batch concept came about because as we were seeing a very high volume and a very rapid increase in the number of connection requests, particularly of data centers, we recognized that there was a risk in how that was being processed. They were effectively kind of jumbling and getting on top of each other as each study was done to evaluate whether it could be connected safely to the grid. The effect of the next data center that came in requesting interconnection caused the need to restudy and then to restudy and to restudy. And so we got into this doom loop of having to consistently restudy these projects as more and new projects came in the same general areas of the grid. And so we developed this concept of a batch process. And I've got a handout that we've distributed among the members. I'm on the second slide. The key outputs of this batch process, there are 3 things that this batch is intended to do. This is on slide 2. The first thing is it will allocate the available transmission that we have on the system to the loads that are requesting to be connected. And so over the next 5 years, as the data centers are built and then eventually energized, what we're doing with this process is we're making sure that there is adequate transmission to serve them reliably and safely over that period of time. If there is not adequate transmission as a result of that, the batch process will produce a plan on what additional needs to be built on the transmission system in order to be able to serve those loads reliably. And then really the third thing that this batch is going to produce is the financial commitments and requirements that are needed in order for these connections to be done. So being able to see what the interconnection costs will be for each of these centers, what are the upgrades that are going to be required on the transmission system, what kind of financial security that they will need in order to be able to hold those commitments on the grid. And so those are the three key outputs: an allocation of the transmission system, financial expectations, how much it will cost in total to serve them, and then an actual plan on what is the additional and needed transmission in order to reliably serve all these data centers. So turning to the next page, slide 3, this is where we are in terms of the status of what's in Batch Zero at this point. You can see that we had well over, on the left chart, on the left side, you see a bar chart that represents the gigawatts of total requested interconnections. The total is nearly 500 gigawatts in total, but those that actually are qualified to be in Batch Zero are those that are in the colors of blue, lighter blue, and then kind of a teal below that. So about 205 gigawatts are potentially eligible to be studied in this Batch Zero process. And the very last bucket on the bottom, the 65 gigawatts, we call that the base load segment. Base load essentially means that they've done enough studies with the transmission company and have passed enough hurdles in terms of development requirements to be able to be sure that there is adequate transmission on the system to serve these projects as they're built over the next 5 years. The 114 and the 25 above that, those are ones that are going to be considered studied loads. And so when the batch runs, it'll evaluate how much is available to serve them. And if there's a shortfall, it'll identify how much of a shortfall, what they can get in each of the next 5 years, and then what additional would have to be built for them. So that's how the process would work. And this is the general numbers where we're at today: about 200 potentially eligible, about 65 potentially having a clear line of sight to being able to energize. And then lastly, I'll just point out on slide 4, this is the overall timetable of the work that we've done to get here. We're in this last box on the bottom right, the ongoing verification and audit process. We expect this process to take at least several months. What we're doing is we are affirming that the information we've received from the data center companies covers all of the requirements that are needed in order to be able to be qualified to be in this batch. And that includes having proof of the financial security and validating that that financial security is accurate. It includes proof of site control and making sure that that site control is actually legitimate. If there's a requirement to order long lead time equipment for that site, that those orders have been put in, and we will validate that those orders are legitimate. So we're going to go through that verification process for each of the projects, making sure that they've met all the requirements, so that, and if they have not, then they would be pulled out of this batch. So the numbers that I just shared with you, those are likely the maximum numbers that could possibly be in. We'll likely see we probably see some reductions as projects don't meet all of these requirements or fail one aspect or another of the verification and audit. They would get pulled out of the batch. So I'll conclude my comments there and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Benjamin Barkley.
Thank you, Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, for this opportunity to be with you today. My name is Ben Barkley. I'm the Chief Executive and Public Counsel for the Office of Public Utility Counsel. As all of you probably already know, OPUC represents the interests of residential and small commercial consumers in utility proceedings and rulemaking before the PUC and other state agencies and ERCOT. So given the scope of this charge and the statutory authority for OPUC, I'm going to limit my comments to transmission cost allocation. Specifically, I'd like to talk a little bit about 12CP. We appreciate the current draft of transmission cost allocation in the coincident peak model moving from 4CP to 12CP. We think that that's going to present a change for residential consumers, a positive change. We would prefer a more aggressive model, such as 52CP or even energy only. However, we understand that that's going to reduce the demand response opportunities should you move to a more advanced model like that. Now, with 12CP, what we found is that the addition of a minimum billing demand charge for large loads is going to assist in reducing the share of costs that residential consumers are going to have to pay for transmission. This is another one of the projects that's currently going through the PUC process. As it stands right now, we think that this is going to result in some savings for residential consumers over the status quo, and it's going to be incredibly helpful. But we did want to note a couple of things that we're concerned about. One of them being, right now, the way the minimum billing demand charge is structured is that if you requested a gigawatt connection, because you plan on running a gigawatt data center, and you end up running at whatever amount the minimum billing demand charge right now says you're going to pay for that full gigawatt. There's been some discussion to reduce that to some lower amount, so maybe 75% or 80%, and that's going to essentially mean as if they were running at 800 megawatts instead of 1 gigawatt. From our perspective, we think that that's going to result in some cost shift from residential consumers, from large loads to residential consumers. However, even with a minimum billing demand charge, one thing to keep in mind is that minimum billing demand charge is currently drafted as for 20 years. The cost to pay off transmission infrastructure is longer than that, sometimes up to 40 and 50 years. So once the minimum billing demand charge is done, those costs are going to shift to everyone, not just the large load customers that infrastructure was built for. And with the with 12 CP and the minimum billing demand charge as currently drafted, we think we're going to see some sizable savings for residential consumers. We think that the share of the total cost of transmission for residential consumers is going to go down. One thing to keep in mind, however, is that we're seeing a significant increase in the total amount of transmission costs, so that could result in some additional increases in expenses for residential consumers. Generally speaking, the principle of our agency is that large loads should be paying for their costs, and we think that the minimum billing demand charge in 12 CP is going to go a long way in trying to help with that. At that point, I think I'm going to conclude my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, questions of this panel? Ms. T.
Good morning. You said something about the cost and everybody paying. Would you clarify that for me, please?
Sure.
I missed something.
Just before you answer, since we all just please state your name for the record.
My name is Ben Barkley. I'm with OPUC. So everybody has to pay for transmission costs because everybody uses the system. With 12 CP and the minimum billing demand charge, the amount that residential consumers are going to have to pay as a total share of expenses is going to go down. However, you should keep in mind that the total amount of transmission costs is going to go up, and so that could result in additional expenses for residential consumers.
Are these transmission costs for data centers?
Some of them are for data centers, some of them are for population growth, some of them are for reducing constraints. It just depends on the individual project.
So if there's a data center in my district and in my neighborhood, I don't want it, I don't even have a choice. I'm gonna have to pay for that anyway, right?
With the minimum billing demand charge in 12 CP, the amount that you should pay for that should be reduced, and the overall burden of residential consumers should go down, but they are going to have to pay for some transmission.
Well, it seems like the citizens don't have a choice in this. They're being pushed, data centers are being pushed upon them, and they don't have a choice to say no. But they got to pay. I think that's unfair. It's undemocratic. I'm gonna pay for something that I don't want because somebody want to come in my neighborhood and make money? Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Follow up on that, you said that sometimes these costs would go beyond the 40 years, I believe you mentioned, for the
Yeah, so-
transmission lines?
Yes, ma'am. Transmission infrastructure is paid for over a long period of time, and it can be up to 40 years, possibly 50.
So if you know that now, are there any other alternative methods that you might be considered? I mean, if we know now that it's going to be an increase, whether because of the cost of the transmission costs or because it's going to go beyond the 40 years that you're projecting. If we know that now, are we looking at alternative financing methods?
There are certainly policy options that can be considered, but right now what's being proposed is designed to reduce the total share that residential consumers have to pay. But again, just because there's a lot more transmission, it's still going to result in some trouble.
Because to Ms. T's point, we can't go back to our constituents and say, we knew from the beginning it was going to eventually be passed on to you. The financial burden would be passed on to the residential consumer. So if we're having this discussion now, why are we not addressing that?
That's a great question. I think that we are attempting to address it in some ways. Ultimately, a lot of this transmission does end up getting utilized by a large number of people, and I think that's why there's that 20-year limit. At that point in time, it's likely that there are going to be other customers, including residential consumers, that are getting connected to that transmission and utilizing it. And since they're seeing a benefit, they should also be paying into it.
And if there's an early exit, there's also costs that would be shift to the residential consumer if there's an early exit?
Sure. So if a large load ends up leaving before the end of their minimum demand charge, Right now, under the proposed rule, it doesn't look like there is an easy way to recoup those costs. And having some sort of alternative where perhaps if they decide that they don't want to fulfill their obligation to pay 20 years of a minimum demand charge, that they have to pay something upon exit would be incredibly helpful for residential consumers.
Okay. Yeah, I think now is the time for us to start looking at those alternative methods. Thank you.
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for the PUC or ERCOT. In moving from our current coincident peak measurement to 12 CP, do you anticipate that the 12 CP will be monthly, or will they be batched seasonally? Because what I worry about, and if I can finish my question, is that industrial load has been able to avoid costs under the 4CP system. For those out in the audience who might not know what we're talking about, this is where we measure load usage and how costs are allocated in the system. So in the past, industrial uses have been able to power down when they knew that the measurements were being taken so that costs were shifted onto residential consumers. And so the goal, I guess, of 12 CP, moving from 4 CP to 12 CP, and you said this, Mr. Gleeson, in your comments, was to lessen the cost shift to residential consumers, which I think all of us share this goal. However, if we cluster the measurements seasonally, that will allow industrials, those who can, to more easily game the system and shift cost. If we have 12 CP throughout the year, that becomes a little bit more difficult. I wanted to understand your theory on how to distribute the 12 measurements, the 12 coincident peaks, so that industrials are not able to game the system.
Representative Anchia, thank you for the question. So as currently constructed, it would be 1 CP per month for 12 months. There were a number of comments in this project around, could you do, just 3 winter and 3 summer and do 2 in each, because that's typically where we need the demand response that we get from this. Others had said, even if you do 1 each month, can you weight them differently based on when you actually need the response, things like that. So we're still working through that piece, but again, as it's currently drafted, it would be 1 CP per month for 12 months.
And which, given that you've received those alternatives, based on your experience, which alternative protects the consumer the most?
So I think based on the analysis, doing 1 each month is the best benefit for residential and small commercial customers. I think, again, we need to think through the weighting of them differently based on what we're trying to solve for, because it is, as you said, cost shift is one of the issues. We also want to make sure we still get those demand response, that response, particularly in the winter at this point. And so we still need to work through that, but I think, 1 CP every month is the best way to protect the residential customer.
Thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
I would agree that 1 CP.
Please state your name.
I'm sorry, Ben Barkley with OPUC. I would agree that 1 CP every month would best protect residential consumers. And if you start heavily moving all of them to either the summer or the winter, you're functionally reproducing something very similar to 4 CP with perhaps a few % savings for residential consumers.
Any view on weights?
The less it's weighted, the better it is for residential consumers.
Say that one more time, sorry.
The more equal each month is weighted, the more beneficial it is for residential consumers.
Okay, so a constant weight for 12 months is best for consumers.
Yes, sir.
Period, full stop.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Follow-up question on minimum billing demand. And I heard some of you testify, and this is how we allocate the cost of having to do new transmission, like who bears that cost? I'll just note that we're having to build new transmission, and I know it's been conflated with data centers, but just for population growth, right? I mean, we've added 2.5 million people in a very short period of time in a state, and we like the fact that we continue to grow. But that creates a strain We also need new transmission for, as Chairman Darby has said for years, we have existing constraints that cost consumers about $3 billion per year because we can't move energy around. And now we have, forget data centers, we just have manufacturing. Texas manufacturing, because we're the 8th largest economy in the world. And how these legislators direct you and guide you in allocating that cost is going to be very, very important. Is there any reason why we would not attribute 100% of growth, or sorry, of the cost related to new transmission to large loads that are coming online and essentially hold harmless residential consumers in this process? In other words, and I think OPUC testified to this, is there any scenario under which we would charge less than 100% of the new transmission that comes online to the large load? Is there any, can you think of any reason why we wouldn't? And I may be asking the question in a little bit of a confusing manner.
No, this is Pablo Vegas with ERCOT. I think you're correct. Your question is very well structured. There is definitely a reason why you would allocate charges for new transmission lines more broadly than just to new large loads coming on the system. If you think of how the electric system has been built over the last 100 years, it has been built in a way that every transmission line as a manufacturer is built in a city or a chemical refiner or an aluminum processing facility. The facilities that are built to serve it will serve in a portion that new large facility, but then also will support the growth and expansion that's happening in the communities. And as you pointed out, Texas is one of the fastest growing states in the union, continues to be. And so the growth that we are seeing in Texas, while data centers represent a meaningful portion of it, they're not the only driver. And so economic growth, manufacturing growth, population growth, in addition to dealing with improving reliability and resiliency expectations of the grid itself, all of that is benefited with the addition of new infrastructure and new transmission. And so there's a strong case to be made that societal benefits for the investment in transmission is significant and directly driven by the growth that's happening in the economy, which is why I think an allocation methodology that correctly identifies the portion of those investments that are driven by the large loads and make sure that they cover those minimums and that they're allocated fairly using 4 CPs or 12 CPs or methods like that, that you can cover those incremental drivers fairly without burdening consumers additionally for the new infrastructure.
Sorry,
Sure.
OPUC, your view on this? Any reason not to charge 100% of every megawatt to the large load?
Ben Barkley with OPUC. I think that the state should stick to cost causation principles. As Mr. Vega said, there's going to be a small portion of population growth that is going to contribute to the need for new transmission, and residential consumers should be paying for that. However, if you have a gigawatt data center coming online and you need to build a significant amount of transmission to serve that data center, 100% of those costs should be paid for by that data center. And so I don't think that you can say as a general statement, just data centers should pay for everything, period. However, a large amount of the new transmission that's going to be built over the next few years is not going to be for population growth. It's going to be to serve a lot of our business interests, and those business interests should be the one paying for the transmission.
So that residential consumers and small businesses don't get that burden shifted onto them.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'd just like to remind the committee that throughout the day, when we have public testimony, these gentlemen will be available for recall. And so if we could move forward with this, get to some public testimony, and certainly I'm not trying to cut you off, Chairman Nchia, but if you want to recall one of them for any reason, we will do that at any time.
Thank you. One final question, if I might, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the admonition. I'm worried about stranded costs. The market changes really quickly. Companies go bankrupt. There's consolidation in what is today a fragmented market. What financial tools are available to protect consumers if there are bankruptcies or if people walk away from paying for the transmission that has been built out to serve them? What financial tools are we requiring?
Thomas Gleeson, Chairman of the PUC. So Representative Anchia, yeah, we have the financial security that they've put up. We're still working through what that would look like if there was a bankruptcy or someone walking away. I will say we don't envision a lot of that, if any, but it is something we're still working through because stranded costs is something we've been talking about for, in both the 23 and 25 session. So as we're promulgating this rule, we're working through, other than just going to a bankruptcy court, are there other ways that we can recover that so that we ensure that other customers are not paying for those stranded costs? It's the idea of stranded assets is really the genesis of the minimum demand charge, because one of the things we don't want to do is overbuild the system. It incents the large loads to tell us exactly how much power they're going to need and not any more, because if they tell us they need more, we're going to charge them for more. And so I think all of that, together protects other customers. But yes, we are still working through exactly how you would look to recover money if we needed additional money from those facilities if they were to exit the market.
Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the
Thank
time.
you. Let the record reflect Speaker Phelan is with us this morning. We have a full dais. Good job. Everybody showed up. All right. Mr. McQueen.
Yep. I just want to make one quick question and make sure I understood it correctly. The two principles that we are working through on changing this 4CP to 12CP and this minimum billing demand is going to impact affordability for residential ratepayers in a positive manner that will lower their cost. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I want to go back to Batch Zero, so I'm going to start with Mr. Vegas. You gave us a good presentation describing the batch process and the thought process behind that. I know you've done that before in previous hearings for this committee. And I'm trying to recall when you testified in the spring, I think Batch Zero was sort of underway at that point, and I think you talked about a timeline where Batch Zero would be finalized, or close to finalized, over the summer. Is that right? And I think you took ERCOT took some action in June on that. Is that?
That's correct. This is Pablo Vegas with ERCOT. This is, we were going to complete the design criteria for the batch in June, and then effectively finalize the entrance criteria by August, and then launch the batch around September. That was the original timeline we were working under. That has been changed since the governor's directive has come out.
Okay. So originally, Batch Zero would have launched in September. When we say launch, that means that specific projects are identified, authorized by ERCOT, and can move forward with the goal of being energized at a point in time later.
If I could clarify, what I mean by launching is we would actually run the studies. So when I mean launching the batches, that's when we execute and run the studies on the whole system together. We look at all of the requests for connection over the next 5 years. And it would take us probably, around 6 months or so to evaluate all of those requests. And then the conclusion of the batch would give us the outcomes that I laid out in my presentation. So it would say which projects had how much capacity available to them over the next 5 years, what it would cost to serve them, and what additional transmission we may need to build in order to fully serve all of their needs. So by launching the batch, we'd be running those studies, and then at the end of it, we would have those answers that you noted.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So originally it would have been in September, so that would have, the batch would have concluded, what, early part of 2027?
Correct.
February, March, somewhere in there. Okay. So what is the time frame now in light of the governor's letter earlier this month?
We're expecting that the validation process will take us through the better part of this year, so getting towards the end of November, beginning of December, likely, before we'll finalize the audit and verification. We have not yet been able to determine how much that's going to affect the end date of running the batch. Our team is looking at ways that we can do background work and preparation work while we do the verification to see if we can accelerate and not have it be a month-for-month delay on the back end. Right now, what we have formally communicated is that by April, we would have communicated the result of the batch. And over the next, I'd say, probably month and a half, we'll come out with more information explaining what the implication will be based on this delay. But the delay we won't launch the batch in September. We'll likely not be able to launch it until the end of the year.
Okay. Is there any concern that, given the delay, that any of the projects that you've identified that meet the criteria for Batch Zero would change or drop out of the process? And that may not be a bad thing. I'm just wondering if that could happen.
It could happen if there's requirements for them to begin development or their financing requirements require them to begin at a certain stage. This could certainly have an effect on that because it will have a delay.
Okay. And then going to the governor's letter, and this would be for the PUC and ERCOT, whoever would like to talk, since the letter was addressed to both of you. I don't know how you're divvying up all these things you're supposed to do here. But he asks or tells you to obtain following information from each data center project, information detailing the extent to which data centers are paying their own way or depending on the state for financial assistance. That would include all state and local tax incentives, grants, abatements, or other public financial assistance. Are either the PUC or ERCOT set up to undertake that type of review of local tax incentives or abatements or anything on the state level for that matter?
So the way we were planning to do that is through a survey of the applicable data centers. So we're looking at, and just for clarity, we're going to be surveying all data centers that are above 25 megawatts. So historically, what we've been talking about is 75 megawatts is the threshold for a large load data center. We're going to go down to the medium size, which include those above 25, in order to be as comprehensive as possible and to get this body and the legislature information that will be helpful in understanding the community impacts of these data centers. What we'll do is ask for that information through a survey. It will have to be attested to by those that are providing it. And then, whether there's a follow-on verification of that, that would be, a question. But what we'll be doing is just soliciting and gathering that information.
Thomas Gleeson with the PUC. Representative Turner, yeah, I would think of this similar to an RFI. We're doing a request for information for those kind of community impacts, and we'll basically gather that data. You'll get descriptive statistics out of that, how much in tax abatements, how much water, and then from that, we can, come back to you all, given your policy priorities around potential legislation or other things based on that information that you all may see as necessary as we're trying to bring on these data centers. So that's really the goal, as we understand it from the governor's directive, is to gather that information through an RFI type process so it can help inform decisions going forward.
Okay. And so on that first item that the governor requests related to tax abatements, incentives, et cetera, that's, I guess that's pretty cut and dry. They either got it or they didn't, and they should be truthful in the responding to the RFI. Similarly, he asked for information about water use and water reuse, and then noise mitigation, light controls, setbacks, traffic improvements, emergency response coordination, other community protection measures. Do you anticipate trying to ascertain that information is also going to be part of an RFI process? And I do wonder how that can be verified, because if we're talking about light pollution or noise pollution and what the controls are projected to be. How do you get data you feel comfortable with to in turn give to the governor and to us?
Yeah, I guess a simple answer. We're gonna ask the questions. We're gonna ask them to describe it. We don't have a set kind of a framework around those specific requirements that will help us ascertain the validity of them. So we're gonna have to be relying on the attestation of each of the providers to give us as much detailed information that'll be helpful. And then we'll do our best to aggregate, and we'll have all the detailed responses, but also to be able to aggregate and come up with groupings of the approaches and the ways that these companies are addressing each of these community impact criteria.
And I think you may see some difference in the way that different companies interpret that and what they provide. But I will say, we've been talking to data centers at the PUC since late 2023. I think these issues that the governor has highlighted are all things that they've talked to us about, that they hear from the local communities they're going into, that they're issues. So I think there's a general understanding of what those terms mean and what type of information we're looking for.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Smithy.
So, as I understand, the governor's letter the governor's letter to ERCOT and PUC just addressed ERCOT areas. Is that correct?
So, yeah,
The
Representative
request
Smithy.
for information was just in the ERCOT
Yeah,
areas?
yes, so since ERCOT is running it and doing the work, that is how we are interpreting it. However, in the outside ERCOT areas, those utilities are vertically integrated. We approve generation CCNs, we approve transmission distribution CCNs. So we will endeavor through that CCN process where they, will tell us we're building this and here's our customer and all of that. We will endeavor to get the same type of information through that CCN process that the governor has asked for inside of ERCOT.
Okay, so in the governor's letter, he mentioned water, though, as I understand. So is there is that outside of your jurisdiction, or who's watching the water?
So we have no statutory authority to act on anything based on the response to that. Again, we're looking at this just as a fact-finding mission to get the data so we know what the total water usage is. I mean, as you are aware, you've been part of this conversation as it's progressed over the last 3 years. Initially, I think it was thought that a lot of data centers were using a lot of water, and then I think, became more widely known that they had moved to a closed-loop system, so they have an initial draw, but then don't use as much on an ongoing basis. I think we just want to know how prevalent that is, on all of these, because we talk to a handful, mostly, of these data centers. We need a broader survey of what everyone is doing to get a more holistic view of the whole ecosystem.
Okay. Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot about data centers, for a long time, but one component of that is advanced manufacturing, and I think there's some in batch zero. And so can you explain how many are in batch zero percentage-wise? I think from my recollection and looking into it, maybe less than 10% in batch zero. What does it look like? I mean, it's critical jobs, massive investments in our state. What does that look like? When will they receive their designation? What does the future look like for advanced manufacturing?
So you are correct. They're a relatively small percentage of the batch totals, less than 10% of the numbers. And I can get a more accurate exact number of how many are in there. But they're not going to be subject to this verification and audit process. This only applies to data centers, so they won't be having to respond to the RFI, nor is there going to be any further verification of their qualifications for processing in the batch. But you are correct, they are going to be impacted by the delay. And so as long as this takes and for the process to go, and then however long it takes to complete it, it will affect their outcomes and results and the information that they'll have about their availability and the transmission availability for them to energize.
So what are we looking at as far as that delay?
So right now, we're expecting the start of the batch process to be delayed to the end of this year, where it was going to start in September. It will be delayed several months till probably sometime in December. And then the completion process was originally forecasted for April. We have not yet figured out how much of a delay that will be. We're trying to work to see if we can accelerate elements of doing the batch so that it's not as much of a delay on the back end.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I would ask, Mr. Garrett.
This is for OPUC. A follow-up on Mr. McQueenie's question. When you said residential customers will save, nobody is saying that their bills are going down. Under proposed new PUC rules, they will not, the allocation of costs will be spread differently. Theirs won't go, it is going to go up. It's just not going to go up as much as it would under current rules. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I don't want anybody walking out here thinking that residential rates are going down. And I mean, that was kind of what I was led to believe in the answer to McQueenie's, and they're not. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. I would ask, we are all talked about it already, but if you have to leave, please have somebody in your stead, because I'm sure there are going to be follow-up questions for the three of you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Chair calls, we're going to move on to our first panel of public testimony. Susan Tatro, Myra Alaniz, Kyle Workman.
Does it matter how we sit? Does it matter how we sit?
No, it doesn't matter.
Was this fine? Please. Friesen?
Yes, gentlemen.
Okay, Greg, James, Greg. That's right. Okay, we're going to, when we're done with this panel, we're going to have a second panel of public testimony before we go back to invited. The next panel will be Mark Friesenhahn. James Greg Torres, Nancy White. Susan, we're going to start with you. We show you as Susan Tatro testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You have 2 minutes.
Chairman King and members of the committee, I'm Susan Tatro. Y'all know me as Susan Ross. That's my business name. I'm here on behalf of myself. I live on FM 112 in East Williamson County. I'm giving you a handout. There is going to be a data center built right across the street from my house. In the middle of that chart, you're going to see a circle, and that is my 4 acres. This large data center is going to be across the street from me. I get it, it's progress. But we just found out on August the 3rd that they were proposing to put this data center across the street from us. There are about 24 of us that were let known because we're within 200 feet of it. But my neighbors behind me or a mile out, they didn't get any notice. But we have all been talking about it. It's 665 acres. They're going to build their own natural gas generator. We're upset about the process. I'm upset about the process because it wasn't transparent. In January of this year, they had an initial meeting in executive session at the city of Taylor with this data center. Subsequently, there were 4 more meetings, and those were all in executive session. The data centers need water. They need water for their toilets. They're bringing in their own water, they say, for their systems, but they need toilets, break rooms, landscaping, those kinds of things. So the city of Taylor, who wants the revenue, is going to annex that property once it's done. What are my concerns? My concerns are that I'm going to have a natural gas generator right across the street from me within 1,000 feet. Lights, noise, water. I have 4 acres with a tank. I've got ducks, I've got egrets, I've got dogs, I've got cats. I mean, I've got animals. And at the end of and my neighbors have cows. And at the end of the day, I'm worried that maybe they could affect our springs, our seeps. They could possibly block our water, or because it's non-permeable, it could just flow over us and flood us. We don't know.
Thank you, Susan. Members, questions for Ms. Ross or Tatro? I've got one. Who's the operator? Who's the data center operator?
It's called Big Watt. It's called the Mustang Project, and it's the 3rd one that's going to be within 5 miles of my property.
Okay. Members, other questions? Susan? Seeing none, we will move on. Myra, is it Alaniz?
Alaniz.
Alaniz.
Yes.
We
Good
show
morning.
you as Myra Alaniz?
Yes, Myra.
Testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Good morning. ERCOT's own data shows that the demand is coming largely from large industrial customers, not from ordinary homes, farms, or small businesses. Data centers, hydrogen, and ammonia plants are other massive loads that are driving the demand for enormous amount of transmission infrastructure, including the 765 kV lines. These industries chose Texas because electricity was affordable and available, but now Texas families are being asked to finance the infrastructure required to serve these private industries. There is currently no meaningful cap protecting Texas families from overruns. Utilities companies can generate are guaranteed a return on their capital investment in transmission lines, even if there's overruns.
Yeah.
But that would make.
Ms. Alaniz, we will get to 765 transmission this afternoon. We are on data centers.
Okay, well, I am talking about the 760, the data centers
So
in my.
please sign up to
Yes,
testify
okay, well,
after 2 o'clock.
I'll
and we
skip
will
that part and
bring
go
you
to the data centers. Currently, we have a data center that is sitting 100 feet from a school, 100 feet. And it is 550 acres big. They're saying they're using the closed loop system, but we don't know. They're saying they're getting the water from another county, but whatever county in my community you get it from, it comes from Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi provides water to 7 counties in that area. So these data centers are not only going to increase the heat in the area, they're going to have a loud noise that these school children are going to have to listen to on a daily basis. When they go out to play, they'll have to play in an elevated heated area because of their exhaust. So, plus, they haven't asked for tax abatements, but we have been going to commissioners' meetings and where there's discussions about creating TERS zones And they have not discussed it, but it is on the table.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Alaniz. Members' questions, Ms. Ms. Thompson.
Did you say that it was 100 feet from the school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. Chair calls Kyle Workman. We show that you are Kyle Workman, Commissioner, Leon County Precinct 3, and testifying for yourself. Are you testifying as a commissioner or for yourself or both?
Both.
Okay, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman King and Vice Chair Hernandez. My name is Kyle Workman. Indeed, I am the Leon County Precinct 3 Commissioner. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you today. As you may know, Leon County is experiencing an influx of proposed data center, BESS projects, and solar projects, likely due to our rich local resources, proximity to the grid, natural gas resources, and large tracts of agricultural land. Many of our citizens, including myself, are very concerned about the potential impacts these large-scale industrial projects will have on our community. From my perspective, the primary underlying issue here seems to be a lack of county regulatory authority over unincorporated areas. Each local community has unique attributes, characteristics, resources, and others that need to be considered when embarking on a major industrial or other infrastructure projects. Approaching such projects from a centralized state-level perspective leaves individual communities, particularly in small rural areas, without critical ability to tailor project requirements to any unique local locational circumstances. The current centralized one-size-fits-all approach is very problematic and leaves local citizens helpless in the face of grave threats perceived from the implementation of these projects within their communities. It is my respectful request that the state of Texas provide for increased county control and influence over such projects to ensure that our citizens receive the representation that they expect from their local leaders. As local elected officials, we are closest to those which may be affected and are informed as to the most unique circumstances surrounding each individualized proposed project. Again, I want to thank you for your service to our great state, and I appreciate the opportunity to be heard today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Workman. Members, questions, Mr. Workman? I've got one.
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, I hear a lot about local control and giving the counties or the local elected officials more control over this, but a lot of the ideas that are proposed to me kind of erode private property rights. Do you have a plan for what you would do with more local control that still protects private property rights?
That is something that obviously has to be evaluated. Chairman, it is the intersection, it is the fundamental issue we're talking about, is it not?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think as a public policy matter, the state of Texas and local communities should be able to work together to establish that line.
Thank you, Mr. Workman. Members, other questions? I see none. Thank you to all of the panelists.
Thank you.
We are, okay, Chair calls Mark Friesenhahn. I don't know if I said that right. James Greg Torres, Nancy White.
That's close enough, I take it anyway.
Okay. Okay, who are we missing? James Greg Torres? Going once. Surely he's here, he signed up. But now, okay, we will proceed. Would you say your name for me, Friesenhahn?
Yes, sir, Mark Friesenhahn.
Friesenhahn. Okay, we show you as Mark Friesenhahn. You are representing yourself. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman and committee. I'm Mark Friesenhahn, 5th-generation Texan. I'm a pecan farmer in southwest Comal County. I carry a PE license since 1977, and I'm representing myself. My testimony now is to request that you study water use in addition to the large loads for the data centers. And we've talked about some other issues, light, noise. Data centers and other large commercial entities use a lot of water. Simple. I have a bar chart on my handout, my testimony handout, that conceptually shows the orders of magnitude of water used for the various entities. Data centers, the silicon people, they all use a lot of water, as does the aggregate industry. My industry on the far right is at the low end of the scale, and we're struggling as the state runs out of water and moves it away from agriculture. My request is pretty straightforward. and we're talking with other committees, Senator Perry's and others, to request that you help support water availability certification for new commercial operations for the life of their operation. And we'll do that to facilitate estimates of cumulative water use, better water management by the local government agencies, and incentivize the use of BMPs, best management practices. And I think we need that for all of these areas we're talking about. For data centers, an obvious BMP is closed-loop recycling of the water. However, the way the system is set up now, prior to the audit y'all are gonna do, we don't have the industries are not required to submit their water use. The only one that does that is residential developers in our state laws right now. We need help with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Members or questions? Ms. Thompson?
So you don't know whether or not, when they dispose of their use of the water, after they finish using it, you don't know how that's going to be disposed of?
Ma'am, I'm on the outside. I try to do my pecan farming nowadays, but I spent a long time doing engineering work, and I continue to carry my PE license to keep my skills relatively up to date. My understanding is the data centers started out with a one pass-through system that disposed of the water on a continuous flow basis. That's the bar on the far left of my chart. However, they're all moving to immersed processor units now that recycle the water through a closed loop radiator type, aerial cooler type system. And that reduces the water demand by 90%, 80%, way down. We're gonna need to require those kind of best practices. It's more costly for the industry, but in the long run of CapEx and operating expenses on the long run, it's something we need to preserve our water.
Well, that closed loop also uses electricity too, doesn't it?
These guys use a lot of electricity, ma'am.
Thank you.
Right. Members, other questions of this witness? See none. One more time, James Greg Torres, you're almost up. Nancy White, we show you as Nancy White testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. My name is Nancy White. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Data centers are critical infrastructure as established by our president, whereas they house the computing power that trains and runs artificial intelligence, systems essential to national competitiveness, economic growth, and security of Texas that is building these facilities at an unprecedented scale precisely for the AI race with China, which makes the compliance with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act not optional, but essential. The Lone Star Law was enacted to prevent foreign adversaries from obtaining direct or even remote access to critical infrastructure in Texas. The law covers communication systems, cybersecurity systems, the electric grid, and related facilities. Data centers clearly fall within the practical reach of this protection. The first point being to the funding and whether there are any ties of foreign adversary investors. When the Google data center representative was asked in the BNC hearing on July 29th if they received any funding from these adversaries, they refused to answer, further underscoring the need for the scrutiny under this act. The second and more urgent point being in regard to the open source and open weight software developed by Chinese entities with their ties to the CCP that are already in use inside facilities operated or utilized by major American companies. Some confirmed examples of these include companies like Meta, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and others. These tools originate in China and operate within the very data centers in Texas that is expanding to compete with our adversary. This further underscores by the current cyber attacks on critical infrastructure across America by Iran, which is an ally to China. The enforcement mechanism for the Lone Star Law currently falls short with self-attestations, as Pablo mentioned earlier, which he stated in a hearing, an April 1st BNC hearing, that they have no boots-on-the-ground verification. Compliance rests on an honor system. This gap is unacceptable for critical infrastructure and cannot adequately protect against sophisticated foreign adversary influence, particularly when the software itself originates from entities connected to the CCP. That is why the Texas Cyber Command, created in the 89th legislative session in San Antonio, should be coordinating with the state by holding a central role in assessing software supply chain risks.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. White. Members, are questions of Ms. White? I see none. Thank you very much, both of you, for being here. We're going to show James Greg Torres was here on behalf of McCulloch County Commissioners, not testifying. So we're going to go back to the next panel. This one. Okay. All right. Chair calls Temple McKinnon, Samuel Short, Robert Sadler? Okay. So, we'll start with Temple.
Okay, good
Okay,
morning.
We show you as Temple McKinnon. You're here on behalf of, you're the Water Supply Planning Director for Texas Water Development Board?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes.
If you have an opening statement, please go now.
Okay, good morning. I'll be speaking to the two slides provided to you and relevant to the data center charge you are discussing today. Our agency conducts annual survey of operational water use, the annual volume used by facilities. We survey roughly 4,700 municipal public systems and 3,200 industrial facilities, including data centers, among other manufacturers and power generation plants. I emphasize operational because we survey industrial facilities once they are operating. We do not survey for future projected use of any specific facility or technology aspects other than if on-site power generation exists. We survey industrial users of more than 10 million gallons of water per year or that are considered significant industrial users in a given area. Data centers use water directly on-site, including for cooling, and this water use rate varies widely depending upon technology, operations, and energy sources. These are facility details that TWDB does not capture in its survey of any industrial facility. Indirect water use is associated with electricity consumption, which is generally captured by survey responses from power generation facilities. The TWDB sent 2025 water use surveys to 341 facilities identified as data centers through our own independent facility research using available information. And following prior testimony in June, we've received responsive information from data centers clarifying where duplicate surveys were distributed or where surveys were sent to facilities that are not yet operational. Therefore, the response percentage for the 2025 survey year is still being refined, and as of this week has increased to a 29% response rate from what was initially publicly reported. As to your second slide, our agency also projects for future water demand and where future data center projected use resides within the 2027 State Water Plan. We develop draft water demands for the state's water supply planning process, and planning groups review and provide local information to that process. We develop baseline use from our annual survey data that I just discussed. We aggregate all non-municipal water demand projections at the county level, not at individual facility levels. For the next state water plan in 2032, we are developing an approach to improve our projections of high-load digital infrastructure water demand. And as this sector grows, that water use category will report and fall more comprehensively within our manufacturing water use projections, largely because of direct use reporting from those facilities. We anticipate providing a range of outcomes based upon known water use efficiencies for data center technologies, power demand forecasts, and projected site development areas from ongoing work in the state. We will also review our power generation methodology to determine if adjustments are needed, and we anticipate providing those draft projections to our planning groups for their review and revision starting in March of next year. I close acknowledging that this presentation covered what our agency does do, but to further clarify, the TWDB does not allocate or regulate water resources or supplies. We do not determine where future water use will occur. We do not provide wholesale or retail water service, and we do not issue any type of permit or water supply contract.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed, the next, after this panel, the next public testimony panel will be Gary Oldham, John Knight, and Elizabeth Zurich. We will move to Robert Sadler, and we show you Robert Sadler, your Director of Waste Quality Division for TCEQ. Is that correct?
Correct.
If you have an opening statement, go now.
I do, sir. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, members of the committee. I am Robert Sadler, Deputy Director of the Water Quality Division with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. TCEQ's Water Quality Division develops permits for discharges of treated wastewater in the state, and I'm here to provide an overview of our water quality permitting process. Any entity that proposes to discharge wastewater into or adjacent to water in the state of Texas is required to obtain a water quality permit from TCEQ. TCEQ authorizes discharges of treated wastewater into surface water in the state through our Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or TWDB program. We authorize land application of treated wastewater through our Texas Land Application Permitting, or TLAP program. Additionally, stormwater pollution from construction activities is prevented through TCEQ's Construction General Permit. TCEQ also issues reuse authorizations, which allow entities to offset the use of other sources of water by reusing treated wastewater for landscape irrigation, for toilet or urinal water, fire protection, and other uses. TCEQ is federally delegated by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to implement the TWDB program to control discharges of pollutants into surface water in the state. And TWDB permits are developed under Chapter 26 of the Water Code, which authorizes TCEQ to set requirements in a permit before an entity discharges wastewater into surface water in the state. TWDB permits are unique and are developed to reflect site-specific conditions of a single discharger. The permitting process begins when an entity submits their application to TCEQ. The application review process for a discharge permit includes numerous milestones. When an application is submitted, TCEQ staff conduct an administrative review. This initial processing verifies that all required administrative information is provided with the application. When an application is determined administratively complete, the public participation process is initiated. Applications are made available for review in public locations near the proposed facility, and the applicant is required to publish the first public notice, which begins a public comment period for the application. TCEQ also makes copies of applications available on the agency's public website. The water quality permitting process is designed to ensure that no facility will be allowed to discharge wastewater that results in in-stream aquatic toxicity, causes a violation of an applicable state water quality standard, results in the endangerment of a drinking water supply, or results in aquatic organism bioaccumulation of toxic substances that threaten human health. Technical reviews of wastewater discharge projects include a review of applicable surface water quality standards, assessment of critical conditions in the receiving water, and dissolved oxygen modeling. These reviews are assigned to specialized technical personnel experienced in the fields of hydrology, biology, chemistry, and environmental science. Each technical review step is necessary for a comprehensive evaluation of a proposed project and its impact on the receiving water. As I mentioned, the technical review is unique to each project's proposed activity and location. Discharge permits are drafted to include applicable federal and state requirements. Permits may include effluent limitations, monitoring and reporting requirements, or other requirements as necessary to ensure protection of human health and the environment. When TCEQ completes our technical review, a draft permit package is finalized, and the applicant is required to publish a second public notice in a local newspaper to solicit additional public comments on a draft permit. TCEQ's draft discharge permits are also sent to EPA for review in accordance with the Memorandum of Agreement between the two agencies. A public meeting may be held if the executive director of TCEQ determines there is a significant degree of public interest in an application, or if it's requested by a member of the legislature who represents the general area in which a facility is or will be located. If we receive comments on an application, we prepare and file a response to those comments after the comment period ends. That response is mailed to all commenters, and another period is provided to allow for requests for hearing or reconsideration. Uncontested permits may be issued by the executive director. Contested applications are scheduled for commission review and consideration. Our water quality permitting process applies to all entities who propose discharges of wastewater into or adjacent to water in the state. When an entity does not discharge, but instead sends their wastewater through a collection system to a permitted off-site wastewater treatment plant for handling, the entity that receives the wastewater and treats it is responsible for complying with their TCEQ water quality permit. Finally, I want to make a note regarding public water systems. TCEQ approves public water systems facilities at a rated capacity. Facilities may not consistently produce at that rated capacity due to operational practices or system demands. Water systems must retain records of actual treated and distributed volume, either weekly or daily based on size, and these records are evaluated during the TCEQ's on-site evaluations. TCEQ does not have access to records of a system's individual water users. That concludes my testimony, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Sam Short, we show you Sam Short, Director, Air Permits Division, TCEQ, is that correct?
Yes, Chairman.
Please proceed with your opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sam Short, Deputy Director of the Air Permits Division at the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, provide an overview of TCEQ's air permitting programs. TCEQ administers two air permitting programs, pre-construction permits and federal operating permits. Before construction can begin on any new or modified facility that may emit air contaminants, the facility must obtain authorization from the TCEQ. The type of pre-construction authorization, known as New Source Review Permit, is determined by the type of facility or source and the amount of pollutants emitted. TCEQ's air permitting program consists of various types of New Source Review air permits, including permit by rule registrations, standard permits, and case-by-case New Source Review permits. The scope of review and degree of public participation varies by authorization type. Permit by rule registrations and standard permits are streamlined mechanisms to authorize minor sources for specific activities and equipment. Permit by rules are adopted through rulemaking and are found in the Texas Administrative Code. Operating requirements, emissions, and distance limitations are set to ensure protection of human health and the environment. In addition, development of or revision to these streamlined authorization mechanisms include public notice and comment opportunities. All comments are considered and receive a written response upon TCEQ's final action. When an application for a permit by rule, registration, or standard permit is submitted, TCEQ staff conduct an administrative and technical review to verify the representations in the application meet the requirements. Certain standard permits are required to have one 30-day public notice period. Case-by-case New Source Review permits are site-specific authorizations for both minor and major sources. All case-by-case permits include an administrative and technical review. The technical review process includes a best available controls technology evaluation, considering technical practicability and economic reasonableness of the control, verification of emission calculations, and an evaluation to ensure that all state and federal requirements are being met. An air impacts analysis is conducted to demonstrate the proposed emissions will be protective of human health and the environment at the fence line, property line, and any off-site receptor. Case-by-case permits are drafted to include emission limitations, monitoring and reporting requirements, and other operating requirements to ensure their protectiveness. In addition, case-by-case New Source Review permits must provide opportunity for public participation. 2 30-day public notice periods are required within the permit review process to provide the public opportunities to comment on a permit, request a public meeting, and/or request a contested case hearing. For eligible permits, a public meeting will be held if a member of the legislature who represents the general area in which the facility is located requests one, or if the TCEQ determines that there is significant public interest. Public meetings allow the public to ask questions of TCEQ and the applicant, as well as provide their formal comments. TCEQ responds to all timely comments received through a formal response to comments. Uncontested permit applications may be issued by the executive director following the technical review and filing of the formal response to comments. Contested applications are scheduled for commission review and consideration. Title V federal operating permits are only applicable to facilities that are considered major and are a post-construction permit. The federal operating permit codifies previously authorized New Source Review air permits, documents applicable state and federal requirements, and requires annual compliance certification. Federal operating permits cover the entire site and include site-specific monitoring requirements. One 30-day public comment period and a 45-day EPA review period are required. The comment period provides the opportunity for the public to comment on the permit and request a public meeting. TCEQ responds to all comments received when submitting the permit for EPA review. TCEQ does not have authority to regulate light or noise as part of the permitting process. State law and federal regulations do not grant authority for agencies to consider factors related to things such as light and noise for the purposes of an air permit. However, regarding complaints related to light and noise, the agency adopted a sunset recommendation to implement a policy where the agency refers those complaints to local jurisdictions who may have adopted ordinances for light and noise. TCEQ permitting is designed to protect our state's public health and natural resources consistent with sustainable economic development. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide an overview of TCEQ's air permitting program that applies to all facilities that emit air contaminants in the atmosphere, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, before we proceed, room 110 is now available for an extra overflow room. Remember the questions? Mr. Darby.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Short. Question is directed to you. I have a data center proposed in my community, and they have not been responsive to a lot of the community concerns, and I requested a public hearing with the TCEQ on their air permit request. Can you I know you touched upon it briefly in your comments, but can you tell us what that looks like and what we can expect, and kind of the timing and the process involved in those public hearings?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Sam Short, TCEQ. So for the public participation process for public meetings, we generally try to schedule those towards the end of the process so that we have completed our technical review and we can fully answer the public's question. So when an application comes in, often we get requests for public meetings during our first notice period. We will consolidate those comments and review them to make sure we're able to answer whatever questions we can in our purview. And as we go through the technical review process, prep for that public meeting. Once we get towards the end of the process where we can fully answer questions, we will schedule that public meeting. We coordinate with the applicant, we coordinate with the representatives who've requested the meeting. The applicant provides a location for the meeting. We generally look at the amount of public interest we've received to ensure that location is large enough. We also look to make sure that it's in the general area so that folks can easily access that public meeting. The meeting is noticed 30 days prior to the meeting being held. Both the applicant and the TCEQ are there. The applicant is required to be there. And so we are there to answer questions on the permitting process, questions on the application, and anything else that is in the purview of the air permit. And then at the end of the meeting, it provides the public an opportunity to stand up and provide formal comments on the record that will go into our evaluation for the response to comments.
Well, thank you for that. It seems like a very expansive process. How long does that typically take for you to evaluate these permits?
So for a large permit, such as the one you're discussing, it can take 7-8 months up to a year or longer, depending on several factors, quality of the application being one. But on average, you're looking at 8 to 10 months of a technical review before we get to that point.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm listening to you all talk about your review as it relates to a center or location. Do you all contemplate reviewing it as it relates to the water needs across the state of Texas? Who's using the data that you're collecting for the centers and overlaying that with what our needs are for water in the state of Texas? I know that we struggle with water, but your review's not contemplating discussing it as it relates to centers coming in and the impact on the overall water of the state of Texas. Who has that responsibility?
Thank you for that question. Robert Sadler, Water Quality Division. As I noted, we are responsible for developing and issuing permits for wastewater discharge. And so what our permits contemplate is the quality of that final treated discharge. And we develop and set those requirements based on numerous factors. Our applications do not require an applicant to prove that they've secured a water supply for that development. They propose a flow volume, a volume of treated wastewater that they intend to discharge, and they tell us where they intend to discharge that, and then using other data, other information like the anticipated character of the proposed wastewater, we develop a permit based on those factors.
And so from the consumer or customer or the resident of Texas, what agency ultimately looks after the interests of that citizen? It sounds like you're only evaluating the project. You're not evaluating it from the perspective of what's available and how the citizens in the state of Texas are protected as these locations identified. And does someone have that responsibility from the state to determine whether or not this has an adverse or has no impact as it relates to the water needs across the state?
So for most facilities, my assumption is that they are either receiving water from a provider, an existing provider of water, or they're developing their own source, groundwater. If they're developing their own source groundwater in an area with a groundwater conservation district, they're working with the district through that process. If they are seeking to procure water from a municipal or other provider of water, they would be working with that entity through that process. If they are seeking a surface water right to draw water, the TCEQ does have the authority and does regulate that, and so there is a process for that. It's a different division, not my division. But for my division specifically, our objective is to ensure that discharges into or adjacent to water are protective of public health and the environment. So in ensuring that that water is not going to degrade water quality.
And is the TCEQ, you will be housing all information as it relates to how water is impacted across the state. My concern is, you talked about site visits and site reviews and how you look at each individual location. But the question for me is from a more generic standpoint, if the state's got water issues, where do we have someone reviewing what the impact will be on the overall water supply in the state of Texas? Maybe not that specific area, but eventually it does trend to that area. So who's looking at that? Or is there someone looking at that? Or is there information housed somewhere that citizens can see what this impact in the various neighborhoods would be to other neighborhoods?
Yeah, Temple McKinnon Water Development Board, although our process, excuse me, is not regulatory, our planning process pulls together, our agency is charged every 5 years a simple state water plan that pulls together the results of regional plans. And through those regional planning efforts, there are participants, including larger providers that do contract with data centers or any other industries as well, but they're bringing all of that information to our planning process that then rolls up into a state water plan. And that plan is not regulatory or prescriptive. It's an assessment of information in the state around water supplies and water availability and projected water demands and potential water shortages. And it's essentially a policy document to inform decisions at multiple levels in the state.
So we don't have an entity responsible for ensuring that any new project or review of a project considers what your planning organization has developed as an overall water plan, or the impact of the overall water plan.
Within the development of those plans, impacts are assessed. So as Mr. Sadler was saying, you know, if a prospective data center is seeking water supply from a utility, then that individual water provider that's contemplating contracting with those folks for a sale of water, they do their own long-range planning, and so I would say it's incumbent upon them to assess if they have the water to provide for that facility and then the impacts within their system by selling that water to them. Groundwater conservation districts have the responsibility of, when they issue permits, assessing and managing to a desired future condition of the aquifers that they manage. So I guess my answer to you is it's fairly dispersed, whose responsibility is where as far as impacts on water usage.
And so that's what I'm trying to understand. When they do their site reviews, if they go to your water plan and say, well, this jurisdiction has allowed it or authorized that they can do this, then is that what they feed off of, or that they do an individual which doesn't have to contemplate or consider what your water plan says?
It depends on the site location and what regulatory entities cover geographically where they're proposing to site their business.
Okay, but at the state, what regulatory agency houses that information so that we can review it as a member of the legislature? I'm thinking we're having a water shortage, and I'm seeing all these data centers coming in. I'm wondering what the impact will be across the state to our water supply. And so I want to know, where would I go look for that?
My agency houses the water use data that is reported to us. And I reported on, you know, our response rates and what we get there. And my agency also houses the results of that planning process. We also have other scientific data around groundwater availability. We support the work of groundwater conservation districts and
But
management.
would you have the information from their site reviews and their reviews? Would you have that information from?
No, I mean, not at a
So
facility level.
There's a gap there. Would you say there's a gap there?
That's not information that our agency has, for sure.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, Sadler, I apologize. You mentioned that all of the reallocation and the reuse through TCEQ, the different innovative ways we've tried to reutilization of water. On each one of these plans, have we determined that the locations of the site reviews, they have those kind of miles in place? Because they're not all over the state. A lot of communities don't have these reallocation plans and methods. And so I'm just curious, when you say that, is that something that's universal or that you're requiring now in areas that you're doing site reviews, or you're just observing that they have site review, that they have that in those particular areas?
Robert Sadler, TCEQ. So we do issue reuse authorizations. They're not required. They are an option. So an entity may avail themselves of that option to seek a reuse authorization, which would allow them to reuse all or some portion of their treated wastewater for other on-site purposes, but the agency does not require someone who obtains a discharge or land application authorization to also acquire a reuse authorization.
And lastly, as it relates to that, are they evaluated on whether or not they have it or not? The reuse or reallocation? Are those programs that your site reviews, are those the kind of programs that you're supporting to allow this use of water, or is it just an add-on?
We have taken steps to try to incentivize the use of that authorization, the reuse authorization, by streamlining the authorization process. Rule changes in the last 5 years to clarify the process, make it a more attractive option. We do see, I would say anecdotally, I've observed an increased interest in reuse. To answer the question just a different way, when we build a discharge permit or a land application permit, we assume they're not going to be reusing, right? We assume they're going to be discharging all the water that they propose to discharge, and so we build the permit to that specification to ensure it's protective. But there are various entities who do come in and get that reuse authorization on top of their primary permit, because it's attractive to the entity to have that source of treated water to use on site. And it's also often very attractive to the community that surrounds them to know that they'll be reusing that wastewater.
Final question, as it relates to that, how many communities are you able to determine how many communities actually do reallocation? And if they do, how are you incentivizing those other communities?
We could inventory our active reuse authorizations and provide that to the committee.
So that's data we can readily access for how many people, communities, or what areas of the state they're utilizing the reallocation.
We do have a database where we track those authorizations that we've issued for reuse, and we could query that and provide an inventory, yes.
What percentage of the state would you think is utilizing that reallocation or reuse?
It's a great question. I don't have that data in front of me, but it's something that we could pull.
Okay, I'm just interested because there were, at one point, very few communities utilizing that. So lastly, would you talk about the incentive? What incentive are you offering to get other communities to use it?
For us, we've tried to incentivize it by reducing friction in the process, by making it easier for these entities to obtain these authorizations. I think there are inherent incentives to reusing wastewater, in that it offsets the need for water from a provider, or developing your own source of water for purposes like irrigation, or the other uses I described in my testimony: toilet or urinal water, fire protection, things like this. But from the agency's standpoint, our incentives have been process-related.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question's for Mr. Short. You mentioned in your testimony the various air permits. What type of permit would a data center need? And at what point does the public have an opportunity to share their concerns and comments with the permit, whether that's the initial permit, and if that changes later on, whenever the data center is already there and they pretty much, we're not given that opportunity to engage in that. Can you share some comments on that?
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair. Sam Short, TCEQ. So the type of air permit is going to depend on the regulated activity that's occurring. Most often what you see is power generation. But power generation comes in different forms. Some centers are only using backup power generation. Backup power generation is authorized through one of our streamlined authorization mechanisms. It's very limited in its use. It's only authorizes that backup power during emergency situations. So those engines stand on standby, and in those instances, given that it's just backup power, and it's one of our streamlined mechanisms, there is no real opportunity for public participation in that registration process. Very large users that build their own facilities that are going to build gigawatt size power production, they go through a much more robust review process that I described, and in that process, that application is ones that require the 2 public notice opportunities and for individuals to comment, to request a public meeting, and to even request a contested case hearing on those applications. And in some instances, depending on the area of the state, you may have existing facilities after they get their pre-construction permit that have to get that federal operating permit that I was speaking of. In that instance, that is a post-construction, and so in that portion of it, there is a public opportunity for them to review the federal operating permit, which basically is like a very large owner manual for the site that they have to certify compliance to all of the state, federal, their construction authorizations. They have to certify compliance to that annually, and they have to report deviations against themselves every 6 months. It really just codifies everything to tell them what they need to be monitoring, what they need to be reporting against. It also puts them on an investigation schedule. So the type of permit and participation, just like in all industries, varies across depending on what they're doing with the equipment, what's the regulated activity, and what kind of emissions you're looking at.
Mr. Angia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To continue the line of questioning from the Vice Chair, if you issue a construction permit for air quality or air permit for construction, I think I'm saying that right, and it is a multi-phased project to where maybe the construction is just going to be for phase 1, but later on they add a phase 2, a phase 3, they continue to scale the operation. How often do they have to come back for subsequent air permits?
Thank you for the question. So before anybody can construct or modify a unit, they have to get authorization. So if an individual company, and this happens across all industry types, comes in and seeks an initial air permit, and then later on decides to grow their business, before they can build any new lines, before they could build any new regulated activity, whether that's a new set of turbines or whether that's a new chemical manufacturing line, they have to come in and amend that air permit, and they have to seek authorization to be able to do that. And so anytime they want to do that, they have to come in and seek authorization. Even if they are, during the engineering process, changes occur that their engineers decide to put things in different places, all their representations are federally enforceable. They have to come in and amend that permit and before they can make those changes.
So, yeah, I read in preparation for this that, well, data centers are just gaming the system on air permits. They come in at a low threshold and then they grow, and then they're going to have substantially more emissions, but don't have to come back for changes. That is not true.
No, sir, Representative, that is not true. If they're going to make changes, they have to come in and seek the appropriate permit. In addition, again, all their representations are federally enforceable. Our permits are issued on the representations of the applicant. If the applicant comes in and represents something and they're bound to that, but then they come in later and represent something else, we will question during our technical review. We'll make sure that all the federal applicability was properly met, and we'll ensure that the permits are designed in equivalent to whatever their plans are.
And you look at a cumulative impact, right, of all of the activity on the site?
Yes, Representative. So as part of that process, you continue, they have to continue to come in each time they amend an application for a larger permit. Whatever authorization they seek, they have to seek one that at the end of the day can demonstrate that it's protective and that the whole site, the emissions are all protective as the industry grows.
Last question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time. If you look at the Stargate project, you see 10 stacks. They appear to be peaker plants. Those will only run in an EEA1 scenario, like an emergency scenario. They're not designed as peakers to provide base load power to run all the time in the facility. Am I thinking about that correctly?
For that particular project, Representative Chino, I would have to go back and get the exact specifics on what they represented. Often what we see is you'll see one of three modes. You'll see emergency generation, backup gen that they'll be using. You may see behind the meter, which would be basically they call it bridge power until such time that they can get attached to the grid, and then they will use those units as backup. And then in some instances, they will use them as baseload units that they will run at all times. So for that particular project, I'm not familiar with which project Stargate is, but we can do some legwork and see if we can identify what their application represented.
Thank you. Let's follow up on that. Appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whoever wants to answer. Would it be, obviously one of the big concerns that's popping up everywhere in Texas is water consumption, right? Well, let's get specific, data centers, right? So I wonder if it would be possible for you guys to give us something that says, well, look, here are the applicants that we have so far, and put it in order of proposals that, one, require the least amount of water to operate. So you start off with, this one needs the least, this one needs a little bit more, this one needs a little more, et cetera. And also, whether you could give us put it in the list of prioritized by those that don't need, that can operate on brackish water, for example. Water that's not going to be consumed by people. Because you sort of hear about that too, that many of these operations can operate with water that is, let's just, to make it simple, say brackish water. We got a lot of brackish water out there. So I don't know if you guys have looked at that. I think that would be helpful to the public. It would be helpful to us to know what we're dealing with. You know what I'm saying?
Representative Chi, I'll start for the air permit perspective, Sam Short, TCEQ. So for air permit, there's no statutory requirement for an industry to identify themselves. And so when we are looking at the electric generating facilities, we're looking at them just as if it was a generating facility that was going to provide water to the grid or provide electricity to the grid or provide to a local community, whatever it might be. We don't really have a full substantial knowledge of what is ongoing in the data center from the air perspective, and there's no regulatory requirement for them to disclose several pieces of information that you had mentioned. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Robert from the water perspective.
Yeah, I was asking about water specifically, but thank you for saying that.
It's similarly challenging from the perspective of water quality permitting for similar reasons as Sam alluded to. One, not every data center. So again, I'm Robert Sadler, TCEQ. We develop wastewater permits in my division. And so not every data center needs a permit from my division. Some data centers may send their wastewater to...
Okay, let me interrupt. Whoever, if anybody can answer the question, when somebody comes and applies with the state for a permit, whatever the permit that's necessary, to build a data center, I'm guessing somewhere it's going to say this is how much water we're going to need to operate. If anybody can address that, or if you're telling me when they apply, we have no idea, nobody has any idea, so the numbers we get out there are just made up. Somebody has an idea how much water they're going to require. And what I'm asking you is, if we could get a list of the applicants so far, for example, and say, number one on the list should be whoever needs the least water, and then you keep building. You see what I'm saying, right?
I do.
Second of all, whether you could identify, or whether they have in their applications, the type of water that they need, and then we'll have access to. Will they have access to brackish water? How much of the water they use will be brackish water as opposed to water that can be consumed by human beings? Do you see what I'm getting to?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I do,
Can you answer
Representative.
that, or can somebody, anybody?
I can tell you that if I know that an entity is a data center and they've come to us for a water quality permit, I can tell you how much water they are proposing to discharge, because that's what I'm permitting and that's what we're setting quality requirements for. Our applications do not require them to tell us where
Okay,
they're
well-
getting water from for their facility.
Okay, so, Chairman, so they've used up time that, I didn't mean to use up more time than necessary. If you couldn't answer the question I asked was real simple, like, does anybody know when they apply how much water they're proposing they're going to use? And also whether they have identified whether they can use water that's not going to be consumed by human beings. If none of you know the answer, say, we don't know the answer, because you two don't. The first two didn't, so I don't mean to be rude, but I'm trying to, respect the amount the fact that we're limited on time. Do you know?
The only survey I'm aware of that's asking those questions right now was conducted by the Public Utility Commission to be responsive to Rider 6 from last session. Our water use survey, again, is just for operational, and so facilities are already online, and those assessments you're asking about aren't being done at my agency. That survey had questions regarding what would be their proposed future use, and that's what I'm understanding you to say.
So you do have that?
I do not have that. That's not my
Somebody
agency.
has it.
Yes, the Public Utility Commission was charged with
Okay,
providing
well,
y'all a report by December 1st with
So
that
Chairman, I
information.
just say, it's kind of a simple request, but I think it's a really important one that people would want to know. How much are they proposing to use, and what percentage of that can be water that is not going to be consumed by human beings? That's the easiest way to say it. Because it would seem to me those would be, if we're going to consider them, that ought to be something that ought to be really high on the list of considerations in terms of actually giving them a permit. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Ms. T.
The water that the data centers may use and dispose of, do we have any agency to test, to make sure that they're not putting, that disposal water is not going to affect the aquatic life, or streams, rivers, or things of that nature, where it would be, it would contaminate those waters?
Thank you for the question. Robert Sadler, TCEQ. Yes, we do. That is one of the factors that we consider in our water quality permitting process. Streams in Texas are rated for aquatic life uses, and our permits are designed to ensure that those uses are maintained and protected, not degraded. And so we accomplish that by including things like effluent limits or monitoring and reporting requirements. And facilities are required to comply with those requirements. They are required to report to the agency on the frequency delineated in that permit, their compliance with those limits, and the agency also conducts scheduled compliance investigations to ensure compliance with those permits.
With the enormous responsibility we place upon your agency, have we given you any enforcement abilities in that area? We ask you to do a whole lot, but sometimes we don't give you the necessary tools to really enforce the things that we want to accomplish. Do you have enforcement in that particular area?
The agency does have 16 regional offices that house investigators for every media, air, water, and waste. And the agency also does have an enforcement division that develops enforcement cases for certain violations. So for water quality permits specifically, there are scheduled investigations conducted by the agency's Office of Compliance Enforcement, Compliance and Enforcement. And when violations are documented, the agency issues either a notice of violation, which requires corrective action from the permittee, or for certain violations, we call a notice of enforcement may be issued, and an enforcement case is developed by the agency. An agreed order, usually issued by the commission. That agreed order may include penalties along with additional corrective actions.
Thank you.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, following up with Mr. Short on the dialogue you had with my colleagues at the other end of the dais. Regarding the different types of air quality permits, and I think I may have read the same thing that Chairman Anchia alluded to in his question to you, but is it true that TCEQ has issued a number of permits by rule and standard permits that, if I understand your testimony, do not require the same level of public notice and allow for the same level of public participation as the other permits you described? That there have been a lot of permits issued relative to data center development, particularly in cases where you have co-located power generation, which we all agree is a good idea for a lot of reasons related to our electricity grid, but obviously the air quality impacts of those is something that we have to think about. So I'm trying to nail down what circumstances you issue those permits, it's like permits by rule or standard permits, and where you require the more stringent permit process.
Thank you, Representative Sam Short with the TCEQ. So just like with all our permitting, it's going to be based on level of emissions. And so for all industry types, there's those variety of authorization mechanisms exist. Backup emergency power, the permit by rule for that is used across different industries. It's used at hospitals, universities. So those same principles apply for those for backup power. We do have standard permits that cover a large number of industries, ranging from electric generation to oil and gas to aggregate industries. Those standard permits vary on their level of requirements for public participation. Specific to electric generation, there's no statutory requirement that those individual permits go to notice. They go to notice when we develop the standard permit. For very large facilities, they're the ones that are going to be of the most concern emission-wise. We call them major sources, and in those instances, they can't avail themselves to those minor source mechanisms, those streamlined mechanisms. They have to pursue a larger permit, and in those instances, the technical review and the public participation is much more robust. And so it just varies on use and level of emissions when determining which one of those mechanisms would be used.
Okay, so I've read that permits by rule typically are issued, like say for a dry cleaner or a gas station, so a relatively small footprint in terms of emissions. Is that accurate? Is that one use of a permit by rule?
So there are over 100 different permit by rules found in the Texas Administrative Code. They range from a variety of industries, from restaurants to oil and gas industry. So our Texas statute is written that anything that emits air contaminants in the atmosphere has to seek authorization. The first tier to that authorization is our permit by rule registrations. And again, they cover dry cleaners. They would cover other industry types such as oil and gas production. They cover certain small storage or storage tanks, but there are certain permit by rules, specifically one that covers emergency backup generation for power. Again, that is very limited, only to be able to be used during those instances, and the emissions associated with that, because of the limited runtime associated with it, are much smaller.
Okay, so on emergency backup generation, are you primarily diesel generation? Is that typically the type of generation you're talking about?
Yes, Representative. Generally, they use that would be diesel, potentially natural gas fired internal combustion engines.
Okay, so in the case of diesel generation, understand those are limited in use for when emergency backup power is required, but does the permitting process take into account the maintenance when they need to run the generation for maintenance purposes?
Right. Yes, Representative. They are limited to a number of hours. Those number of hours that they are limited to include the maintenance and testing that they have to do. There are also state rules for certain areas and federal rules around emergency backup power generation, where they are limited in the number of hours that they can use those units. That limitation can range from 50 to 100 hours, depending, before they have to do more rigorous controls and things. So these units that are installed for backup, whether it be for a data center or it be for some other industry, they get enough hours that they can do maintenance and testing, and then they have a limited set of hours that they can actually run them in instances of emergencies, and they have to be declared through ERCOT or a natural disaster for them to be able to kick those engines on.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then with respect to gas-powered turbines, and I read the same thing that Mr. Anchia referenced about that particular project, would those turbines will only be used for backup power, according to the company. But is it true that TCEQ permitted those turbines for continuous use?
Again, I'd have to research that specific project, but I can say that it is often that continuous use of turbines are authorized through a standard permit. We do have standard permits that cover those electric generation facilities. And so they would, generally speaking, they have to qualify and meet that standard permit. Additional controls may be installed. They may do other mechanisms. They may limit the runtime use of those units to maintain certain levels of emissions that would kick them over into another permitting mechanism and represent the actual operation of the facility.
Okay, so but under a standard permit, the public notice and the public hearing process is less robust than the other permits you described. Is that accurate?
Correct, Representative. Certain standard permits are required by statute to go to public notice. We have 23 standard permits. Only a few of them are required to go to public notice. The rest of them, notice and comment occurs when the agency develops the standard permit, and it's put out for notice to the state for all folks to comment on. And so not all standard permits require that 30-day public notice. Only certain ones do.
Okay, and that's by statute or by rule?
So the ones there are certain ones specifically required by statute. Our rules currently specifically exclude standard permits from the public notice process unless it is required by statute. And so the ones that we do send a notice, there is some sort of statutory or basis behind that decision when we developed it to send it through the notice process.
Okay. And then lastly, as you're issuing these permits in this relatively novel industry that we're grappling with in Texas, does TCEQ track total permits and total emissions by permits associated with data centers, or for that matter, just heavy, large load users that would have an air quality emission impact?
So, Representative, generally speaking, we don't track by industry type. In that sense, again, not all data centers require authorization. If they're grid only, if they just have emergency backup power, they may have just a registration. But larger facilities across the state of all industry types are required to report emissions to our emissions inventory. We do also house data on potential to emit for larger facilities. So some of that information is provided, but depending on the level of emissions, not all applicants are required to report fully that data. So it's going to vary largely, and again, it depends on use, level of emissions, and what authorization they have.
Are they required to do it at least in non-attainment areas?
Representative, yes, there are more stringent requirements in non-attainment areas. The type of permitting mechanisms that they can be availed to is also more stringent in non-attainment areas because there are lower thresholds for emissions before they trigger a different type of permitting mechanism. So there are, in non-attainment areas, there are more stringent requirements. There are more stringent state requirements around different emission unit types to ensure that that area is heading towards attainment. So depending on their level of emissions, again, if it's very small, then no, they're not going to report. But if they are large enough, then yes, in non-attainment areas, that threshold is lower than in other areas of the state.
Thank you.
Right.
May I ask one question?
Misty.
How many turbines do we have operating in the state of Texas at this time?
Thank you for the question, Representative Sam Short, TCEQ. I'm not sure that the TCEQ would house that information. That may be more appropriately housed through PUC or ERCOT. I cannot think of a way that we could fully answer that question that you've asked.
Okay, we have somebody in the room that I think can answer that. Thank you. Thank
We
you,
can
Mr.
bring
Chairman.
him back. Okay, got one for Mr. Sadler. First, we're talking about using wastewater. There's been a lot of proposals that data centers should be required to use produced water. You know, basically from the oil field that we have billions and billions of gallons that we've injected into the ground. Are you, and I know some data centers, operators are openly exploring that on their own. Are you seeing any kind of permitting requests or activity from the data center community to use produced water?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. Robert Sadler, TCEQ. I am aware of interest in that as an option, and we have received different flavors of that question, and we're working with those entities and also our partners at the Railroad Commission and EPA to explore. Those questions can get complicated from a legal jurisdictional perspective, depending on the site-specific proposal, and so we are
just
working.
Yes or no, are you seeing an interest from the data center community to actually solve their water problem by using produced water?
We are seeing interest in that, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. The next question is, when you get out and when data centers are coming to rural areas, particularly my area seems to be ground zero for data centers in West Texas. They're moving in and we're building, let's see it, make sure I'm politically correct, workforce development hubs. Love that word. It's a damn man camp, but whatever. So septic use. You know, they're coming to these communities, are set up for 300 people, and they're building a workforce camp for 3,000 to 5,000 people. How is TCEQ permitting wastewater for septic use?
That's a question I would need to work internally to provide information from you. My division actually doesn't permit septic. That program's housed in the Office of Compliance and Enforcement. I understand that counties also can be delegated authorities for permitting septic. So I'd like, if it's okay with you, I'd like to take that question back and.
Absolutely, I'd love an answer on that, on how many septic permits tied to data centers are currently being sought, because it's got to be a bunch.
We will confer internally.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, thank you. We will move on to our next.
Mr. Chairman, I just ask him one question.
Ms. T.
When they bring in all these persons in your area, do they bring porta potties in? And how do they dispose of that waste?
That's kind of.
In your rivers and streams?
Well, we send it to Houston.
Well, we can probably clean it up in Houston, but I'm just asking you about the rivers. Are the rivers and streams becoming contaminated?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether? Do you know that?
I know. In my area, when you know, we're all over the state. There's rules about where they can dispose them. They'll take them to a sewer plant and that kind of thing.
And I know water is a problem because y'all it's rather dry in the state at this time. So if you have a wildfire there where you live now, you're going to have a problem, aren't you?
We are right now. Today we are. Okay. Thank you all for being here. Our next panel: Gary Oldham, John Knight, Elizabeth Zurich. After this panel, we're going to go to Brian Crawford, Jim Bell, and Tom Keller. Gary Oldham? Are you Gary? We show you as Gary Oldham testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct,
Please
Chairman.
proceed.
My name is Gary Oldham from Round Rock. I am a member of the Protect Round Rock, a community advocacy group. I'm also a member of the International Association of Fire Chiefs and the National Fire Protection Association. I'm a graduate of the National Fire Academy's Executive Development Program, and I'm one of the architects of the incident command system used throughout the country and abroad to manage emergency incidents. I spent a career in the fire service. I want to talk about the fire risk presented by data centers, which is very, very considered. A data center in Ohio had 84 fires between 2021 and 2025. One in Virginia had 7 fires in a single year, all caused by lithium battery failures. Closer to home in Round Rock, in 2024, the Sabi data center had a large fire in a battery energy storage system. That fire in an unroofed 1,000 square foot building caused upwards of $11 million in damage. It took 14 pieces of fire apparatus, including a specialized hazmat unit, and 44 firefighters, 5 hours to control. That fire sent heavy smoke laden with heavy metals and other carcinogens into the immediately adjacent residential neighborhood. Water runoff from fire suppression, also containing those heavy metals and carcinogens, entered a storm drain and a tributary to Brushy Creek. Now imagine a fire of that magnitude, and they can certainly be larger, taking place in a rural community with a volunteer fire department and no reliable water supply. And think how taxing that would be. A department with minimal training, if any, inadequate staffing, limited and aging equipment, no accessibility to a hazmat unit, and no reliable water supply. It can take between 1 and 2 million gallons of water to extinguish a data center fire. And that takes a robust water supply system and hydrants readily accessible. We don't see that in our rural communities where many of these are being built. Absent that, you have to shuttle water to the fire, 2,000 gallons at a time in a water tender. That's 500 round trips to get a million gallons. The absolute fire danger presented to our state by the influx of data centers needs to be addressed and considered very, very seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Oldham, for your testimony. I've got some of the data centers that I'm seeing come in my area. One of the things that they're building and they're talking about is their own fire suppression systems. You know, they have water on site or whatever they need to put this stuff out. Are you saying in Round Rock that didn't exist?
No, I'm not. I'm saying it did not control the fire. And that's often.
So outside resources still had to come in and control the fire?
Absolutely. Fire suppression systems are critical. They need to be there. They can slow down the spread of a fire, but they don't necessarily control it. And it will
Well, I
take.
do agree with you, and 89% of the state's covered by volunteers, and that most volunteer firefighters are not trained for a battery fire. And we did some work on that last session, and we will continue that work going forward. But thank you for your testimony. Members, there's other questions, Mr. Oldham? Seeing none, we're going to John Knight. John Knight, we show you Assistant Director of Econ Development, Red Oak?
Yes, sir.
And that's who you're testifying on behalf of.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Chair and members. Thank you for this opportunity. You'll hear from a lot of people, and you've already heard from a lot of people that don't have experience with data centers. So Red Oak's got nearly 10 years of experience with data centers. We're in Ellis County, 15th fastest growing county in the nation. These data centers are going to be transformative to our residents, allow us to provide more services at a lower tax rate. Today, our market value is $4.2 billion. Our taxable value is $2.9 billion. We have 3 campuses that are operational and still under construction. Those will add $11 billion in tax base. We have $30 billion in the pipeline. They've all paid the $6.5 million encore deposit. They've done all the studies. They were not included in Batch Zero, which is problematic for us. Last year, we lost $7 billion in projects because we couldn't get them energized. I do think it's a mistake. I've heard some people say we're Texas, they're coming here anyways. That's not the case. They can go anywhere. They're agnostic to that, so we have to be very careful. We're investing in our fire, police, roads, parks, and schools. If these projects come to fruition, right now Red Oak ISD receives $42 million from the state fund, and they'll pay $450 million into that fund. So not only is it frankly, helping limit the population growth in a very rapidly expanding area by taking land and having an alternative use than residential. But it's paying its way, and it's paying more than its way.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, are questions of Mr. Knight? I see none. Elizabeth Zurich, we show you as concerned. You're here representing concerned citizens of Rio Basto 1 and Calallen.
Let me help you out there.
Yeah, what is
I'm a
this?
proud member of the concerned citizens of Robstown and Calallen, which is a suburb of Corpus Christi.
Okay, before we go there, what was typed in is RIOBSTO. Do I have your permission to correct that?
Please, please correct it.
Do I? Robstown. Okay, now we have you as concerned citizens of Robstown and Calallen and Self. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now proceed.
Okay. Again, my name is Elizabeth Zurich, and I am a proud member of the concerned citizens of Robstown and Calallen. I'm also a retired citizen. Calallen is a small suburb located just outside of Corpus Christi. It's a travesty when your way of life is being compromised. We live on the outskirts in the country because we choose to raise our families and live quietly away from the hustle and bustle of city life. Little did we know it would be a trade-off to industrial, data centers, and power lines, all right in the middle of residential areas, schools, and small local businesses. The water for these data centers comes from Corpus Christi, which services 7 counties. In many cases, the land for these projects has been owned by families for generations. The threat of eminent domain on their land in these situations is very real, and in my opinion, an abuse of power. Many of the leaders making these decisions and deals in secret, which have required the signing of NDAs, don't live in these areas where the plans are proposed in. They live elsewhere, where there is no threat of toxic expansion. If there is a true required need for these projects, take them further away from populated residential areas. Stop destroying rural America under the guise of economic development. Thank you very much for taking the time to really listen to the concerns of the citizens who have voted you into office. We must not New Jersey, Texas.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony. Members, are questions of Ms. Zurich? I see none. Oh, Mr. Raymond.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful, and, the last witness here, Ms. Robstown, Calallen, I know the area well. That's where I'm from, that general area. But I guess I would say to witnesses that come up, public testimony or public witnesses, if you think we should not have data centers in Texas at all, I think it'd be really helpful for you to say that. Just say, we should not have them in Texas at all. Doesn't
That's
matter
not what I said.
Well, no, but because it kind of confused me there, because you said you don't want them where you're at, which is basically you're in Calallen, right? So or just on the outskirts of Calallen, right?
Yes.
All right, and so it's grown out there from Calallen to Robstown. That area, like everywhere, is developing. But then you also said something about rural areas. So that kind of confused me. Are you saying, I know you're saying you don't want them close to the city, right?
Populated areas where residents live is what my intent was.
And then the second part of what you said was, and don't put them in the rural areas or something like that. What was the second part of what you said about the rural areas?
I suggested that they be put in less populated areas away from residents, schools, and small businesses.
So you're okay with them being in rural areas?
Texas themselves is fine. You can bring them to Texas, but put them away from the populace.
Like in your area, would you say close to Mathis, or would you say close to Bishop, or what would you say?
I would say away from the small towns and in an area where there's no populace. Right now, they're putting one 100 yards from a school.
Right. So truly, you're not against data centers, you're
Right.
saying, but put them out in the country. Is that
Put
fair?
them somewhere where they're not going to be affecting residents.
Okay, so, all right, just to make it a little clear for us, if you're completely against them, because there's some people that certainly have approached me and said, don't bring them to Texas at all.
No, that was
That's
not
not
my
what you're
intent.
saying. All right, I think that's helpful.
Thank you.
So you're saying keep them away from the cities and quote populated areas.
Well, yes, schools, small businesses, churches, senior residence
No, I get that part.
areas.
I get that part, but where you would put them, I think is where we want to know. If you're for them, like where would you put them and under what circumstances?
As I said.
Thank you.
All right. Members of the questions of Lieutenant Ms. T.
I want to thank you for your testimony. I live in Houston, and I can tell you I'm tired of garbage dumps coming to my district, my neighborhood, where 95% of the population is homeowners. I am tired of concrete batching plants coming there, which exacerbate the problems. And now I'm looking at data centers. And I know that they say that this is the new wave, economic wave. It's going to bring a lot of money to the data center people. But meanwhile, when people in our area get sick, that is the taxpayers' tab to pick up. The data centers is not going to be paying for all those sick people if they exacerbate asthma or COPD. It's not going to pay for the problems of noise trauma for those big old machines running 365, 7/24, 365. That is only a few yards from their homes. It's not going to pay for all that stress. And when people buy homes, that is for your use and enjoyment. And you don't intend for those data centers to come and co-opt your property and those capacities. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Members of the questions? Seeing none, thank you, panel, for being here. Chair calls Brian Crawford, Jim Bell, and Tom Keller. Brian Crawford, Jim Bell, Tom Keller. Who's next? Okay. We got somebody coming? Okay, great. Brian Crawford, Jim Bell, Tom Keller. We have Mr. Crawford. One of y'all, Mr. Crawford? Yeah, Mr. Bell? You're Mr. Bell? So we're missing Tom Keller. How about Matt Long? Is there a Matt Long? Come on up. We'll add you to this panel. Mr. Crawford, we'll start with you. We show you as protect the Paluxy Valley. You're representing, is that a group? You're representing a group that's?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good morning. My name is Brian Crawford, and I represent Protect the Paluxy Valley. I live in Somervell County, where we are seeing an alarming influx of proposed data centers and associated power plants in our county and our neighboring Hood County. Within roughly a 7-mile radius, there are no fewer than 7 proposed hyperscale data centers, each with on-site power generation, one of which borders Dinosaur Valley State Park. This is rapid industrialization of an entire rural region. I'm not here to debate the merits or the evils of data centers. I am here because we have a responsibility to make sure pursuing that future does not permanently destroy the resources and the communities that make Texas what it is. If we deplete our water, technology will matter very little. If we pave over productive farm and ranch land, we cannot simply put it back. And if we permanently alter the rural landscapes and the communities that define Texas, they are gone forever. Rural Texans are anxious, we're irritated, and we're mad. We're looking for answers and we're looking for help. County commissioners tell us to come to the legislature, so we're here. We're asking you to put meaningful guardrails on this type of development give counties some control over community-changing projects, ensure Texans don't bear the cost and risk while the benefits shift elsewhere, make developers demonstrate, not just simply say they have adequate power, water, infrastructure, and will not irreversibly alter the communities where they want to build. A very timely example of this is Selfish Investors' Comanche Circle project, which claims full compliance with Governor Abbott's guidelines, but that claim is difficult to reconcile. Comanche Circle has no power, has no water, and has not purchased the property necessary to build the project. Yet just yesterday, the governor held up Comanche Circle as an example of a project meeting his standards. If a project cannot claim compliance without having the basic resources necessary to build it, then the guardrails are not guardrails at all. They are simple words on paper, and the governor's mandate is hollow and meaningless.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford, for your testimony. This Comanche Circle is a data center developer that is just one of them, though, in your area.
That is one of 7 or more.
You got 7 or more. I understand, but that's the one that is that particular one causing more problems or less problem, or are you just using that one as an example?
I'm using it as an example because that particular developer did send a notification or a letter to the governor saying that he would comply with those guardrails that the governor was putting in place. And then yesterday, the governor put out a press release mentioning Comanche Circle and another project that, I'm sorry, I forget the name of it, as being one of those projects that are willing to comply with his guidelines. But I'm here to say that
you're not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr.
Thanks,
Bell.
sir.
Yeah, I'll show you as Jim Bell testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please
My
proceed.
name is Jim Bell. I live in Granbury. Data centers are in a race, not to build their projects quickly, but to beat the regulations, to find out what happens when they get in before proper regulations exist. Look at Virginia. In November 2025, the Virginia State Corporation Commission approved a new rate class, GS5, for data centers drawing more than 25 megawatts at high load factors, requiring them to pay more for power and, critically, to sign 14-year contracts committing to pay for the infrastructure built to serve them, even if the data center is never built or runs below projection. The logic is simple. If a company proposes a data center and the utility builds to serve it, the cost of that infrastructure should not land on residential ratepayers if the project never materializes. This looks like real progress. It's also about 4 years too late. By then, Virginia had the highest number of data centers in the country. The leading state for those numbers now is Texas. To see how this is playing out in Texas, look at Abilene. A $500 billion project called Stargate managed to slip all the way past local government procedures without the community becoming aware of it until construction was already underway. By that time, it was too late for local citizens to speak up or do anything at all about it. Massive numbers of construction workers flooded the town to build the 3 campuses. This causes a rate increase for local renters that many local residential renters were forced to move away from Abilene just to be able to afford to live. All the local frontage roads in Abilene are filled with trucks awaiting their delivery at the construction sites. Local commutes that used to be 20 minutes now take hours. Go to Abilene, try to find a local resident who likes the Stargate project.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Members, are questions for Mr. Bell?
Yeah, man, I just like that. You didn't have any input in that?
Excuse me?
You all didn't have any input in that?
Meaning what?
Well, the question was, I'm sorry, is your testimony that the people in Abilene had no input?
I don't live in Abilene.
No,
I'm
but you
just a
have it
local
in-
writer.
You have it in your testimony.
But I have gone to Abilene and I've tried to talk to people about this. I've not found one person lives in Abilene that is glad that project is in there.
So you're saying that the citizens should have a say?
Hmm?
You're saying that the citizens should have a say in data center establishments?
Of course. The way that project slipped in, it got past all of the city council meetings, commissioner court meetings, everything like that. It got past it without the public knowing about it, and they were already breaking ground before anybody realized what was going on. The project's massive. It's absolutely massive. All traffic's tied up. Life's not the same down there anymore.
Thank you.
All right. Members, other questions, Mr. Bell? See none. We will go to Matt Long. We show you as Matt Long here testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct? Please proceed.
Yes, sir. I am also on the Hood County Development Commission, where we are facing roughly 8,000 acres of data centers and power plants, but I am here representing myself, my 9 children, and the Texas that they will inherit, and I'm fully against data centers, Representative Raymond, just so you know. Ignoring for a minute the fact that we are currently constructing our own future enslavement and accelerating towards a potential terminator scenario, I want to talk about 2 things on the governor's audit, and it's the extent to which data centers will be providing their own power and the extent to which they will be providing their own water. I understand that a surface objection to data centers in general is that they will, in fact, raise electricity rates locally. So let's make them bring their own power. Great, except now, instead of a giant, ugly data center in the middle of our rural community, we also have a giant, uglier, noisier power plant that is running 24/7 and affecting our air quality. And just because it's private and on-site power generation, that doesn't mean it's not pulling from resources that would have previously gone unused or reserved for traditional power production on the grid. And if resources are scarcer, electricity prices go up, whether it's on the grid or off the grid. And on to point 2, I'm curious how someone can actually bring their own water to one of these projects. Like, are they shipping it from their home planet? How far away from a community would you have to go, or would you have to ship something in order for it to be yours? Any resource used by a data center is a resource that is now gone, regardless of where it came from. The Bible says that a borrower is a slave to its lender. And I believe that we will become slaves to this technology as our society becomes fundamentally dependent on it. And we will become indebted to this technology through the water and power that we will owe them every year to satisfy their enormous needs.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Long. Remember the questions for Mr. Long? I just have a comment. I don't know that I disagree with your stance on AI. It scares me quite a bit as well. The only comment I would make is I've never seen anybody give this up. And I see you have an iPad. There's a data center somewhere. And I don't know if we're going to have them. I guess having Texas have a say in regulation, to me, is better than China. We're going to get to that in a little while. But I don't disagree with you. I think we're going to be enslaved to this technology at some point. We already are. I mean, it's coming. And I would go back to 1985 in a heartbeat.
I think 85 would be a great year to go
Wouldn't
back
it?
to.
Yeah. Anyway, but I appreciate your testimony, and I think you bring up a valid point. So, members, there are other questions to this panel? I don't see any. So, thank you all for coming. We still have, before we go to the next invited panel, we're going to take up another panel of public testimony. Tom Keller, did you show up? I'm going to give Tom Keller one more chance. Okay, we're going to show Tom Keller was here, represented himself and not testifying. Is that Gaines? Gaines? Okay. Aaron Gaines, Rita Beving, and Stacy Farmer. Are you Mr. Gaines?
No, I'm sorry, I'm Tom Keller.
You're Tom Keller. Okay, well, we need to back up. Hang on one second, Tom.
I'm sorry. Here we go.
So we have Tom Keller, Aaron Gaines. You're Aaron. Rita Beving. Stacy Farmer.
Yes.
You're Stacy. Okay, so we're missing Rita Yeah, we've got another chair. We'll just do 4 this time. Okay, Tom Keller, we're gonna start with you. We show you as Tom Keller, you're here on behalf of Devils River Association and yourself.
That's correct.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I gave you the handouts. Chair and members of the committee, my name's Tom Keller. I earned a PhD in computer sciences from UT Austin, and the reason that's relevant is that I've worked as an expert in data center computer systems, power, and cooling for the IBM Corporation until I retired. I'm testifying for myself and the Devils River Association. I won't repeat the numerous arguments you're fixing to hear about today's unfair and secretive data center development process, but I want to bring your attention to a little discussed economic fact that the hyperscale AI data center business is likely to be unsustainable. This is because conventional computers have a depreciation lifetime of roughly 3 years before needing to be replaced by the next generation. The NVIDIA GPUs forming the bulk of hyperscale AI computing are obsolesced by the next generation in 3 to 6 months. And 2/3 to 70% of the cost of a hyperscale AI data center is in these fast depreciating AI computers. And my references for that are on the handout. So what happens to the tax revenues from installed AI computers when they depreciate to near 0 in months instead of years? So 2/3 of this total development cost starts depreciating in months. What happens to the county tax revenues that have been so carefully discounted in negotiations? What happens to school tax revenues when 70% of what's been built can be argued to have 0 value in months rather than years?
Thank you, Mr. Keller, for that testimony. And by the way, we're going to get to those questions to the data center folks because you have the exact same questions I have. Not what does it look like during the 3 to 5 year build? What does the community look like in 10 years when there's 100 people working there and not 5,000? Those are questions I want to know. So we are going to get to that as well. Mr. Games, we show you as Aaron Games. You're testifying on behalf of yourself. I'm sorry. Hang on one second. Anybody else had a question for Mr. Keller? Ms. T?
I was
I'm
just
sorry to
interested
cut
in
you off.
knowing that what's going to happen to those big structures that they're going to build when this thing started collapsing.
Well, they're hyper-specialized for AI data centers. And I'm distinguishing between colo or co-location data centers, which is what these guys run on, okay? Because there's many, many companies with many different types of computers in those spaces. They're basically renters, okay? So that's a continuous sustainable business. AI data centers are super hyper-specialized. And even something like NVIDIA coming out with their next generation GPU cooling system obsolesces a lot of the existing planned cooling systems. That's one of the reasons that Oracle did not continue their 800 megawatt investment in Stargate. They got cold feet.
Okay. All right. Anybody else for Mr. Keller before we move on? I'm sorry, Mr. Games, I jumped ahead of myself. We show you as Aaron Games representing yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Ms. Thompson, we think they're going to make good roller skating rinks is what we think the buildings will be good at when they're no longer data centers, just not enough roller skaters. In any event, Chairman King, members, my name is Aaron Gaines. I am a blighted voter. Encore and DeGang have proposed infrastructure across my land and basically over my house to power data centers. I am not against work. I am against a deal where they take the land, the water, the dark sky, and the grid. A warehouse of computers can use as much power as a small city and hire a handful of people. That is not economic development. That is extraction. Do not tell us the answer is to let them burn our gas, to run their own plants. That demand still hits every family that heats a house and every rancher who pays an electric bill. You can see they are pivoting from free electricity to free natural gas. Nice try, data centers. We see you. They want cheap Texas energy. Then we are told we need 765 kilovolt lines across family land to make it reliable. Reliability here is a woke ESG word for exploit. We should not allow them to take virgin Texas country from good-natured Texans, raise our prices, and socialize the wires. I feel compelled to remind the House, Senate, and Governor Abbott that you work for us, the voters, not bureaucrats at the PUC, not Encore, the LCRA, not BlackRock. We do not want this. We are done being the cheap outlet for Wall Street's empire. I have called Governor Abbott's office dozens of times. They have never taken or returned a call from me. And I am his voting constituent. I find this to be very arrogant. It is out of touch with Texan voters and looks a lot like being disregarded. I've been a straight ticket Republican voter all my life. I have never voted for a Democrat. I'm about to. Out with the wheels, in with the heels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. All right, a question, Mr. Raymond.
Where does Mr. Gaines live? Where do you live?
Briggs, Texas.
Is that in Webb County?
No, sir, it's in Burnet County.
Okay.
Anyone else? Mr. Gaines? Okay. Rita Beving, we show you as Rita Beving testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please
Yes.
proceed.
Yes, it is. My name is Rita Beving. Today I am representing myself, though Adrian, and I work for Public Citizen, though Adrian Shelley is testifying later. I live in the DFW area and work with citizens in several counties. Please see the handout I gave the clerk. In it, you will see that I reference numerous publications that actually point out to the increasing distress that the data center industry is in. I believe Texas needs to slow down the approval of these data centers and needs to put some guardrails in place regarding these facilities. I also feel that counties need more authority over the land use and resources as data centers come to their communities. So economically, if standards and policies are not implemented and soon, the state may be faced with stranded assets. Please see the list of projects in the handout of bankrupted and troubled facilities in our state. A July 2026 Bloomberg article noted that data center executives have an increasingly dim view of the industry. The article notes project delays, labor shortages, and tightening capital markets, all while community resistance to tech center developments is gathering force, are leading to the increasingly dim view of senior executives. In a poll of more than 400 senior data center executives, 68% said they expected distress situations to increase over the next 12 to 18 months. That is up 66% from last year. 30 to 50% of all data center projects planned for 2026 have been canceled or delayed. The remainder of the projects are stalled by power grid bottlenecks, shortages of electrical components, tariff impacts, and growing community backlash. The $650 billion tech spending cycle has hit a wall that capital alone may not fix.
Thank you, Ms. Beving. Is there a question for Ms. Beving? I don't see one. Thank you for your testimony. Stacy Farmer, we show you as Stacy Farmer. You're here on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Yes, I'm Stacy Farmer, and I live in Henderson County. And we were fortunate because our whole community came together to push back, which led a data center to withdraw from our neighborhood. But that was extensive time. It was time-consuming, money-consuming, energy-consuming community pushback, not policy. Because of tax exemptions, cheap land, and available resources, and because Texas currently offers almost no restrictions, data centers are moving in at explosive rates. Tens of thousands of Texans are fighting day and night to protect our land, our air, our water, our grid, and our way of life. Protecting Texas and our digital infrastructure from foreign threats matters, but so does protecting Texans from casualties of unchecked and unrestrained data center development. Real security starts at home. with state-level oversight. Require meaningful advanced public notice and public input before a data center project can move forward. Mandate independent review of water, grid, health, and safety impacts, including fire protections before approval. We know firsthand how high the stakes are in our community. It took months of research, organizing, writing, calling, and speaking to our representatives, putting signs in our yards, signing petitions, showing up at our county commissioners' meetings, our MUD meetings, before the data center withdrew. We are still in the fight, as many data centers are strongly working to come in Henderson, Kaufman, and Tarrant counties right now without governance or restrictions and with virtually no county protections. Community pushback should not be the only safeguard Texans have each time a data center wants to come in. Pause data centers and give communities a meaningful voice, setback protections, and independent impact studies before Texas is more adversely harmed for generations to come. We, the people, need better than what is happening right now in Texas. And a couple of the representatives here today asked really good questions regarding state oversight for protecting our water. Like, we need somebody to be responsible for that.
Thank you,
across
Ms. Farmer.
Texas.
I think you do have a question. Ms. Tranchia?
Really a question for Rita, sorry.
Oh,
if
okay.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Just for your name, state your name for the record.
Rita Beving.
Hi, Rita. We had a discussion about air quality permits, and you've heard some of the back and forth. I think Representative Turner and I were trying to get at the same issue. The permit by right usually gets people sort of in the door, and then they're able to scale up their operation. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I think Adrian's better to talk about it,
Okay.
but I feel like these data centers are building their operations in phases so they can use these minor air permits and scale up and scale up and scale up. And once they're there, the community can't do anything about them.
Right.
And so
We've dealt with this with the batch plants, and, you know, you live in Farmers Branch, it's Northwest Dallas. We've got a concentration of, 7 batch plants right next to a school, and a soccer field. And, my constituents have had to absorb the externalities and the burdens of industrial activities in Texas. And this legislature has said, well, that's okay. Those people need to absorb it. So I'm finding this discussion really interesting. But the point you're making is the same point for the batch plants, which is, they, by the time the community gets to weigh in, they're already built. They're going concerns. And the community kind of looks up and says, well, this thing's already here and emitting pollutants and everything like that. And it feels like it's too late.
And if the EPA has their way, there's a deadline tomorrow to allow states to eliminate public notice, public participation, and contested case hearings on air permitting, on minor air permits. And that means all of these industries can just start showing up in their backyard if TCEQ elects to get rid of public participation.
Thanks, Rita.
Thank you. Any more questions for this panel? No, I think you all did a really good job, but Ms. Farmer, from my standpoint, I love testimony when somebody actually offers a solution or an idea to fix the problem, and you were, I think you all did a great job, but I appreciate the insight. It was good. Anyway, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. We do the next panel. Okay. Chair calls Michael McNamara, Jess Hag, Haynes Strader, Ryan, how do you say that? Kuth? Is that Kuth? Keith? Keith. Okay. So, with, Michael, we're going to start with you. For the record, state your name and who you represent. And if you have an opening statement, proceed, and we'll go down the line, and then we'll come back to all of you for questions.
Good morning. I'm Michael McNamara, the CEO and co-founder of Lancium. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you again for the opportunity to testify. Lancium is a Texas-headquartered, Texas and exclusively Texas developer of campuses for AI data centers. Notably, the Stargate 1 in Abilene, Texas is our project, as well as a project in Childress, Texas and Turkey, Texas. Each of those projects is over 1 gigawatt in size, and each individually represents tens of billions of dollars of investment. Each campus is fully financed, contracted, and under construction today. The race for AI leadership will be largely won by those that can move with scale and speed, and Texas is leading the way, not just for the state, but for the country as a whole on what is a matter of critical national security and economic growth. But we fully agree and acknowledge that these projects must be done right. We fully support the governor's audit. We know that these projects must be proven to be a win for ratepayers, for the local communities, and will happily open our books to any agency that wants to have information. We take transparency very seriously. In Abilene, for instance, we've been in Abilene since 2020. We've met with every local stakeholder, and when we broke ground on the project in 2022, we invited the whole town to a groundbreaking. On power, done right, these data center campuses are a benefit to reliability. All of our campuses are wired for behind-the-meter generation. As you know, the provisions of SB 6 ensure that the data centers are a reliable resource, and we have dispatchable power under construction at our Abilene campus today. On water, every campus we have mandates a closed-loop water system. In areas of water stress like the Panhandle, we take a much more serious obligation to the community. The data center campus, really the facilities and toilets, will use 11,000 gallons a day, but we have, at our own expense, developed a system using the gypsum-filled water underneath our campus to provide 1 million gallons a day to the Greenbelt Water Authority. They approved that plan yesterday. At our expense, a pipeline, water treatment system, and wells will be donated to the Greenbelt Water Authority, used entirely for the benefit of the 5 towns in their water district for potable water. That's especially important to that community now because their primary water source, the Greenbelt Reservoir, is approaching critically low levels. That system is, again, there at no cost until they can develop their own well field that they've been developing for over 10 years. And on cost, we know we have to pay our own way. We've already committed nearly $1.5 billion in the form of contributions to our local utilities and utility deposits, and we fully support and acknowledge that the costs that we cause are costs that we must and our customers must pay. In Turkey, Texas, another project, we are outside of the county limits. We are in the county outside of the city limits, but we will shortly agree with the city of Turkey to a site infrastructure agreement with us and our partners at QTS that will result in millions of dollars of upfront payments so that the town and the local community can be prepared for growth with expanded services, EMS, police, and other critical infrastructure. Texas is the best place to do business in the country. We're thrilled to be here. We know we must be a teammate and a partner for our communities, and we take it as a serious obligation, and we will do whatever we need to do to prove that to members of this committee and any stakeholders. Thank you.
Michael. Haynes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, and committee members, thank you for having me again. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Haynes Strader. I'm the Chief Development Officer at Skybox Data Centers and one of the partners of the firm. We are based in Dallas, Texas, founded in Dallas, Texas. I was born in Dallas, Texas, as was one of our other 2 partners. We have 95% of our employees are in Texas. We have campuses in Dallas, Austin, and are working on a project in Wichita Falls, Texas, that are all public. And I'll talk a little bit about those in a second. We have had a community-first approach since we were founded in 2014. We have worked with the city of Katy, the city of Lancaster, city of Dallas, city of Hutto, city of Pflugerville, city of Wichita Falls in great depth. And in our papers that were presented to you and the evidence that's presented to you today, you'll see a couple of letters from a couple of the city partners that we have demonstrating the community partnership that we've built. We've hosted town halls, we've gone to county commissioners meetings, we have availed ourselves to the public at every opportunity. In Round Rock, Texas, where we faced some local opposition recently, we had a website, an email address, a phone number. We fielded over, I think, 370 phone calls with local residents to appease concerns and have worked very closely in every community we've been in to ensure we understand what the concerns are and where we can help. We have, in the communities that we're in, we've worked with local PD to create drone programs. We've built fire safety houses. We've worked with local parks and rec and helped do nature preserve, restoration. We have focused on what the communities where we're going are focused on and asked them for where they'd like us to spend our resources and our time and energy to help those communities be better. Our projects represent over $5 billion of investment in the state, and that does not include tenant-installed equipment. That is just the real estate investment in the state. And those projects will set off significant tax revenue through real property and business personal property for decades to come. That money goes straight to the local communities where they can choose to spend it on schools, roads, infrastructure. Our facilities, while they do have meaningful numbers of employees, it's not thousands of employees per campus after the construction is completed, and so you're not taxing local and civic resources as much as some other use might be. From a water perspective, our largest building projects about 600,000 gallons of water consumption a year. To put that in perspective, an office building of about a quarter of the size of that would be about 11.8 million gallons per year. So I like to think that remote work has really helped reduce water consumption as people are working from home and not in office towers. But the reality is data centers are actually very good for the communities that they go in. I think to zoom out just a little bit, I recognize a lot of the local concerns, and I do think there have been a lot of bad actors in this space that have clogged up our system as it relates to the queue, as it relates to the availability of energy and resources, and I think the PUC and ERCOT have done a phenomenal job of working to implement Senate Bill 6 and the responsibilities that were given to them in creating the Batch Zero process and the subsequent governor's directive and the audit that is forthcoming, which I expect will be extensive and will significantly reduce the queue it will be clear who is a good actor and who is not. The folks sitting here before you today, at this table, I can attest to. I've worked with each of them in different capacities. These are good developers. These are people that are making the same investments in their communities. But to zoom out just a little bit, we are facing a moment that is as significant as the Industrial Revolution, the advent of the atom bomb, and the creation, the space race of the 60s and 70s. All at once, both from a global security perspective and from a global economic perspective. The winner of this technological race will dominate the way the global economy works and how global security works. And the United States has the opportunity to either lead that or to lose it to China. There is no better place in the Western world than Texas for these facilities to reside. And if anyone in this room wants any say of how it's going to work, we need it to reside in Texas so that you have the opportunity to regulate it and to help guide the vision for it so that it doesn't turn into Terminator, so it doesn't turn into a scary scenario down the line. There's going to be scary parts. It's not going to be easy, but I would ask everyone in this room, not just our legislators, but every citizen of this state, to think about the opportunity to either participate in this process and help guide how it happens, or to watch it happen to us with people that don't share our values and certainly don't care about the outcomes for our children. I'm happy to answer any questions you have specific to Skybox or to speak more broadly, but I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Jess, we have you as Jess Heck, and you're representing the Data Center Coalition, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please
Thank
proceed.
you. Good morning, Chairman King and members of the committee. My name is Jess Heck. I'm the Texas Director of Government Affairs for the Data Center Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. DCC is a national organization representing 53 member companies, including 13 that are headquartered right here in Texas. DCC membership is limited to established industry leaders with significant U.S. data center operations or a demonstrated pipeline of projects nearing energization. This ensures our members have meaningful operational experience and long-term investments in the industry. DCC, along with several member companies, including some at this table, recently submitted individual pledges demonstrating our commitment to Governor Abbott's directive to being responsible partners in meeting the Texas standards for data centers. The expansion of data centers in Texas is driven by many of the same factors that have made Texas an economic leader for decades: a strong business climate, available land, robust energy resources and infrastructure, population growth, and a strong building and trades workforce. And while artificial intelligence is certainly accelerating demand, it is important to recognize that AI is only part of the story. Data centers have been operating in Texas for decades and provide the digital infrastructure supporting cloud computing and services Texans rely on every day, from healthcare and education, e-commerce, public safety, and as Haynes mentioned, national security. while delivering significant economic benefits to the communities across the state, such as strengthening local tax bases. Based on a recent PwC report, it's estimated that the data center industry supported nearly 429,000 jobs across the Texas economy in 2024, including direct employment and jobs supported through operations and capital investments. Now, I'm frequently asked about the permanence of these jobs. I'd like to say that data centers provide years of certainty for construction jobs as campuses and facilities are developed throughout the state. Construction crews have individuals that make careers in what is traditionally thought of as temporary jobs. This is an opportunity to bolster careers that don't require a traditional four-year degree. Member company Compass Data Centers recently announced a training partnership with Texas State Technical College, helping individuals gain the skills and confidence to succeed in data center operations, electrical and mechanical systems, and IT in as short as 6 weeks. These are the kinds of opportunities that can have generational impacts for Texans, supporting workers and their families, and the impact scales across the Texas economy. In 2024 alone, the industry contributed $65.8 billion to Texas's GDP, representing a 16% increase from that previous year. I've shared with the committee a one-pager highlighting these and other key findings from the referenced PwC study, and the full study is available on the DCC's website. Moving to SB 6, last session, thanks in large part to the leadership of this committee, the legislature passed SB 6. It does provide a great roadmap for large load interconnection, first in the nation legislation, while maintaining affordable and reliable energy for all Texans. DCC has been actively engaged with the PUC and ERCOT throughout the process and has thus far submitted more than 20 sets of comments. Like other industries, data centers rely on regulatory certainty and predictability, particularly when it comes to energy reliability. That is why DCC has been engaged from day one. We continue to engage with the PUC and the Texas Water Development Board on their water and energy use surveys. We thank the agencies for allowing additional time to submit the surveys, and we've been working hand in hand to ensure that they have the correct data for their reports. We recognize that the conversation does not end with SB 6, but it serves as a critical starting point for everything our members do to be good neighbors in Texas, but there is still a lot of work to be done. We share the goal of establishing a Texas standard and that supports responsible investments while protecting Texans, strengthening our communities, and ensuring growth is planned and managed responsibly. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Jess. Ryan, please proceed. Just state your name, who you're with, and if you have an opening statement.
Ryan Keithy, QTS Data Centers. Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. My name is Ryan Keithy, and I lead operations at QTS Data Centers across the state of Texas. I'm also a lifelong Texan, a Navy veteran, a Baylor MBA graduate, and I serve on the board of SMU's Masters of Science in Data Center Systems Engineering. To me, this is personal. This testimony this morning is personal. My wife and I are raising 2 daughters here in the state of Texas, and I care deeply about the future of this state. I care about the economic impact that this data center opportunity has for the state of Texas. I care about the reliability of our electric grid, the stewardship of water and power, and the impact that this will leave on for generations beyond me. I've spent my career operating mission-critical facilities, from a nuclear reactor plant on naval warships to zero downtime facilities and data centers. At QTS, I'm the one that's responsible after the big ribbon-cutting ceremonies and announcements are made. I'm the one that's responsible for the safety, reliability of these facilities for many years to come. And that includes working within our communities to mitigate any impacts throughout the operation of our data center. At the end of the day, the communities have all rights to judge us by how we operate. That's why there's several guardrails that we adhere to at QTS. First and foremost, since 2019, all of our builds across the United States and Texas use closed-loop systems. What does that mean in simple terms? Each one of our buildings uses approximately the same amount of water on an annual basis as 5 single-family homes. When it comes to power, I'll put it plain and simple. We pay for the power that we consume, and we pay for the infrastructure required for our projects. Simply put, we do not believe that residential customers should subsidize our growth or this industry. We also believe that communities should benefit from these projects that take place in their neighborhoods. Proud to say that in 2026 alone, QTS is creating over 40,000 high-paying jobs across the United States. At QTS, 21% of our workforce are veterans, 28% in the state of Texas. As a veteran, being able to hire military and military transition pathways is incredibly important to me. I actually chair our veteran affinity group at QTS and look for ways to bring on more skill bridge or other ways for transitioning service members to join this industry. But I also think we need to look at technical colleges and other workforce development options to further grow the talent pipeline required. Most importantly, we want to be able to engage in the communities in which we operate. That's why we have regional engagement liaisons for every project and every data center that we have in the country. In fact, last Thursday, I was out in Hall and Briscoe County at Valley High School doing a town hall event. I spoke to 150 residents about all sorts of concerns over the course of 3 hours. Chair, there were two real themes that came out during those conversations. The first theme was water. And the residents were surprised to learn just how little water QTS will use once we're operational. And to answer your statement earlier, Representative Raymond, all of our construction water is non-potable water. And so I believe that was one of the questions on a previous panel. So that was a great conversation that we were able to have and help clear up to the members of the community. That was their biggest concern. The second concern is, hey, these 7,000 jobs that we're bringing to the area for construction sound great, but what happens when it's done? And I was able to, proudly tell them that this project will represent at least 350 full-time, high-paying jobs within their community. I spent hours talking to educators, parents, the football coach about ways we can prepare the generation of future graduates in that community to step straight into the workforce and have these high-paying jobs that are in their own backyard. Let's see. At the end of the day, communities just want straightforward answers, transparency, and to know what's happening to their communities, their neighbors, and where they're living in the future. Committee, I believe that Texas can lead the nation in digital infrastructure without making Texas, without compromising what makes Texas, Texas. In order to do that, our industry has to be willing partners and ensure we're operating under the guardrails that Texas requires. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here today. Please note the Texas-specific project figures in the handout being passed out right now, and I look forward to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, may I ask a question?
One second.
Yes, sir.
Before we get to questions, I need to announce the next public testimony panel is going to be Tom Green, Charles Butler, Richard Sims. After that panel, we will go to Chris Paulson, Beatrice Herlocker, and Pat Dixon. So those will come up after we get done questioning this panel. Ms. T.
I noticed during the testimony, I think the second witness mentioned that we got to keep moving forward strongly because we don't want China to surpass us. In my little limited research, I know that China is, by its own numbers, is missing about 100 million people they claim to have. They import about 70% of their oil. They rely heavily on imports for their animal feed, for their meat, and their soybeans. And they depend on the West for trade from the United States and for Europe. And we have surpassed China in data centers. We have between 4,500 and I think 5,400 nationwide. In Texas alone, we have 537 to 700. And China has about 450 to 1,000 in their country, their whole country. And their labor population is aging, and they don't have a whole lot of people to replace them because they limit one child per family. Now, how is China surpassing us with these limitations?
Yes, ma'am. Those are all very good questions. Thank you.
No, so those are facts.
Can I respond?
Please do.
Okay.
Just state your name and who
yes.
you're with before you start.
Haynes Strader, Skybox Data Centers.
Mm-hmm.
I agree that those are facts. Those are good numbers. There is no better solution to China's ails than AI. They can replace a lot of their population and workforce with robotics and advanced artificial intelligence. Over the last 3 years, the current estimate is that China has surpassed. They've built enough coal plant generation for their electrical grid to support AI development to the scale of the entire electrical grid of the United States in 3 years. That's how much electrical capacity they've built to support AI development. So while, yes, we are currently in the lead, I agree with that. I think the lead is much closer. And I believe Colonel McCraw is going to be here later today and can probably address this better than I can. But we are absolutely in a neck-to-neck race for how national security is going to work around the world and how the economy is going to work around the world. And I think while China is facing many of those challenges, China is also willing to sacrifice a lot of its people to get there.
But they don't have the population. Their population is not keeping up. If they allowed one child per family, and, you know, we popping them out like, you know, jelly beans over here, you know?
Yeah, I understand your point. I think AI is the way they see solving a lot of those problems. They see using advanced robots and drones and using artificial intelligence to replace a lot of its workforce. I think China cares a lot less about its citizens and their health and well-being than we do about ours. And
well, I'm questioning whether or not we care about our health and citizens.
Yes, ma'am. I do too.
That's the reason why we're talking about data centers with no guardrails.
I'm sorry?
With limited guardrails.
Yes, ma'am, and we're in support of guardrails. I think.
Yeah. But if you build them before the guardrails, then we have what is called we just kind of sweep you in.
I'm not sure I follow, but
what you follow is that you already built.
Yes, ma'am.
And a lot of things that we won't be able to impose upon you because you were built before we impose the guardrails. Because legislation goes forward and not backwards.
Okay, that's fair. Is there a specific?
No, sir, that's a fact.
Yes, ma'am. Is there a specific example? For example, every building we've built since 2014 uses closed loop technology, so it uses very minimal water. There's never been a rule that we had to do that. It's more expensive. It's less efficient from a.
But don't you use electricity when you lose closed loop? Don't
yes,
you
ma'am.
lose more
it does
electricity?
use slightly more electricity. That's
okay,
true.
and who shares in that elevated cost of electricity?
So
does the citizens share any part of that?
Not directly to our facility. It depends on what kind of upgrades, transmission upgrades are required. So our sites, if you go, you can look on a map and look at every single one of our sites. They are built right next to major transmission corridors, so that it requires very minimal system upgrades from where the transmission lines that are already built and existing feed into our buildings. We then privately pay for the substations and the interconnection. We pay for all of the utility power associated with those sites. We're paying for every bit of upgrade that we are enabled to pay for. And I think the industry is willing to go a lot further than that, which has been demonstrated by the billions of dollars currently held by Encore AEP and Centerview, or Centerpoint, as well as many other of the municipal utilities around the state that are waiting to be deployed at the PUC's discretion to offset ratepayer costs in Texas. Billions of dollars awaiting the rules to be set by the PUC and ERCOT.
Let me ask you a question. You say we pay all the upgrades that you're allowed to be paid. What upgrades that you're not allowed to be paid?
So if a system upgrade, so I'll give you an example, and I don't
Okay.
know exactly like for dollar, but if we had to add, for example, a transmission line that had to come through a cornfield, and that transmission line enabled 100 megawatts, and our building was going to use 60 megawatts, so 60% of that amount of power. The way the system currently works is the utility is responsible for determining your pro rata share of that upgrade expense because they're assuming the other 40% is going to be used by the surrounding community. Historically, that's been pretty true because we don't have enough electrical infrastructure to service citizens and people and normal residents. So for example, in Hutto, we sold 70 acres to Encore at a very reasonable price. It was not a very profitable deal, but we did what was legally necessary for a transaction. That site supported the multi-gigawatt Teal switch, which serves the Samsung semiconductor plant. That's the primary function of that facility is to serve Samsung. Because it's located there, the land adjacent to it, we were able to build a 300 megawatt substation right next to it that has about 100, maybe less than 100 yards. We call it 60 yards of transmission lines. We paid for that. We paid for the substation. Encore has subsequently built additional substation facilities on that land that we sold that solely serves the city of Hutto and the surrounding area. It doesn't serve our site at all. So we enabled, our investment enabled significant electrical infrastructure for all Texans around us, and it's not just serving us. So I am very much in favor.
What happens if the other 40% is not needed by the community?
Who
pays for that?
Yes, that is exactly what the PUC and ERCOT are working on right now, and I expect that to be addressed. But that is a concern. I think to date, fortunately, if you're thinking about historically, because I think that's a good point, if you're trying to go back and say, okay, how has this been messed up and where are the risks in how this was done previously, I think the challenge is that we've needed all of that electrical capacity. So not just for data centers, for everybody. Like the growth of the state has been so significant that there hasn't been excess infrastructure because it's been needed. But when you're talking about the scale, these multiple gigawatts of requests, you know, if it ends up being, let's say it ends up being somewhere around 20% of what's requested, that's still 80, 90 gigawatts. That's a massive amount. That can't be stranded. And so I do think Chairman Gleeson and Mr. Vegas and their teams are working very diligently to ensure that rules are imposed before energization is allowed to ensure that ratepayers do not get stuck holding the bag. And we're, I think all of us sitting here and most of my good colleagues in this industry all support that.
So you're making a decision for the community and not the community making a decision for themselves?
I'm not sure I follow.
What I'm saying is that 40% that you said that the community, surrounding community may use, you're making a decision for them. Maybe they don't want it. Maybe they don't want it. Maybe they don't want to increase that area. You make, you know, where does the community have the input on the use of that?
Well, it's run by the utilities who are trying to project how much electrical capacity is needed in a region. So and that which is usually based on population growth. That's historically how it's been done. And it's actually a great point. We've never had an opportunity ever in the United States where corporate America is willing to subsidize the development of electrical generation and transmission across the country for the benefit of all Americans. It's an unbelievable opportunity. The utilities have had to guess. ERCOT and the utilities and FERC and NERC and all the utilities around the country have had to guess how much electricity is going to be used, and then generators and transmission providers have to make bets, economic bets, on how much they should invest in the system. Today, you have the companies like Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, and many others, Oracle, Meta, and dozens of others, with tremendous balance sheets, AA credit, or investment grade credit, that can support the generation and transmission costs and be the backstop if it fails. We've never had that opportunity before. It's an incredible opportunity to actually upgrade the infrastructure. So I agree with your concern, and I think what we're saying as an industry is we're willing to help solve that, and we're willing to put our money where our mouth is. And so I genuinely think the path ERCOT and the PUC are on are going to solve these issues.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It just seems to me from just talking to people around the state that a lot of the data centers are being built in the ETJ areas where the city nor the counties have any input. And matter of fact, they just kind of removed out of the system, you know. But when these things come online, they're going to have the responsibility in some capacity. You know, it just seems like just a one-sided situation. Thank you.
Mr. McQueenie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you guys think that there's any statutory flexibility that we need to provide to ERCOT to look at the development of these things, not in a one-size-fits-all? Like if one development requires a new right-of-way with, you know, the grid and one's behind the, is there any suggestions that you guys have in that regard?
Yeah, I think what we understand about batch one.
Michael, just state your name and
Michael
who you're with.
McNamara with Lancium. You know, for batch one, which will follow batch zero, will be a much more comprehensive review that pairs transmission upgrades, you know, with the load that is attested and financially secure. And I think that won't be one size fits all. It will right size whatever upgrades are required based on, you know, a number of smaller projects and a number of larger projects, and that seems to us to be good policy.
Okay. If I could just double down on that really quickly, ditto, but I would say the last 18 months that ERCOT has been a thorough stakeholder-led process, and I think a lot of that feedback has been interpreted and received well and is being implemented as we speak.
And then, Jess, I think for you probably to speak for the industry, do you think that the industry is at a place where they are willing and should disclose water and power usage expectations up front so that people know what they're dealing with?
Thank you for the question. Sorry, I can't see you. Thank you for the question. I think that from our robust participation in the PUC and the Water Development Board surveys, it's clear that our industry wants to be good partners and be able to disclose the info we need to make these educated decisions that are data-driven. So yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ryan, pronounce your last name again?
Keithy.
What?
Ryan Keithy.
Keithy, okay. Wanted to ask you, since you mentioned non-potable water, so did you say that there's a plant or a data center that is 100% non-potable water?
For construction use, we're using non-potable water for dirt mitigation in batch plants.
But
The
after?
water that's actually required to fill and charge the system is primarily deionized water, and that's to remove the possibility of pitting or corrosion in the stainless steel piping where that water recirculates in perpetuity.
Okay, do you have an opinion on whether or not any facilities could be completely, where non-potable water could be the only source that they need?
If non-potable water were to be treated properly to remove any sort of chemicals or other minerals in the water that could cause corrosion over the length of service that data center is in operation, then yes, that could be a possibility.
I also wanted to ask, Madam Chair, and I'll ask the chairman later, Haynes, you mentioned national security, and I think a lot of us sort of read about that and hear about that, but none of you guys are sort of directly involved in our national security. So talk a little bit about that if you want, but what I'm going to ask the chairman at some point, I would really like to invite someone, probably from the federal government, that can, from DOD or somewhere, that can come and talk to us about that, because when that's discussed, or you tell people, or at least when I'm talking to people and I talk about the national security part of it, it's, I don't know how much they believe that, Chairman, what I was saying is that since the national security aspect of this, I think is a very important part of any consideration for moving forward in Texas and maybe anywhere else in the country, that perhaps, Chairman, we should at some point, I'm guessing
We've got two people on probably the next panel that are going to talk about national security.
Are they with no, well, Steve McCraw, who I love, but they're not with the national, they're not with DOD or the federal government, but at some point, Chairman, in the future, because I'm guessing we're going to take this up again, is that maybe we should invite someone that can come in and speak to that, because when people talk about it, people that are advocating, as you just did, I'm glad you did, but I think that part of our charge here is to try to get to the bottom of what's real and what's fake.
If you would supply me with somebody you would like specifically to hear from, I will make that happen.
I'll ask the Secretary of Defense, I suppose, if they want to send somebody. Well, I mean, I'm serious. How do we address that unless we have somebody from that?
There's no Secretary of Defense.
What?
There's no Secretary of Defense anymore.
I'm sorry, Department of War, sorry. Thank you for correcting me, Chairman. All right. For the Department of War.
Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned you were in Dallas County. Is that QTS you're in Dallas County? Or just
Yes, ma'am. We have operations in Irving, Texas, as well as Wilmer and Lancaster right now.
Okay, and so are you in a mud district in the Lancaster area or
I don't know that off the top of my head, and I can follow up with you, but I'm not sure.
Okay, and I was wondering, why did you go there and why are you in an ETJ area? Was that a deliberate attempt to avoid your involvement with the cities in the area?
I believe we're in the city of Wilmer and in the city of Lancaster, but I can follow up for more clarity. I just don't have that right in front of me.
I'd appreciate if you'd get that information to me.
We can.
Okay, Mr. Darby is next, and then Ms. Tranchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question is to the panelists, all of you. We spent, and I in particular have spent a lot of legislative effort over the last few years in planning for decommissioning of projects, whether it be wind, solar, battery storage, all of that. And we require in the lease agreements that those provisions recite who's on the hook for removal costs, component recycling and land restoration, those type of things. Now, while one of the previous panelists said we need to might be using for roller skating, my roller skating days may be gone, but what we're going to be looking at and drafting bills on decommissioning provisions with regard to these data centers, because again, the testimony is that it's a highly volatile industry subject to changes in technology. So tell me what, if anything, is currently in your current site planning and lease agreements for these facilities. And if you have some ideas about what provisions we might include in legislation that would try to address decommissioning concerns about these facilities.
Thank you, Chairman Army, for the question. The decommissioning is a serious issue, and it's not uniform across the industry how it works today. So I can't speak for every building in the state. But what I can say is, our projects all have what's called restoration clauses in the lease. So the customer, the end customer, the hyperscaler or the technology company or the bank or whomever our end customer is in that building, they are responsible for the removal and safe destruction of any hardware. I heard the comment about the GPUs becoming less useful over time. What I would say is our tenants actually, they have facilities where their highest performing computers go, and then they get shipped to lower performing facilities that have lower density. But those computers actually last quite a long time and continue to compute in different functions. So whether you're running cloud or co-location or whether you're running high functioning artificial intelligence compute, that hardware still retains quite a bit of value. I think the big things to worry about decommissioning are things like diesel generators, things like chillers that do ultimately have a 20 or 30 year lifespan, and those need to be properly disposed of. And a lot of that material is recyclable, but there's obviously risk of chemical spill and that kind of thing. So that all has to be very tightly maintained. What I would say is, if you think about Murphy's Law and just about our use of technology, and the exponential growth in technological use. We're not using our phones less. They came out with more storage. We figured out how to fill it up. They come out with more storage the next year. I mean, people got 28,000 photos on their phone now. I mean, that's not changing. So the more you give people the opportunity to use technology, historically what's proven is they're going to use it. So the buildings themselves, the structures themselves, have this utility power or behind the meter power that takes a very long time to get, it's very hard to replicate, and that has inherent value. So whether that's for what computing, it could be quantum computing, there's all different types of computing use that may be used in the future, but these could be converted to, I mean, if you're talking 20, 30 years down the line, if you want to do advanced manufacturing and you want to do it quickly, you're going to go somewhere that already has existing power capacity. And so there's inherent value in having that power capacity at these sites, but to say, hey, in 30 years, this is exactly how it's going to work, I think that's going to be very difficult I think the point is it needs to be dealt with responsibly. One of the things we face a lot during construction is we need excess land, but we don't need it forever for parking or man camps or whatever that may look like. And we put in very favorable restoration clauses to the landowner that we lease that land from to make sure that they get land that they can farm again, that they can use again for whatever the original purpose is. And we take on all of that expense. And that's committed to in a lease, in a legal document that's recorded.
If I can just add, Ryan Keithy, QTS Data Centers, to everything that Hayden just said is, data centers are now designed with modularity in mind. So as technology changes and the next generation of compute chips requires a higher density level of cooling, components can easily be swapped out to accommodate, these changes in technology. I don't see us using less compute tomorrow than we are today, and I see that trend continuing as far as I could project. We actually have data centers that are 25 years old in other parts of the country, and those data centers refurbish the diesel generators, put in different chillers, and just keep evolving with the technology needs of today to still be useful and fully using all the power that we're committed to. So I think that we're going to continue to see this growth in the industry, and designing with modularity in mind is key.
Yeah, all of our projects are on land that we own, and all of our contracts are very long term, at least 15 years. And they're extremely valuable at day one, and they maintain that value. So we don't have a decommissioning plan per se, because we don't know what the world looks like in 2015, 20 years from now. But I'd be happy to collaborate with you in this committee on a common sense approach.
Well, as we move forward with kind of codifying into state law some protections, if you will, look forward to working with each one of you in that process. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Anchia.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony today. Wanted to follow up on Chairman Darby's questions related to decommissioning and think more about where we are in the cycle right now. I mean, if you study markets, there's kind of an explosion a fragmentation in the marketplace, then there will be a bust, and then there'll be consolidation, right? So I think Chairman Darby's question is not only focused on maybe the 30-year, 20-year, 15-year lifespans that you all are talking about, but maybe about that time in the maturity of a marketplace when there is a bust. And, you know, this is nothing novel. People are talking about it, the financial press and otherwise. When the music stops, and it will at some point, what gets left over, and where do you think we are? And I know you'll have a rosier view on this because you're in the business. Where are we in the cycle right now?
Thank you, Representative Inchia, Chairman Inchia, and good to see you. Haynes Strader, Skybox Data Centers. So I'm not an economist. I don't have the full view, but my view is that where we sit in the cycle is we are still in the build mode, and demand dramatically exceeds supply. So if you think about just here in Texas, what ERCOT's dealing with, 470 gigawatts of requests, of which we don't know how much is going to get approved, but let's just say 20% of that gets approved. That means 80% of demand is not satisfied in the state. Now, do I think a lot of that is probably redundant shadow demand? Absolutely. So I think the
best guess, what percentage is shadow demand? Because at
least 50 or 60%.
Okay. I'd venture to say the higher end
I would,
of that number.
That would not surprise
and
me.
possibly even exceeding 2/3.
That would not surprise. If it was 66%, that would not surprise me at all.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So when the music stops, to answer your question, I think the reality is we are so far behind the demand chain, and the timeline to build these projects. You know, the problem with the public markets is everything is on a quarterly basis, and it's all super. Everybody's running as fast as they can. The reality is building these projects takes a long time. We started our project in Hutto in 2022. And we are just now delivering the very first building, which Michael would laugh at me because he builds a lot faster than I do. But we're just now delivering our first building on that campus this year. The second building will fall at the end of this year. But that's a long process. It has a credit-backed lease and all of those things. But the idea is if the music stops, I think a lot of projects that haven't broken ground, aren't far along, are definitely at risk of falling apart. And so I think there will be a quieting of this noise in the market. I think a lot of the frustration you hear from a lot of folks is developers are doing behind closed door deals, and they're making people sign NDAs, and a lot of those projects aren't ever going to come out of the ground or materialize, which is incredibly frustrating for those of us trying to actually do this because we're having to carry the weight of a lot of folks doing this the wrong way.
I've never heard anybody testify before this committee that they're the speculator or they're the bad actor. Everybody says, well, we're the good guys. It's all those other people that are the bad guys. I'd be curious to see someday somebody come to this committee and say, no, we're the guys you guys are talking about. Because it never happens. Never happens.
I believe Speaker Burrows invited some folks who refused to attend.
Okay. Go on. I didn't mean to slow your roll. I'm just kind of curious who these bad actors are, you know? And if you want to submit a list to the committee, we'd love to see it.
I'd be happy to work with the committee on some suggestions there. But to your point, I think the overall risk to the average Texan of the AI bubble bursting and it really hurting Texas is low from a data center development standpoint because the demand is still going to exceed supply. And it's not, the buildings we're building do not just do AI. They do cloud, they run your email, they run your banking accounts, they run airline ticketing systems. So unless we're gonna just stop interacting with digital infrastructure altogether, demand is not going away, and we aren't, as a country, have not been able to catch up. Supply is not even close to catching demand.
Let me sort of test that a little bit. Because you said Murphy's Law earlier. I think you meant Moore's Law, right?
Yes,
Moore's Law. Murphy's Law is when, things that can go wrong will go wrong. Moore's Law is that technology doubles every X number of years. And I think it used to be every 5 years. It's now a more compressed window. A quick review of the competition marketplace, or the competition which you alluded to, is that China is a great national security threat. China has built, as far as I can tell, less than 600 data centers in a country of 1.2 billion people, right? We have built 10x that number. We're at about 5,000. They're at max about 600. You said that they have the power to be redundant, power their fleet, and that they're a big threat. What do you make of that imbalance, right? What do you make of that 10x build out that we've created? And in fact, is there enough supply, demand in the marketplace for that to be sustainable? Truly, what do they know that we don't?
If I may, I think if the Chinese controlled NVIDIA, they would
Michael,
build
just tell
Michael
who you are.
McNamara with Lancium. They would build 1,000 times as many data centers as we do. We have a technological edge that we have maintained, and all of those GPUs are coming here to the U.S. and staying here. They're under export sanction for very good reason. And we've somehow, as a society, figured out how to make sand think, and thinking is a benefit to the entire economy, and it will suffuse through every function in a positive way.
Now that's an SAT word. What does suffuse mean?
Spread.
Thank you.
And be diffuse. And like Haynes has said, the signal we have from our customers is that demand is infinite. Now, we need to get it right, and the way we get it right is our end customers are all the biggest companies in the world. And so Oracle is an AI business. They also have the world's biggest database business. And Microsoft is an AI business. They also have Office and PowerPoint. And so the creditworthiness of these companies are the best in the world, and they are committed to long-term commitments for all the tax base. And what you saw in fiber is, even though we overbuilt fiber at the cost to the developers that didn't make it, but we all got really cheap internet that lasted forever. And now finally in 2026, after the build in 2020, we're finally starting to fill it up from AI. And so if we do it right, we get the benefits from the fixed asset investment. And if those fixed assets have to change hand, but the bills are still paid, we get all the benefit.
Totally agree. Haynes Strader, Skybox Data Centers. And a great question. I think I agree with Michael's point. I also think it's important to note that the United States is, these computing facilities are not just performing for the United States, it's all around the world. This is the best technology in the world. We're attracting companies and nations computing with us from all around the world. They're not turning to China to do that for the most part, to do their computing. So China is very much self-serving. And I also think China is not necessarily worried about serving all of its population massive access to technology. They're doing it for more government, national security, economic output. They're not doing it to encourage TikTok and Instagram interaction and social media for their citizens. So there's population to population is not the right comparison. I think it's national priorities. And China will build as many data centers as they can fill with computers. Their biggest limit, our biggest limit is energy supply and the regulatory environment. Their biggest limit is access to compute. And the more we can keep that away from them, the better. But I think for us to remain, they are going to figure that out over time. Like they will eventually figure this out. And it's, again, I think it's better to have some national security experts opine on this. But it's close. Everything I've heard is it's a lot closer than we would like or than we think. And that keeps me up at night.
Anything to add?
The only thing that I would add is the net number of new data centers is less important than the amount of power being generated to supply those data centers. So while we could be 10x the amount of data centers of another country, if they are creating power at a vastly quicker rate than we are, that is going to enable more computer chips to be made. Like we don't know if their data centers are 1 megawatt or 500 megawatts. If they're on the larger side, which I could speculate is based on the power that they're creating. They are able to. Well, I'm not an expert on that, so it's speculative on my end. But they're able to train AI models or inferencing at a much faster rate because they have that power available. Haynes hit the nail on the head. Power generation is our biggest constraint.
Question for Haynes on water usage. I'm looking at the Skybox handout.
Yes, sir.
Does this calculation related to water usage include water usage related to power generation on site?
Haynes Trader, Scotland State Centers. We currently, our strong preference is to have everything interconnected through the grid. And so all of our facilities to date have been interconnected to the grid. So we are not calculating, now our customers dictate the retail contracts that they're signing, but we are reliant on ERCOT and the grid to supply us with electricity at all of our current campuses.
So you don't have any co-located power?
We do not. Well, we have redundant power. We have
Yes.
backup redundancy, but not for primary power, no, sir.
Gotcha. Lancium, when the data center panel testified before this committee previously, the common narrative, and I've heard it repeated from your GR folks regularly, is that, well, we use about as much power in data centers as a hotel. I'm in the hotel business. Are we talking about a 700-room Intercontinental, or are we talking about a 150-room Fairfield Inn?
I believe that we had updated these statistics for Abilene because it's operational, and we have a year of water usage, and I think it was equivalent to the entire campus to a 100-room hotel.
100-room hotel. Does that include water related to co-located combined cycle power? Or is it just for?
That is just for the data center.
Okay. What is the aggregate water usage that includes co-located power, if it is combined cycle?
I don't have that, but we have municipal service in Abilene where we have a limit by the city. We use about 10% of that limit today, and all of our future planning is well within that limit.
Okay. Understanding the aggregate number, because the small hotel data point is interesting.
Chairman and Chia, just point of interest, I think there's a witness that was here specifically to answer that question coming up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just understanding aggregate usage, I know, is something that my constituents care about. Thank you so much.
Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Texas is a great place to do business, and y'all are happy to be here. What happens when we take your sales tax exemption away, which is probably going to happen? You still going to be here?
Our entire company's based here. I don't plan on moving. But if we run out of power, I'm a lot more worried about that than I am about its sales tax incentives.
Okay, because it's a big number. It's a huge number. I passed the bill to get it, and I'm going to probably carry the one to repeal it. So I just want to, realistically, that's going to go away. You've heard the governor say it, so it's going to go away. I just want to make sure, does that affect y'all's decision to stay in Texas?
QTS, Ryan Keithy, QTS Data Centers. QTS generally does not seek local incentives. Like Haynes just mentioned, power generation and understanding when we can get that power is far more important.
This is not a local incentive. It's the state portion of the sales tax, which you don't have to pay on your equipment right now.
Correct. QTS is committed to continuing investing in Texas.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I've got one or two, particularly, and you heard me kind of allude to this, like the man camps and the water usage and the wastewater. How committed are you as developers and to seeking wastewater solutions, such as produced water? Is that something you're actively pursuing?
Yes, we are. And as I mentioned, our Childress facility uses the brackish water in the Blaine Reservoir.
Yeah, but see, the problem, I'm talking about produced water that's been shoved down a hole in the oil field. There's a big argument, particularly in West Texas, because parts of my district only have Santa Rosa. And when you're in Childress, there's some Ogallala up there as well. So the Santa Rosa isn't as active or produced, but other parts of my district, they actually water cattle out of that brackish aquifer. So while I think what you're doing in Childress is phenomenal for that water district and the Greenbelt Water Authority and all of that, I worry when I hear, well, we're gonna produce the brackish water because it's not used. Well, that's not true. There are certain parts of Texas that's the only water. So I am certainly making it a priority to push produced water that, I mean, if you're cleaning water, you're cleaning water. I know the technology is somewhat different to make produced water close to potable if you can, but I would encourage anybody doing a water project anywhere in West Texas to know what aquifer you're tapping and know what it's actually used for, because a lot of the negativity that comes from developers going out and thinking they know something about a region and they really don't. So I would encourage, if you're going to invest in water technology, I would like us to really push toward produced water. I think that is something that everybody can agree on, that if you could use that water, and I know there's technologies out there where you can actually make it clean enough, and I don't know, if you're going to desal a brackish aquifer, why can't we just clean the produced water that's just sitting there available, is one point. The next thing I would like to ask you kind of goes back to what Mr. Darby was asking about reclamation. You know, I worry a lot about these speculators who are building that are probably never going to get an interconnect, right? They're hunting that golden ticket, and if they get it, they're going to flip their project to you or to somebody that's really in the business. But if they don't get it, how many of these, you know, who tears down the building? Or is the building just given to the community for a roping arena or roller skates or whatever? I've got them popping up all over out there. When they don't, especially after the governor's letter, they don't know if they're ever going to get power, but they're building. So are we just going to have giant warehouses and stranded assets everywhere? Or is the industry committed to, hey, if we don't get the power, we're going to clean it up and turn it back into the way it was?
Ryan Keithy, QTS Data Centers. I can't speak for other companies, but at least at QTS, we don't start building unless we have a clear path to power and financial models that make sense for us to invest that large of capital into a project. So I can't speak for others, but I would imagine most of the industry won't start building until they have a path to power and some sort of lease signal.
Well, Ryan, I mean, but I hope you see the reason for my question. Haynes and Chairman Anchia just had a real back and forth about what the percentage number of these that are actually going to come to be and actually be a data center, and the number's pretty high of the ones that are just speculating out there. So that, I mean, that's the reason for the question. And when Ms. T and others talk about guardrails, I think that's what you can expect from the legislature to move forward, that when you sign these agreements, if it doesn't work out for you, you're not going to leave that community hanging with built-out infrastructure, which leads me to the man camp thing. When you come in and you go into a county, and I know you've already testified that you're putting major investments into law enforcement, EMS. I mean, you come out to where I live. If you're going on your ski trip and you roll your Suburban, it's a chance nobody's coming to get you. And kind of some of the places y'all are building are the places I'm talking about. So when you bring 5,000 workers into a community that's used to having 300 people in it, there's no jail, there's no ambulances, the fire departments are taxed. How do you deal with that going forward? Anybody want to answer that one?
Yeah, for instance, our project in Turkey is a small town, and that's why we decided proactively to do a site infrastructure agreement, and it'll be well over $10 million of money they get up front for their use, whatever they think the highest best use is, to help deal with the price of progress.
And Michael, I think you told me, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, so if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, but I think you told me your company has made the decision not to take another abatement from anybody.
Right.
You guys are just going to put money up front into the community without a tax abatement.
That's right.
Okay. So now when the 5,000 workers are gone and you've got 300 people computing data and you have these massive man camps that are going in, like in the construction world that I'm seeing in my district, the data center is one thing. You just got the big building, whatever, but these huge modular, they're different maybe than the old trailer parks of the oil boom, but
is kind of what they are. And you're talking about massive septic systems and, all of this stuff. Part of your agreement, when you remove the modular homes, some of these guys are building streets, gutters. I mean, they're whole communities. Are you taking all of that with you and putting the land back to graze cattle when that part's over? Or because what I'm more worried about is not the 5 years of construction. I can understand completely how a community is going to benefit from all those people coming in, and they're going to make some money, and their school districts are going to go from property poor to property wealthy in a hurry, get all that. 10 years out is what I'm concerned about, because I've heard data centers people over and over say, if we're coming to a community, that community should not be paying property taxes. We're going to spend so much money, there shouldn't be property taxes paid by the locals. But nobody ever tells me exactly how that works. Now, I can understand the local tax base growing during construction. But when you're back down to 300 additional people and all this infrastructure's gone out and everybody's property taxes has gone up because you increase value, when you show up, you increase land values. And so now everybody's property values have gone up, but now you're gone other than the computing data. How does that sustain? Where does the revenue come from at that point to continue to sustain that community?
Yeah, I think we have some of the long-range tax planning material that we can share with you, but the plan from our customers is to refresh the servers every 6 years. So while they are depreciated, not in 3 or 9 months, as one gentleman said, they have a 6-year depreciation schedule with the appraisal district, 5-year, excuse me. Then they'll get refreshed, and that real tax value goes up again. And so the taxable value going into the county and the school will be maintained over the life of the project, which is well over 20 years. And then on the decommissioning on the man camp, I believe that's in your scope, so maybe.
It's Lancium land QTS paper for the man camp, but our intention is to fully restore the land back to its original, I believe cattle were on there previously.
Can you, and I appreciate that, I'd like you to make it minus the mesquite. You're cleaning that up. Yeah, I am getting greedy on that. But so you believe, and you have long-range tax plans where when these things get refurbed every 5 or 6 years, there's a whole nother pot of money going to come back into the community. So it's not, so after the build out and you're computing data, a county that has one of these facilities, or at least one y'all are operating, can count on an elevated tax base for the life of the project.
That's right.
Ryan Keithley, QTS Data Centers. We can share with you, we're in the final stages of some of the discussions with our prospective tenant and other stakeholders. So I don't have that number completely finalized, but I can tell you it will be transformational for that county and that area.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I just count Haynes Strader with Skybox Data Centers. The one nuance that might be helpful for local tax planning, because this is business personal property tax that you're talking about. It's getting refreshed. These buildings aren't all, the interiors of the buildings aren't all deployed at once. So the first third of the building gets all of its computers and the clock starts. A year later, 6 months later, the next pod. And as these pods deploy, so it actually should be a relatively smooth depreciation schedule. There'll be some deviation, but it's not just it all starts depreciating all at once, because the investment is gradual over time. It's ramped, just like your power is ramped over time. It's the exact same thing. The investment isn't all at once in these buildings. So it should actually look like a fairly reliable, nice, flat investment in the building that generates a lot of tax revenue, transformational tax revenue.
So the last question from me, we've heard testimony, public testimony today, and almost every panel somebody has said they're not against data centers, but not in my backyard kind of deal. Just quickly, can you explain how you pick a site, particularly in West Texas or rural Texas?
We have a many parameters go into selection, but it's availability of power, land. In Abilene, our neighbors are the junkyard, the local landfill, a concrete plant. We want to be cognizant of the community. We never put a project in the middle of a housing development or near schools. They're always in somewhere that very large contiguous land. The Childress project is 6 square miles. There are no neighbors. Proximity to infrastructure, highways, water, where infrastructure is Incrementals needed, we've paid. There's been $40 million of contributions to TechStop from the Stargate project. Local workforce, and also before we build a project, we go in and talk with folks and see if they're receptive.
So would you say that the testimony we heard that nobody in Abilene likes you is wrong?
Chairman, that was very frustrating to me. I go there all the time. I'm there every 2 weeks. It's almost universally positive.
Would you also agree that there are data center projects, whether they're AI or some other form of data center, that have built next to schools and in residential areas? Because we've heard a lot of testimony about that too. And now I know you have all said that your companies don't do that. But is that happening across Texas?
I don't know.
Haynes Strader with Skybox Data Centers. I can comment on that. We started developing in urban areas, so we have built near residential. In Pflugerville, for example, we're in an industrially zoned site, so the alternative use would have been 4 or 5 industrial buildings with hundreds of diesel trucks every day that are a lot louder from a decibel perspective than anything happening on our campus. We're not going in and asking to rezone multifamily or retail, or we're not trying to disrupt the city's plan. But when we go into an urban area, we are looking for zoning that we are a much better use for neighbors than a manufacturing facility or something that's got thousands of trucks or hundreds of trucks coming in every day. I think there's actually a community event next week in Pflugerville. I'd encourage any of you that'd like to attend. The neighbors will be there. Our staff is there. Our ops staff that work in the buildings are there. We have a great relationship with our neighbors. We had one issue with one neighbor where there was construction lighting that was pouring into her bathroom, and she called us. It took her 2 days to get to us, and we fixed that since then, so it doesn't take her 2 days to get to us. But we installed blackout curtains in her bathroom, and during that period of time, as construction was done, we redid all the drapes in her house as a thank you for working with us, and she'll probably be at that community event next week in Pflugerville.
So tell me, the testimony we've heard about the citizen concern that if these things are in a residential area or close to a school, that the TCEQ couldn't speak to light or sound. I don't think I got a clear answer on if you're doing anything harmful to the air quality, or what is the negative effect? I mean, we hear all kinds of things on what data centers will do. I mean, I hear that cows aren't going to give birth. I hear that, the low hum is going to affect children's hearing for the rest of their lives. What do you say to that? Do you have an answer for it, or do you study these things, or where's the protections to the community?
Yes, sir. So have answers to all of that, and I think QTS, coming from the operations side, will be able to speak to this as well. But the noise levels are all within city ordinance, city code, so for whatever our use is. So the loud things that you might hear are chillers and diesel generators. Those things have, depending on how close we are to the street and what the noise levels are, lots of ways to mitigate sound. So we put in sound walls, sound barriers, mufflers. The loudest thing in the building are the servers, but between the outside of the building and the server room, you have like 3 feet of concrete that you have to go through. Where there have been absolutely true stories, and this is particularly pertained to, I would say, bad actors in the crypto mining world that built at $125 a foot steel and aluminum sheds and stuffed a bunch of servers in them that are open air, and those servers you could hear a mile away. They're very loud. In our buildings, you wear hearing protection in the data hall for OSHA purposes, just so that their ears don't get damaged. But if you can sit in the vestibule right outside of it, you can bring a sound meter, and there's no audible noise whatsoever, no perceivable noise. The further away you get outside the building, it's dramatically less loud than a parking lot or a church parking lot on a Sunday, or certainly a truck yard or something like that. So when you compare it to, I think the question is relative to what, and if it's relative to an alternative industrial use, I would say data centers are dramatically quieter and better for the environment than almost any other industrial use. And again, we're not using very much water. We're certainly using less than any other industrial use I'm aware of. We are not, our generators are the only time all those generators are on is when the power's out across the state. And now, based on Senate Bill 6, we're giving all that power capacity back to the state to distribute to communities, and so our generators turn on to enable that to happen. So I have a hard time. I think there are developers that go in and say, hey, we're going to buy this planned neighborhood and turn it into a data center, and that drives everybody nuts because that's not the right way to do things. And no one at this table has ever done that, and I think, anyways, but if you want to talk about the operating noise.
Ditto for most of that.
Yeah.
Ryan Keithy, QTS Data Centers. The only thing that I'll add to that is one of our large corporate offices is in Irving, Texas. We have 6 data centers on that campus there. Our original building was a semiconductor fab plant that went out of business that we acquired in 2013 and converted into a data center. I work there every day when I'm not on the road. We have a couple hundred corporate employees that work there. You wouldn't know there's a data center there if you walk around. I sometimes take calls when it's not 100 degrees while I'm walking around getting some steps in. You would have no idea that there's a data center right there unless you worked at that QTS facility. And I would invite anyone on this committee to come out to Irving and look and see for themselves and be like, wow, that I couldn't tell there was a data center there. We do so with sound mitigation, like Hayden said. We have high walls for both security, but as well as ensuring that when those diesels do fire up, that they're not noisy for anyone that's nearby. But
Okay. All right. Well, I think Ms. T still has a question, and we're going
No, I want to share something with the committee, with the chairperson.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm from Houston. I want to tell you what they do, data centers in my area does. It doesn't care where you live. It comes and set up it comes and sits and establish themselves within a community. And I'm about to have one in which the residential area is about 95% residential, about 3 to 5% commercial. And they don't care about how much noise they're going to make, how much the traffic is going to increase, how the roads tears up. They don't care about the peaceful and useful enjoyment of my constituents and how loud they may be and how noisy they may be. That's what our experiences is. And we don't have zoning in Houston, so that is my experience. And that's what my constituents have to put up with. I wish that we had people like you in my area, because I think that you would be more caring for people who have bought a little bucket of dirt and spent 25 to 30 years paying for that little bucket of dirt. And now somebody else is going to come and disturb their peaceful usefulness of their particular property without a say, without a voice, without an opinion being expressed, because we have no guardrails, we have no rules and regulations in which the people of this state can have a say. That's my experience, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Darby.
Thank you, panel. One of the things I've not heard in any of these discussions is the topic of the current sales tax exemption that the state passed in 2013. Originally, that had a fiscal note of $14–15 million. I've seen projections that will now reach, because of this data center proliferation and the massive amounts of equipment purchase, that could be over $3.5 billion cost to the state. Without jeopardizing any sort of company trade secrets, but that's going to be on the table as we come back and talk about all of these issues and statutory fixes. The subject matter of the sales tax exemption. What do we do about that? Do we try to phase it out? Do we put some limitations? I'd love your comments while I've got you here. We've already drafted it. Huh? We've already got it drafted, getting rid of it. Okay, well,
Take that,
some
Jess.
people have already got drafted legislation to get rid of it. Okay, let's have your comments if you can.
Yeah, thank you, Jess with DCC. So I believe we spoke a little bit about this in Senate Finance at the last hearing. I think that what I want to relay is we want to work with you and come up with a solution that makes sense for the state. These data centers do attract these long-term private investments and expand the tax base more than we think actually they're getting from these incentives. So data centers in Texas contributed $4.5 billion in state and local tax revenue in 2024 alone, which was higher than they received in the incentive. Yeah, and I want to note these exemptions are consistent with those offered to numerous other capital-intensive industries in the state. So would like have a comprehensive look at all the incentives if that's the route we go.
Okay.
I'd just comment, ditto. We want to work with you on it.
Okay.
We understand.
Well, we haven't heard, or I haven't heard discussion. I did not participate in the Senate Finance Committee hearing, but certainly it's going to be a topic that it's going to generate a lot of interest in the legislature in the next session. So
Okay.
everybody get geared up.
Mr. Guerin.
Mr. Chairman, we've, in Tarrant County, and it's a very recent occurrence, it just happened this week. One town has authorized a data center, and the other town, the city limits, is right up next to it. The property that the data center is going on has always been zoned industrial. The people in the other city have built residential right up to the city limits. And so the people in this city are mad, even though they built houses against property that was was zoned industrial at the time. And so, but now it's kind of like, you know, building a house near the airport. The damn airport sure makes a lot of noise. And so it's, as you get to especially like in Tarrant County, where there's 41 incorporated cities in Tarrant County. And so what Keller does may not fit with what Westlake does, and that's where a lot of the pushback is coming from in Tarrant County anyway, is because of the different, you know, the different regulations and the different zonings in the different cities. And I mean, I appreciate the fact that y'all only go into places that are zoned for you, but that doesn't mean the property next to you is long-term. They're gonna be good neighbors. Thank you.
Okay. Well, panel, thank you for being here. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next panel of public testimony. Tom Green, Charles Butler, and Richard Sims. The next panel, what does it say? Chris Paulson, Beatrice Herlocker, and Pat Dixon will be next. So if you're in another room, please come this way. Tom Green, which one? Who's Tom? Are you Tom?
Yes. Pat Dixon.
You'll be on the next one.
Oh, the next one.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure everybody heard if you're in the overflow room. So we have a Tom Green? You're Tom, okay. Record shows you're Tom Green, you're testifying on behalf of yourself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good day, all. My name is Tom Green. I'm well-educated, experienced, and informed on the subjects I offer today, and I will try not to add to the misinformation. I'll jump right in and say that I submit that I'm your friend, as only a true friend would care enough to say what you might not know and might not want to hear. So, data centers, are they clean industry? Nowhere close. What are the heat plumes and the emissions caused by data centers? Science knows, but nobody is saying. But hey, let's build them anyway, see what happens. Data centers, are they environmentally benign? Nowhere close. What are the impacts? Science knows they are significant, but nobody is saying. But hey, let's build them anyway. Data centers, do they conserve natural resources? No. Everybody now knows that data centers can consume ginormous water quantities. So how much? And from what sources? Nobody knows. But hey, let's build them anyway. And then here's the kicker. Centralized data centers, are they even all needed? No. Distributed data and AI is the future. Sustainable compute technologies exist today, which are 1,000 times faster at 1/10 the cost. Global competition and economics and speed to market will send many centralized data centers into dinosaur extinction shortly after they're built. Technology knows, but only a few are saying. Our nation, our Texas, if a nation, would be the 8th largest economy of the world. Texas can do so very much better. We have the know-how. We know how to do it and when not to do it. The final question, does anybody care enough to not drink the Kool-Aid? Trusting y'all do. We voters do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Members of the questions, this witness, you. Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Green, where are you from again? Where do you live?
Originally or now?
Well, where do you live?
Burnet County is.
Burnet,
is our-
okay.
Is our property that is in all that. We have
You-
a residence in Austin.
Were you able to hear the last panel that came up before you?
No.
You couldn't hear them?
Or could I hear?
The panel that was just here before you.
Oh,
did you-
yes, yes.
So they're investing billions of dollars that you think that like in 3 or 4 years, money that was wasted. I'm just curious why they would be doing that. How do they get investors to buy into investing billions of dollars, which you say in your comment? I'm curious where you getting your,
Sure.
Maybe I can save these guys some money.
Fair question. The data technology, the sustainable compute technology of which I speak, is used predominantly in the military right now.
Oh,
It is
Chairman, I tell you, we need the military here. Department of War.
But is also, if you will, break it into the commercial markets. And in fact, one state is looking at basically using that technology for secure, distributed IT and AI, so that there is no cloud, if you will. It's all a part of the distributed system, and it is secure. There's no sharing of the data.
So again, you think that somebody investing a bunch of money today, let's say they got the permit, they started building it, it's going to be obsolete and useless in how long? 3 years?
4 to 6 years, I would
4 to
imagine.
6 years?
I'm not saying all of them will. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's going to be a goodly proportion that continues to move that direction. We talked about China earlier. China's already using a lot of that. May be the reason, I don't know, but may be the reason that they have fewer data centers and yet still are competitive.
Well, it just becomes a little confusing because I can't, it's hard for me to understand how people that are willing to invest billions of dollars are just to throw it away. Or maybe just to go create a few jobs or a bunch of jobs for 3 or 4 years of construction. Actually, what your testimony is about the time they finish construction, they're obsolete.
Well, the financial side of that, I can't really answer. I can say that data center technology interests in the stock market are trading at about 40 times earnings. Other technologies about 10, and most industries about 4. So, and that trading is coming not from profits from the AI industry, it's coming from investors.
Last thing I'll say is, last time we had a hearing, I didn't realize that there have been data centers built in Texas as far back, I think in Dallas in 1999, that are still around. Do you know, are you familiar with that?
Not that particular one, no, sir. I've designed
Are you
data centers
familiar with
before,
others
but
that
none
have
of
been
those are
around for
currently
10?
active. Pardon?
Are you familiar with others who have been around for 10 or 15 years?
Familiar with?
Other data centers?
Well, sure. I mean, I'm familiar
So
that
then
they exist. I don't know any specifics on an individual
So
facility.
then those ones are different because they've lasted, they weren't obsolete in 3 to 5 years.
Well, it's the only technology that existed then.
Yeah, but
And it's continued to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Members, further questions, this witness? I see none. Charles Butler?
Okay.
We show you as Charles Butler, testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Please proceed.
Excuse me. Chairman, members, thank you. My name is Charles Henry Lee Butler from Parker County, Texas. Under Texas law, the day decision confirmed the landowner owns real property right in the groundwater beneath her land. But that right is only as real as the money behind it. Where no groundwater district regulates, capture goes to whoever drills deepest and fastest. Where one does, it goes to whoever can afford to contest a permit. A rancher next to a several hundred megawatt data center holds the same right on paper as the corporation pumping beside her, and nothing like the same capacity to defend it. The imbalance isn't hypothetical, and it isn't distant. Using the Texas Ethics Commission own itemized filings, I count over $35,000 in unidentified contributions from data center and data center adjacent companies to members of this committee over the past 5 years. 20,000 of that came from Black Mountain Power, which is currently assembling just over 2,000 acres in my home county for a data center. The most recent disbursement from them was in June. I share this to demonstrate the stark difference in resources the average landowner possesses against the deeply funded data centers in this fight. This committee holds the balance, money in one hand and the capacity to give us the tool to protect our people in the other. It's a choice you have to make. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there questions? I see none. We're going to move to Richard Sims. The record shows you're Richard Sims. You're testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
I am, thank you.
Please proceed.
My name is Richard Sims. I'm also from Parker County. Chairman King, you requested a solution, and I hope I have one. And while you do not represent me, I did marry a woman from Earth, Texas,
All right.
33 years ago, so you do represent some of our family.
Awesome.
My request is simple. If the governor actually decides to call a special session, or when you return to the legislature, I would like Austin to stop centralizing decisions and give local government control. Now, as it relates to data centers in unincorporated areas, I'm requesting that you give county government the ability to decide by that community if they want a data center, and if they choose to have one, the power to make the company build and operate in a way that will not hurt those that live nearby. Earlier today, I heard Chairman King bring up property rights. It is a two-way street, and Black Mountain, who he just mentioned and has purchased 2,082 acres in Parker County, should not enjoy more rights than the neighbors surrounding them just because they have donated to many politicians. If what I'm asking is too complicated to do quickly, then I simply request that you institute a moratorium until you are able to find a way to allow communities to make these decisions for themselves. I think that you have all seen that the voting public is upset, and there is an election coming up. If you're not on the side of the people, then I suspect this committee may have different members come January. Please be on the side of the people. Thank you for your time today. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that testimony. Mr. Raymond.
Just want you to know that on July 28th, I hand delivered a letter to the governor, a very well-written letter that I wrote, asking him for an immediate moratorium on any new data centers anywhere in Texas, and to immediately call us into session. All right, so I'm with you on that. I think we would be better off if this, interim hearings are important, no doubt about it. But if we were in session right now, this hearing would be even better.
Agreed.
So.
Okay. Members, other questions to this panel? I see none. Thank y'all.
Thank
for being
you.
here. Chris Paulson, Beatrice Herlocker, Pat Dixon. We're going to do another public testimony. Next will be James Matlock, Joshua Lake. Is that Michelle? Michelle Greer. Okay. Chris Paulson.
But before I start, Representative King, I have 32 years of experience in the utility industry. I can answer some of the questions that you ask.
Well,
Where
when you
to
start,
find
when
the
you get done with
pollutants.
your testimony,
Yeah, after testimony, I
there's
mean,
a
I can
question.
give you these.
Okay.
Where to find pollutants, where to find your water numbers, things like that you need, decommissioning,
Okay. Well, we
so
need to
forth.
start, Mr. Paulson.
Okay, thank you.
You're Chris Paulson. You are
Yes,
representing yourself. Please
Yes,
proceed.
I'm representing myself. I'm a rancher from Glen Rose, Texas.
Please proceed.
All right. Thank you, guys. This is how I feel about data centers. I've been in the industry 32 years as a chemist, both fossil, nuclear, and gas plants. And I know how they're built, everything else. Greg Abbott's mandates resound with the public as verbiage in an election year. Texas cities and counties deserve jurisdiction at the local level where constituents have control. We need laws that give citizens and their elected officials control, not state-level politicians and lobbyists. It needs to be where people live. Texans deserve plentiful water, clean air, reliable, inexpensive power with quiet and stars at night. Texans are your employer. You're the employees, you're the government, but you're our employees. We ask for a moratorium with a special session to follow to right these wrongs. People's lives and livelihoods are at stake. We don't have the water, we don't have the resources. Elections are coming. You know from polls that your constituents don't want the 765 transmission lines and data centers. Put yourself in these people's shoes, feeling helpless, hopeless, frustrated, and ignored by the state government. That's how we feel, especially in rural Texas where this is being forced on us, the largest industry in history. You'd want to change in law or leadership if you were us. So you guys decide what direction you want to go. Do you want a new governor? Do you want new politicians up here? Or do you want to give us some laws that we can do something with? It's your choice.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions of Mr. Paulson right now?
Like I said, I can give you
We will come back.
more
If
information.
there's a question, you will get asked.
Okay.
Beatrice,
Yes.
is it Herlacher?
Herlacher.
Herlacher?
Yes.
Beatrice Herlacher, we show you as testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, I have heard a lot of testimony about concerns about the water table, the utility lines, the property values. And I just want to say that I have not heard a whole lot about the impacts that it's going to have on people's health. And I know about the air pollution, that is a big issue. But also there's something else that no one else is talking about, and that's the low frequency noise. Low frequency noise is not defined by the source. It's defined by the wavelength. The longer the wavelength, the more energy that vibration is going to have, and it will go through the walls of a person's house. It can go through concrete, and it will go through the human body. It goes through the brain. It causes neuroinflammation in the brain. It causes this inflammation in every part of the brain. This is why people are having the tinnitus, the nausea, the anxiety, the depression. All those are the things. It's because of what's going on in the brain. It causes cellular breakdown, and it causes a ripping apart of the double-stranded DNA that leads to multiple mutations and future diseases that we probably haven't heard about yet. If you live near a data center, you're 3 times as likely to have MS. And that statement comes from a lady who is a pediatrician from Hooks Children's Hospital in Fort Worth. Also, it changes the heart rhythm. The vibrations confuse the heart so that it doesn't know how to beat regular anymore. It also causes a thickening of the walls of the sac around the heart. It increases it by 100 to 300%.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions of this witness? I don't see any. We're going to go to Pat Dixon. Pat Dixon, the record shows you are representing Libertarian for Governor of Texas. Is that correct?
That is correct. Full disclosure,
yourself.
I'm running for Governor of Texas as a Libertarian, yes.
Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. I am not against growth. I'm not against technology. My concern is sustainable growth. I do not believe it is sustainable for taxpayers and ratepayers to pay for the impact of growth. I'm asking you to consider free market sustainability. If you have taxpayers forced to provide incentives to grow Texas, that is not the free market, that is not sustainable. It should be those who cause the growth who pay for the impact of growth. When I was on city council, we had impact fees so that we could sustain the impact of growth. I ask you to consider free market sustainability as your policy, and to touch on the next issue, consider restrictions on eminent domain and protecting private property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Questions for Mr. Dixon? I see none. Thank you all for being here. Chair calls James Matlock, Joshua Lake, and Michelle Greer. Would would you hand them to the clerk, please?
Oh, on the other side.
So, okay.
Some are newer than others, but they're all
Oh.
accurate. They all have
Mr. Matlock,
documentation to one degree or another.
are you Mr. Matlock?
Mr. Matlock.
Okay, the record shows you're James Matlock. It says you're testifying for Texans, like all Texans?
I'm
or-
representing all rural Texans
Well,
today, you know, because.
I think, but just to be
I'm
technically.
representing myself
Can
as
we,
a
do
rural
you have
Texan.
your permission to change that? Because I don't
Yes.
think all Texans have signed off on this,
Okay.
and we've got to do it correctly.
Okay.
So just give us 1 second. Okay, so now I have you as James Matlock testifying on behalf of yourself.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is James Matlock. During my campaign for Texas Railroad Commission in 2026, one issue kept coming up at every town hall, every coffee shop, every farm road conversation, the rapid expansion of data centers, what it's doing to our energy, what it's doing to our water, and our way of life. Data centers can use anywhere from 300,000 to 5 million gallons of water a day and demand 1.7 to 2.4 gigawatts of electricity. At the same time, the oil and gas industry produces more than 600 million gallons of produced water every single day, most of which is injected deep into the ground and to zones not capable of production of oil and gas products. That injection has contributed to seismic activity near places like Joaquin, Texas and Mentone, Texas. The 89th legislature has already opened the door for treating this produced water for beneficial use, including farm irrigation, which was actually my campaign in 2024. I thank all of you for taking that up. Governor Abbott has now paused the data center grid connection pending full audit because the scale of proposed load threatens the reliability of ERCOT grid and the quality of life for everyday Texans. In places like El Paso County, we're already seeing the pressure mount, local efforts that risk forcing farmers and ranchers to plug their water wells so that limited supplies can be reserved for the data centers. That is government overreach on private property rights, and it is wrong way to manage scarcity. The bill, I do have 2 bills that I'm planning to send to you for your review. Hope you can take it up next session. And the bills actually answered that with practical standards that protect those rights.
Thank you, Mr. Matlock, and I look forward to seeing him.
Yes.
Joshua Lake?
Yes, sir.
We show you as Joshua Lake testifying on behalf of yourself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
All right, so I was watching the panel.
Would you pull the microphone to you, please, sir?
I was watching the panel 3 a little bit earlier, and it was pretty interesting to hear some of the comments coming from the people representing data centers. Based on what I was hearing, every Texan should want a data center in their backyard, and you know the community benefits are way outweigh any kind of negatives that come with it. I don't know that I actually agree with that, and I'm gonna push back on some of that stuff. But I also wanted to give you solutions and recommendations like you mentioned earlier. I believe that Texans should codify a lot of the things that they were saying that they were doing voluntarily. They mentioned that they were using closed loops, even though it was more expensive because they choose to. They were talking about bringing their own their own power generation and infrastructure expenditures whenever they're connecting to the system. And they were saying that they do that stuff. Voluntarily, and I would ask that we codify that and make that so that even though they are good actors, we also have to catch those bad actors they were talking about and make sure that they're doing the right thing as well. I believe that as part of that, I believe they should also, if they're doing these closed loop systems, water is going to be one of the defining problems that we're going to be dealing with in Texas over the next couple generations. I think that they should use some of that big AI power to help us work with the state to try to come up with solutions. And I've heard a couple examples in earlier panels. On the local side, I think that counties should have a lot more land use authority and have the ability to enforce some of the same restrictions that cities have the ability to do, whether it's zoning, but either way that allows them to have a decision in how and when data centers are built in their counties. And then as far as the sales tax exemption, I know that there was talk about getting rid of that. I believe that either, if you can't get rid of it, at least it should be pared back in a way that brings some of that money that's part of the exemption back to the counties that are affected and the cities that are affected.
Thank you
That's
very
my time.
much.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Michelle Greer. The record shows you're Michelle Greer. You're testifying on behalf of the Lost Pines Watch. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
My name is Michelle, and I've marketed infrastructure software at companies like Rackspace, Salesforce, and HashiCorp. I wrote this talk with guidance from a large language model, Google Gemma, which you can deploy yourself on a computer like this one. When I heard that a California-based company, Pacifico Energy, is filing permits in Cedar Creek for a data center powered by an on-premise 710 megawatt gas power plant immediately next to my friend's school and nearby thousands of residents, I joined a coalition to help. My industry will ask you to help them build AI factories with on-prem plants to beat China. But these aren't traditional data centers, and there's no blueprint to follow for them. When XAI built their own AI factory, they were sued by nearby residents for violating the Clean Air Act. Moving fast and breaking stuff makes sense when you can roll back a code base, but it's catastrophic. It's a catastrophic mantra for public development and health. The $5 trillion dot-com bust showed that building out data centers doesn't mean the dream pans out. So when we see OpenAI losing $21 billion annually, or the Oracle stock getting clobbered by their CapEx costs and their expenses, it makes you wonder. LLMs run on laptops and edge networks, and most of these are not Chinese. Frontier cloud-based models are also subsidized by hardware companies. So is this about national security, or are frontier models loss leaders for hardware companies? National security is important, but perhaps we should question streamlining regulations and providing tax subsidies just so people can mass produce fraudulent identities using LLMs or make silly AI videos of Will Smith eating too much spaghetti. You got to talk to software companies, people.
All right. Any questions?
You're getting swindled.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
No problem.
All right, next we'll call up Kimberly Jones, Rick Thompson, Rick Ramirez, Jackie Butler, and Amanda Rodriguez. Kimberly Jones. If you'll just state your name and who you're with.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman Hernandez, and the whole committee. Thank you for inviting me to attend this hearing. My name is Kimberly Jones. I currently serve as the Childress County Judge. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with the committee regarding data centers, specifically the data centers in Childress County. Childress is home to Iron and Lancium, which are energy technology infrastructure developers building clean campus data centers. I have been very pleased with having Iron and Lancium in our community. As with growth and expansion, there will always be challenges, but Iron and Lancium have come into our community and have helped to create full-time jobs with excellent salaries and benefits. They have given financially to our schools through scholarships. Nonprofit organizations have been blessed with donations given by the data centers. Our local business have experienced an increase in revenue due to Iron and Lancium choosing to support local business owners. In a rural town with a population of 6,600, we have a shortage of housing. But the constituents of Childress have met the challenge and have begun to buy property and build homes for our future. The Panhandle of Texas is not known for an abundance of water, but with Iron and Lancium coming to our area and working together, they have helped to find a solution to fix what is very important to not only Childress, but to the surrounding communities as well. Childress is grateful for everything that they have put into our community. I would like to thank y'all again for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rick Thompson, Program Director for the County Judge and Commissioners Association of Texas. Thank you so much for having this hearing. This is a much-needed discussion about what's going on in all of Texas. Our Commissioners Court members, they're on the front line. They're living this every day in the grocery store, in the courthouse, churches, and what have you. And so I appreciate our commissioners coming up and the judge coming up here today to share their stories, but it's a real tough situation that they're in because they have no authority. I wish the chair was here because I wanted to talk about 1985. We're operating with that same authority, but the game has changed significantly with these huge campuses of data centers, and so we're trying to regulate that. But counties are not against data centers. What we're looking for is good neighbors. And what we want to do is have some guardrails and authority to work with the data centers that come in so we can build those guardrails and they can thrive in our communities because we want the jobs. We want the growth. We want economic development, but we want it done responsibly. And there's an opportunity here, and I'll have a couple suggestions of where we can begin with that. But the tools that are necessary, because right now we can pass a non-binding resolution and then work out some type of tax agreement just to get them to negotiate with us. And sometimes they'll do that, sometimes they won't. We have situations, I appreciate the panel previously when they talk about they want to be good neighbors, but if you're looking for some situations where that's not the case with data centers, there's a number of county officials across the state who have dealt with some of those, what we won't call good neighbors. And in certain situations, we've had a 30-year incumbent judge lose his election because he told his community the truth. We don't have any authority to negotiate with them or control them on what they're doing. So he lost his election. He requested of that data center on multiple occasions to come and have a public hearing, and they chose not to. They said, we will not participate. They hung him out to dry, and he lost his election, and we're asking for a couple of things when it comes to those guardrails, and the first would be a mandatory public hearing where they come in. It's not the county official's job to explain what the data center is. That's their job. And what we would like is a forum for them to come in so the community can ask their questions and understand better what really is coming in. Ask those questions whether or not it's going to be loud or how much water they're going to use. Secondly, buffer zones. There's a situation in one Southeast Texas county where there's a proposed data center going in right next to the jail, which is right next to the hospital, which is right next to the nursing home. Well, you tell me, where do you start to begin the evacuations if that thing catches on fire? Plus with volunteer fire departments, do they have the capacity and abilities? So these are things that need to be part of the conversation when we're working on these areas. Certainly, to your questions earlier about water, we want to have a water availability study to go along with what their planning use is. So there is a real understanding of what the impact will be in that community. Our counties, they have zero authority when it comes to this, so how are we supposed to explain to our constituents that there may not be water here in 5 years? If you're in Central Texas on the 35 corridor and you got a data center coming in, what's your message? Well, there is no message unless TCEQ or somebody else comes in and has the authority to regulate what those uses are and require those entities to approve those uses. And then certainly the mandatory public hearing, that would be the last step of this to where we can have those sales or those conversations. With that, I'll wrap up my testimony because ditto to all those other citizens who said we need more local authority, ditto.
Thank you, Rick. Rick Ramirez. Record shows Rick Ramirez, you're Director of State and Federal Relations for the Texas Municipal League. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman King and members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rick Ramirez. I'm here on behalf of the Texas Municipal League, and I'd like to echo what Rick said. Texas cities, we recognize the significance of data center development and the role that these facilities play in our state's economy and in their infrastructure. We're not against data centers at all. But we do want to recognize that our cities are also very different throughout the entire state. For some communities, a data center may represent an economic development opportunity they want to pursue. Other communities may determine that the demands on water, electricity, infrastructure, and surrounding land uses make a particular project not appropriate for their community. So our position is that those local differences matter. As the state develops its policies for data centers, we want to ensure that cities are a part of the conversation. And that we retain the current tools necessary to make those decisions locally. Data centers aren't ordinary development. Depending on the facility and where it's located, they can raise significant questions about electrical demand, water availability, roads, utilities, emergency services, noise, and compatibility with surrounding development. Those impacts ultimately become very local. That's why zoning and other local planning tools are really important for cities. They allow our community to answer some of the pretty basic questions. You know, is the project, is it an appropriate location for the facility? Is the infrastructure there to support it? You know, what and who is around that facility? What safeguards are appropriate? And ultimately, is this type of development right for this community? A community with abundant infrastructure and a desire for this investment may reach one conclusion, and another community might face you know, water constraints and infrastructure limitations. They'll reach another conclusion. And both should have a meaningful voice in that decision. And cities are directly accountable to our residents who live in with the consequences of those decisions. We've had all throughout the entire state, city council meetings have citizens coming in and making their voices heard. Local zoning, public hearings, and planning processes give residents a voice and provide a place where those issues can be considered before development occurs. So as the community considers recommendations, we would ask for two things. First, include cities at the table as you're developing your statewide policy. We can do that, you know, in any way that you see appropriate. Working groups, advisory committees, just continue conversations with this committee. And second of all, we believe, you know, that each community is unique, and we are eager to work with our state partners to protect our local communities and preserve reasonable local authority, including zoning and planning tools, so individual communities can determine how and whether these facilities fit within their communities. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you have, but thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. We have Amanda Rodriguez. We showed the record shows you're Amanda Rodriguez. You're you're a council member for the city of San Marcos. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please
yes,
proceed.
sir. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm actually a former legislative staffer who spent an incredible amount of time watching many of you do this work. And so to be here is a very full circle moment, and it feels good. My name is Amanda Rodriguez, and I'm a council member for the city of San Marcos. San Marcos is where I'm from. It is quite literally all I've ever known, and it is one of the greatest honors of my life to serve as a council member for that city that has raised me. For those of you who have had a chance to visit us, you probably know how beautiful our city is, and for those of you who haven't, come on by. We'd love your company. At the heart of our city flows a river that has been continually inhabited longer than any other river on the continent. That river is more than a natural resource to San Marcos. It is quite literally the lifeblood of our community. For many of us, there is something sacred about that connection. It is something we inherit, something we are responsible for protecting, and something we hope to pass on to the generations that come after us. We are an ever-growing city with ever-evolving needs and challenges, but we are also a city that is deeply connected to our land, our water, and to one another. That connection is what led our community to fight for more than a year against a proposed data center within our city limits. The facility was proposed to be located on approximately 200 acres of farmland on the periphery of our town. However, surrounding it were ranches, homes, and land designated for conservation. and the length of that fight matters. At that time, there was certainly a larger conversation happening around the country about data centers and their impacts, but within Texas, this was still relatively new. This issue was novel, highly technical, and frankly, it was something I had never expected to evolve into what we see today. When the proposal first came to us, the technical nature of it was overwhelming. Our community had concerns early on, but even as a well-prepared council member, I admittedly had a significant learning curve. Some of you might relate to this. We were told that this project was the best fit for our city. We were told about water conservation, green building practices, closed-loop systems, labor protections, jobs, and millions of dollars in revenue. These are the same arguments that many of you have heard today and will continue to hear. But our community wanted to know something simple. Can we truly enforce, regulate, and monitor these promises? And are they enough to justify what this development would require from our community? Then they showed up for more than a year. They packed planning and zoning commission meetings. They packed city council meetings, often causing meetings to last late into the night and at times into the following day. And every time they kept coming back. Their stress and exhaustion became visible. You could see how the toll this fight was taking on them, but they still didn't stop. In fact, their numbers continued to grow. They studied, organized, and learned the technology. They learned our regulations, learned about the energy market, and they began explaining to us the interconnectedness of resources that, frankly, I had not fully appreciated or understood this issue when it first arrived. They understood that a 380 megawatt facility estimated to require enough electricity to significantly exceed the entire existing electrical load of our city. They understood that even as cooling technology advances, the electricity needed to operate these facilities carries significant indirect water implications. And they understood what it meant to put concrete over farmland to further strain our grid and to dedicate water and electricity to cooling servers while people in our communities are struggling with basic infrastructure and affordability. For San Marcos, conversations about water are not abstract. When you are talking about the resources that sustain our river, you are talking about something that is deeply personal to our community. Our people quite literally ripped holes through every purported benefit because they were not willing to sacrifice the long-term future of our community for promises they did not believe could be sufficiently enforced or kept. Then came the final meeting. I've never seen anything like it. People of all ages, all backgrounds, all political beliefs filled the inside and outside of our city hall. People who probably would have disagreed on everything else stood together and pleaded with the elected officials for the same thing. Do not approve this project. Our people were the reason the proposed data center failed to pass with a vote of 5-2. Our community was overjoyed, but almost immediately they wanted us to determine how to make sure they would never have to fight that battle again. Fortunately, our city had already scheduled a comprehensive rewrite of our land development code, and it was serendipitous timing, not as a result of the data center itself. Amongst hundreds of staff-prepared amendments, council members were given the opportunity to propose changes ourselves, and my colleagues and I chose to meet the moment. We took the lessons from that year-long experience and translated them into policy. We listened to what our community had taught us, identified where our existing regulations were insufficient, and used the authority granted to us to put reasonable, locally tailored protections in place. We did not wait for someone else to solve the problem for us. We used the tools available to us to respond to a challenge our community was facing in real time. We used the land authority granted to us by our Constitution and our statutes to address this issue our community had just spent a year fighting over. We addressed setbacks, water sources for cooling, noise restrictions, power generation considerations, permissible uses in zoning districts, and other local protections. And I want to be clear, many of these considerations that we did at that time, Governor Abbott later identified when he called for the legislature to act. This proves something important about local government. Our experience in San Marcos helped us identify questions that the state is now appropriately asking on a much larger scale. And that, to me, is an argument for preserving local authority, not further eliminating it. Because when new issues appear, the communities experiencing it firsthand are the first ones to understand how to respond. And that does not mean that every local decision is perfect, nor does it mean that the state has no role. It means there is value in allowing communities to respond to problems while they are still emerging, rather than requiring every community to wait for a statewide solution. However, I want to be truly clear about something. San Marcos is not closed for business. Being open for business does not require an unconditional, by any means, approach to development. In fact, I believe that approach ultimately harms public sentiment around economic development. Our people deserve to know that when development comes to their community, their elected officials have the ability to weigh the benefits against the cost and to consider their water, their land, their infrastructure, and their quality of life, and ultimately their future. This is how we build and maintain public trust. And that is why I bring the pleas of my community to you today. My first legislative session was the 87th. As a staffer, I only saw a glimpse of what the erosion of municipal and county authority looked like. But I did not truly understand at that time what it meant until I became an elected official. Every day, our people come to us with the most pressing needs: affordability, housing, healthcare, infrastructure, and so much more. They trust us to listen to them and make decisions about the community that they live in. And I do not believe those issues have to be divisive. Our community showed us that. People who disagreed on things still found a way to come together around what they believe was best for their home, and I believe this legislature can do the same. San Marcos should be an example of what proactive local governance can accomplish. We responded to a new challenge, we listened to our people, and we used the authority available to us to protect our community while continuing to welcome responsible economic development. But local governments should not have to stand alone and defend themselves without the critical tools necessary to do that work. And so today I ask you, and I end with this, to preserve the regulatory authority of local governments to make thoughtful decisions about land use in consultation with the people they serve. Because ultimately, this is not just about data centers. It is about whether people who live in a community should have a meaningful voice in deciding what their community becomes. Our people showed up for us for more than a year, and today I'm here to show up for them. I thank you, members, for your time and consideration, and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Jackie
sir.
Butler. The record shows you're Jackie Butler. You're testifying on behalf of El Paso County. You're a commissioner testifying on behalf of El Paso County and yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to be here today. My name is Jackie Butler, and I serve as a
Jackie,
county...
would you pull that microphone
Yes.
up a little bit, please?
Apologize. My name is Jackie Butler, and I serve as a county commissioner in El Paso County. In many ways, El Paso is not unlike communities across Texas. We are navigating the rapid arrival of major data center projects while the policies and safeguards to manage their impacts are still being developed. In just a few short years, data centers have gone from barely being part of our public conversation to becoming one of the most consequential issues facing our region. We are asking the same questions communities across the state are asking. Who pays for this critical infrastructure? What does this mean for our electric system and water resources? And what tools do local communities have to manage this growth responsibly? But our experience also highlights what makes El Paso unique, as well as the complexities of trying to develop a statewide response. El Paso sits at the intersection of multiple jurisdictions. We share borders and water with New Mexico and Mexico, and we are home to Fort Bliss, where the Army has conditionally selected a developer for a major data center on federal property near city and county residential homes. Importantly, we are also not in ERCOT, which leaves us with a central question. What happens when the safeguards Texas is developing are built around ERCOT, but your community isn't in it? This is a perspective I hope to bring to the committee today, along with 4 recommendations for how we can address this gap. First, protections for communities and ratepayers from large load developers should apply statewide. I understand that ERCOT and non-ERCOT utilities operate differently, but those differences should not leave some Texans with fewer protections. Where the same mechanisms cannot apply, the legislature should establish comparable protections and ensure the PUC has the authority necessary to enforce them. Second, we need to protect meaningful public participation. I am seeing this firsthand in Montana Vista, an unincorporated community in El Paso County where I grew up and now represent, where families are navigating proposed major transmission lines, 345, through their community. From what we are experiencing on the ground, 180 days is simply not enough time for communities to understand these proposals and meaningfully participate in the process. I ask the legislature to re-examine that timeline, as well as the frequency of utility cost recovery proceedings. Third, counties, in particular in non-ERCOT areas, need tools to manage the impacts of these projects. Too often, our only opportunity to negotiate directly with a major development comes when that company asks us for an economic development incentive. We should not have to give up local tax revenue just to have the tools to address the impacts of a project of this magnitude. This is especially important in non-ERCOT communities. If state protections and PUC authorities do not reach us in the same way as counties throughout the state, counties need reasonable tools to help fill those gaps, whether or not an incentive agreement is on the table. If the state cannot provide the same guardrails everywhere, it should make sure local governments have the tools necessary to protect the communities we serve. Fourth, we need to think beyond the projects in front of us and ask what infrastructure Texas will need for the next 30 years. Who pays? Who carries the risk? What happens if projected loads don't materialize? And what costs and infrastructure are left behind for communities? Data centers are accelerating generation and transmission decisions we all may be paying for long after individual projects and technologies change. The PUC should have the flexibility and authority to protect communities today, as well as the long-term public interest. Chairman and members, Texas has an opportunity to get this right before today's projects become tomorrow's infrastructure. We can welcome investment and innovation while protecting ratepayers and giving communities a meaningful voice. And those protections should apply to every Texan in every corner of Texas, inside ERCOT and outside of it. Thank you for allowing me to share El Paso's experience with you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for that. Before we get started on questions, the next public testimony panel will be David Stout, Jen McRaffoon, Kelsey Lang. All right, members, questions? Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to ask TML and counties, since you guys are representing a lot of cities and counties, not all of them, but many of them, right?
Yes.
So we'll start with the first, Rick. Is it your position, is y'all's position, that you would like legislation or laws that say if there's a proposed data center, that the city would have the ultimate authority to grant or deny that permit, or to it be built within city limits? Is that the position that y'all take?
Yes, within the city limits, yes. We would like for the ability for.
So you want city councils to have veto power or granting, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what about the counties? Is that your position as
We
well?
would definitely like to be part of the process. If the water facilities say the water's there, we want to meet the metrics and then have input if their application is
So the
denied.
counties, so with the counties, it's not, your position is.
I think they would, yes, sir. I think they would like that authority. If,
That they would like to have ultimate veto or power or granting power, is that right?
I think they would. Yes, sir.
With input from our citizens, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we kind of work with input from our citizens too up here.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, we do too, believe it or not, you know. Well, that's all I'll say about that. Okay, thanks.
Ms. T.
Councilmember Rodriguez, when a data center comes in and builds infrastructure, and there are costs that are passed along to the citizen, does that mean the citizens of all of that county or all of that city where it may be located, who are considered the other persons that will be paying for that cost?
Thank you, Representative Thompson, Amanda Rodriguez, City of San Marcos. I think the important answer to that is we don't know, and I think this hearing is making that apparent. When you ask, you know, I was listening to your questions earlier for the PUC and ERCOT. I think it was clear, and I think even Chairman Guerin actually solidified that, is that so much of what we're operating right now under is a guess, and trying to make an educated guess. When people came to our city council, one of the biggest things that they talked about was the impact, the potential impact to ratepayers. They're already feeling it. You have members of our community that are already feeling the heavy burden of the rates that they currently are dealing with. And so in terms of who pays for it, I think this is the primary question that I'm hoping to get more answers as we move forward. We were not given those answers during the process, and I think that only added to the concern that me and my colleagues possessed at that time.
So the benefits that that are purporting to be brought by the data centers to help those various entities within county government or state government does not offset some of the costs that the ratepayers would be paying by maybe having to reduce taxes in those very capacities where the city or county has the opportunity to charge rates, tax rates?
So in my remarks, one of the things that we found out as it related to electricity, this was one of the primary concerns, and I think that was also reiterated today. The proposed data center we were talking about, again, it was going to sit on 200 acres. And we had our utility director come and tell us that that one center was expected to use 3 times the amount of electricity of the entirety of our city. We are a city of less than 90,000 people. And so there was no guarantee provided to us, again, at that time, that what we were about to set to, approve, what the actual impact to ratepayers was. We didn't know. And I think this whole notion of, I think you all probably like to make decisions and be well-informed and approach something comprehensively. We were not afforded that ability at all, not just in terms of electricity use, but in terms of water and the infrastructure required. I can tell you currently our city is undergoing a massive infrastructure project through building a new wastewater treatment plant, upwards of $144 million. And so the question is always going to be who pays for this necessary infrastructure as we continue to grow. Again, I want to be very clear that our city is not against growth, but these are considerations to your point, the impact to ratepayers, that it is incumbent of us as members to sit there and think about before we put a stamp of approval. And so again, unfortunately, Representative Thompson, we don't know. We weren't aware.
You indicated in your testimony that the river plays a significant role in your economic life there in St. Marcos.
Right.
And in a closed system where they're refurbishing the water and they're using a lot of electricity and thing, and I guess at some point you discharge that water. Who tests that water to determine that it doesn't have formaldehyde or some other kind of pollutants in it that may pollute your rivers and streams or aquifer?
So the regulatory aspect of all of this was, again, another question. I did hear the comments from the TCEQ that in terms of permitting, so it sounds like on the proactive side, TCEQ may be sitting there and trying to determine what type of chemicals may come out of that water. But as far as day-to-day operations, one of the things that was sort of made apparent to us is that our very own city staff would play a role in regulating and making sure that the items that the data center developer was promising to keep, we were the ones expected to go and make sure, whether that was testing for noise decibels, testing for water use, testing to make sure the setbacks and everything were the way they are. So this notion that there is no impact and that it is purely a benefit to our city, knowing that we as a city, similar to other cities in this state, have had to have our budgets remain flat, there was no way we had the capacity to do that. And so relying on the state agency that is TCEQ to fully play this role, knowing the proliferation of these data centers that exist all throughout the state, and that just maybe we would be one city that would receive all of the attention to make sure everything went right. For me, that was not a gamble I was willing to risk. So.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, I understand your cows are able to drink that kind of water.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I've got a question while you have the microphone.
Yes, sir.
And it kind of goes back to what Representative Anchia was asking. You know, we hear from data centers that seem to be proven that whether you like them, don't like them, whatever, but they're good actors. You know, they come in and they help in their communities and they want to be good neighbors, but not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But the ones that are these bad actors that we keep talking about, they don't ever show up. Would you like to share with us which data center company you were dealing with? We're trying to get a list.
So, yes, sir. Oh, here we go. Yes, sir. I will preface it with, though, the data center was Cyrus One, but I will preface that with the only reason we were able to even find out who, because it was a speculative developer. I know that word's been thrown around and y'all are seeing the 2 variations of what we're dealing with. And so most of the talking points that were given to us as council were by the speculative developer himself, accompanied with his attorney. Very early on in the proceedings, though, when questions were understandably raised by members of the council wanting to know, well, who's gonna sit there and occupy the space? We need to know who we're doing business with. We got pushback after pushback after pushback because the developer, unlike, we as a council were never asked to sign an NDA, but the developer, the speculative developer was. He was unable himself to tell us who the potential occupant was. So much so, he had to skirt around the answer to give the public some semblance of who it was. And I think, if I remember correctly, it was a potential location where this developer had another facility somewhere in Dallas. That's how our community was able to put two and two together and be able to identify that it was Cyrus
That's
One.
exactly the scenario we're running into all over the state. The ones that are real in this business, that aren't just trying to get the golden ticket for power, go in their communities and they're forthright, they tell what we're gonna do. With the ones that are speculating, well, we're gonna do good things for you, but we can't tell you. And
Right.
that bothers me. I mean, a year and when the session started last session, ERCOT and PUC said they expected a 10, maybe 15 gigawatt build out over the next decade. That's what they were expecting. Today, they're reviewing 481, I think, proposed gigawatts of power. That's not all real. That's
Right.
people like came to your community. But anyway, thank you for that. I shouldn't be taking up time.
Yes, sir.
Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you all for being here today. I know you're on the front lines and you're hearing at your weekly city council commissioners meetings from constituents and are frustrated that you don't have the tools to be able to address their concerns. And I especially want to thank you, Commissioner Butler. I think you're our first witness today from the non-ERCOT area. We talk a lot about electricity, but these statewide concerns are statewide, in regardless if it's ERCOT, non-ERCOT, with respect to electricity, to water usage, to infrastructure. And so I appreciate you being here, and if you want to expand on how that would also benefit your constituency, even though you are non-ERCOT.
Yes, thank you very much, Vice Chair Hernandez. The recent concern around data center growth and development across the state, both from our legislators and our governor, are encouraging. We welcome the questions and the thoughtfulness that you all are putting behind this issue. When, as an example, when Governor Abbott put out his letter last week or the week before, requesting a pause on data center development, we very quickly were asked, does this mean, is this just for ERCOT or for non-ERCOT as well? We didn't know those answers. We've asked everybody we can access for clarification, and finally have come to some form of clarification, which is that no, the governor's directives do not extend outside of ERCOT. Now, there are authorities under PUC, but we don't know how those overlap. We've asked the PUC, how does the governor's directives impact the data center development that we have happening in El Paso? They said, we're not sure yet. And so as elected officials at the local level who are being asked by our constituents, what does this mean for us? Is this going to protect us? Because they have very, very real concerns. We don't have the information, the clarification, the transparency to understand where we fall within those directives or new regulations. SB 6, from my understanding, only applies to ERCOT. So is there any way to review those protections that are granted under SB 6 and whether there are equivalent protections for those outside of ERCOT under the PUC? Thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick follow-up to the Vice Chair on that. I echo her comments. Commissioner, thank you for providing a non-ERCOT perspective, because so much of what we hear in this committee is ERCOT related. Although Speaker Phelan always is quick to remind us that the whole state's not an ERCOT, right? Okay. But following up on that, so one of the things we're talking about, this whole large load issue, is fair allocation of transmission costs. And obviously that is a very is certainly a specific conversation to ERCOT, and the PUC has talked about it as well. My understanding of El Paso Electric is that it's a privately owned investor
Yes.
group that owns the utility?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
It's privately owned and vertically integrated utility.
Vertically integrated, meaning it's transmission and distribution, generation, and retail.
Yes.
All in one. So very unlike the ERCOT market. Are you aware of any negotiations, conversations with the particular project that you spoke about? Is there any work being done to fairly allocate those transmission costs to see that residential ratepayers and small business ratepayers are not unduly sharing the burden of increased costs related to a large load data center?
The data center developer in El Paso, the very large one that we currently have underway, is Meta. And they are, from my understanding, paying for their own energy infrastructure behind the meter. However, El Paso Electric intends to connect that infrastructure to the grid in the future. And so very much like the councilwoman was saying, there's a lot of gray area in terms of shared costs among ratepayers along a timeline of construction that continues to shift. And so we know that the PUC evaluates the different applications from El Paso Electric very carefully. El Paso Electric is required to say, how much of their new transmission or power generation is allocated to a customer versus shared amongst other ratepayers. And so we trust that process. The problem that we're seeing with this data center development is that the lines continue to shift. The project has grown exponentially from when it was first approved. It went from a $1.5 billion project to now about $14 billion is the last we heard a couple of weeks ago. The financing mechanisms continue to shift. The ownership continues to shift. And so that leaves us with a lot of questions in terms of what is the PUC allowed to ask when those parameters shift exponentially.
All right. Thank you for explaining that, and hopefully legislature can give y'all the additional tools you need to work on those things.
Thank you very much.
Oh, were you done, Chris? Okay, Speaker Phelan.
Thank you. Since you brought up non-ERCOT, saying Beetlejuice 3 times, I have to say something here. Commissioner, thank you for being here with your non-ERCOT perspective. I'm a non-ERCOT. Mr. Metcalf's non-ERCOT. Chairman King's non-ERCOT. I think there's an advantage to discuss what you're discussing. There's also an advantage to not be in SB 6, to be honest with you. I'm in MISO, right? So it goes from Sabine Pass, Texas to Manitoba, Canada. So, we can't really, talk with Canada, right? We're developing projects and also talk to ERCOT, right? And I don't know, where all the footprint of the other non-ERCOTs are, but they cross state lines. Maybe in the south, they even go into Mexico and do cogeneration over there. I'm almost positive that works in some form or fashion. So as much as I want to see guardrails, and we need some guardrails, it's just going to be very difficult because we're dealing with other states and planning from Canada down to 0 foot level in Sabine Pass, Texas. And so, I'm concerned, about the developments that are happening in my community as well. But, ERCOT and non-ERCOT's been around a long time, and how we thread that needle, I don't know. It's going to be very problematic.
Chairman, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you, and I certainly am not advocating for SB 6 to be copy and pasted to non-ERCOT. I understand the complexities. I know we're part of the Western Grid. We cross state boundaries. El Paso Electric does have oversight by FERC, and so there are other layers of authority. The issue that we see is at the local and state level, our constituents and our residents are asking, what is El Paso County and what is the state of Texas doing to protect us? And that is where it is really hard to reconcile. And that's where I think the gaps in ERCOT and non-ERCOT are being exposed. And so hopefully we can explore how to manage this complex situation.
And maybe it's a discussion at the municipal or county level as far as permitting, and maybe that's the discussion. Because I think when you start talking about FERC and ERCOT, you start getting into a whole different ball of wax. And that's going to be a difficult discussion for a lot of communities to have. So, but I appreciate you being here, other side of the world, and you've come a long way, and but I appreciate your perspective. Thank you.
I'm sure our co-ops will just love adding SB 6 to their. Anyway, Ms. T.
I want to ask Speaker, Freeland, you're not advocating letting these people fly by the seat of their pants. I mean, we do need guardrails.
Oh, sure. It's not about not having guardrails and non-ERCOT. It is bringing ERCOT into a non-ERCOT area, which just would not work.
Okay.
Because we have to work with the federal government, which
Yes.
does not play in ERCOT. And while there are several regions of MISO, they have to take in consideration the entire grid, which again goes into another country. So not only are you dealing with the federal government, you're dealing with other provinces, so to speak. So I think it's, before we even try to take that on, maybe you look at something more simple, like some local guardrails.
Yep.
Thank
I
you.
agree. What else? Judge Jones, thank you for being here. And I specifically asked for you to come because you were in a unique situation. You got two of these things across the highway from each other in Childress County, and you are like the end of ERCOT, right? ERCOT butts up to you. So in the city, are you in ERCOT or out?
Thank you, Vice Chair, Chair King. Kim Jones, County Judge. Honestly.
Would you pull that a little closer,
Yes.
Kim, please? Thank you.
In the city, we're with ERCOT. The county is also with ERCOT, but you are correct. We're just right there on the very edge of it. So whenever the winter storm took place in 2011, a lot of our citizens lost electricity. Some were supposed to be rolled, some were not rolled. And so they were without electricity for days, almost a week. So honestly, when that happened, that's when we figured out real quick, some are with ERCOT, some are with not, and we're right there on the edge of where we could have not been with ERCOT.
Understood. Well, so in your position, and you know I've had this conversation, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but you've had a different experience as a judge with the two operators coming into your community, I'm assuming. Like have they been open with you? Have they followed through with what they said they were going to do? It hasn't been like our commissioner friend's experience, or has it?
No, it really hasn't. In the very beginning, of course, we never reached out to data centers. We didn't even know what a data center was. And so when IREN, at that time it was Iris Energy, when IREN reached out to us, and then when Lancium reached out to us, the first thing I said is you have to come to Commissioner's Court. You have to answer every question that they have. You have to be transparent. If you don't know the answer, just point blank say, I don't know the answer, but I'm going to get that to you as quick as I can. Those talks, especially with IREN, began in about the end of 2021, beginning of 2022. With Lancium, it began about 2023. We did not make a quick decision at all regarding tax abatements. But once we had those conversations, the public was invited, the public was open to any conversation we had. In fact, our commissioner's courtroom would be standing, room only because of the citizens within our area there. The experience we've had has been very open and honest. I was out at IREN Monday. I can go out there and I can look and I can tour and I can see, and if I have questions, they're very open and honest to answer those. I expect the same thing from Lancium. We've had a good experience, even though there's been challenges, definitely been challenges, but when we've come up with those, or when we've been met with those challenges, we have been able to go to both IRON and Lancium and say, hey, you know, we need some help with this. One of it being traffic lights, because we sit on 287. 287 is busy all the time. It didn't just start when data centers came. It's always been busy. And so when the data centers came, we automatically said, hey, this is going to be an issue with us. They both got in contact with our local TxDOT, signed contracts, and they have got lights fixing to go in. They've got signage going up about 5 miles before you even get to the data centers to start slowing traffic down. So those are things that we knew that we were going to have an issue with. They met that very quickly, and we've been very pleased with that.
So I know, you know, of course, obviously I represent Childress County and talk to you a lot. We all get complaints, right? And some of them are founded, some of them are unfounded, right? You know, sometimes the keyboard warriors just read what they read, and that's what we get. But when you have to really knock it down to this is a real complaint versus this is, you know, just rumor mill complaint, somebody's mad about whatever, what's the percentage now? I mean, how much do I talk to people in Childress all the time, and it really, I ask, you know, are you for this data center boom, whatever? The business owners are telling me, we're really for it. You know, things are really, really good right now. But obviously I have some constituents that don't like it. But like the neighbors to where these data centers are going in, the adjacent landowners, are you hearing from them in negative ways? Or are there things that you've had to solve there? Or has it been, have they been good partners and good neighbors?
We actually have not had a lot of them come to us and complain. Yes, there's been keyboard warriors. But then when we, you know, say, come to Commissioner's Court, ask us these questions, we're going to try to answer everything we can for you. It's been maybe 2 or 3, and they're usually the keyboard warriors that show up. As far as the areas around the data center, IRON is about 5 miles out of the county. Lancium's going to be about 6 miles. You're right, they're kind of close, right across from each other. From where IRON is, there is houses down on the next road. They do have the light. The light bothers them. As far as sound, I have asked several times, and they don't hear anything.
And we're still in construction phase. We're not
Yes.
actually talking about the sound of the data center.
No, we are still in construction phase, but they don't even hear the sound of the construction. The light is what bothers them the most, and so we have ensured that in speaking with both of the data centers and the abatement we did with them, that those lights will be dimmed once construction is over with, and they have complied that they will do that. But until construction is completed, the light does have to be up. But other than that, I mean, really, no, the traffic or standing in line at a restaurant when you didn't have to stand in line at a restaurant for the longest time.
Right. Well, and you know, and part of the reason I wanted to hear your testimony and I wanted the committee to hear it is because you've got 2 of them doing this at the exact same time. And now that I've heard testimony today and others have said it, we've never even heard of a data center really. I mean, we've had them for years, but nobody ever talked about them. They weren't a thing until they became a thing. And you were hit with them, one of the first ones. And you and your commissioner's court, for at least for our area, were the pioneers on local government. So what tools would you like to had from the state? What would have made your negotiation with the 2 developers you have going? Is there something that the legislature could give county government control of that would have helped? And the reason I ask this is I keep hearing, you know, in the cities, you know, you have zoning laws. Well, I'm telling you right now, you go out there and start zoning a bunch of ranchers, they're not going to be happy. You're going to get into their private property rights real quick. So I'm not sure that's the answer, but if there's something from local government that we could actually give you as a tool in your toolbox, do you have an idea of what it'd be?
You know, Childress, in the county, we don't have zoning.
Right.
Simply because of the population and the funds to really, to fund that position. So, you know, that's always been a challenge. Now we're looking at that. Now we're looking at maybe putting that into place. But it does touch on what you just said. Once the farmers catch wind of that, they're not going to be very happy about that. And those farmers have been there for a long time, 30 plus, 50 plus years. We want to stay good neighbors with them. I think I'm just going to echo what Rick said and what the others have said on this panel, is if we could have more control in our local government, if we could have more control of the yes and the no, and who can come and who cannot come, and if they come, what you're going to do, what you're going to bring to the table. I bless your heart on who y'all had reach out to y'all. I'm glad you did your homework on that and really recognized it. We were the first. We did not know anything about data centers. And so the best thing that I could do was reach out to other county judges in the area and beyond that had data centers in their backyard and ask all the questions. And they really led me and guided me through everything. Communication was everything. Even with Lancium, even with Iron, the communication was everything. And like I said, if there was something that we didn't like, we didn't agree with, we didn't want, we were picking up that phone and we were talking to them. If there was an issue that we came into with roads or, you know, construction on the county roads and us having to pay for it when we didn't have the money to pay for it, they were very quick in taking care of that for us.
So are you confident, I guess, last question, I'm going to let you go, we've got to move on, but are you confident, because we've heard a lot of testimony that, you know, when the build is done and then the locals are going to get stuck with, you know, higher electricity rates, higher property taxes, and then you hear the data center folks say, no. For the life of the project, there's going to be a reinvestment significant enough to carry this on for, you know, 15, 20 years. Are you confident that that's what's going to happen in Childress? I mean, you got two of them. Are you confident that the agreements you made are actually going to be a net benefit from a tax standpoint, say?
I'm going to choose to believe that. It's hard to say 20 years, 25,
Right.
30 years down the road, but I'm going to choose to believe that the agreements that we did and the ones that came to us, that yes, they're going to honor that.
Okay.
And that we're going to be able to continue to work together. I know that those data centers are going to continue to go on, whether it's putting new batteries in or refurbishing or, you know, putting in new computers. I'm going to believe that continues.
Well, I certainly think, you know, there's a reason we have data centers, and I said it before, I'd go back to 1985 in a heartbeat if everybody put their phone down. But you can't, you know, you can't be a keyboard warrior without a data center. We're going to have them. But my question is just that, you know, it's not. I'm not worried about how much money Childress County is going to make during this build. I'm worried about Childress County 5 years after the build's done. That's the part that really matters to the citizens. And, you know, growing up in the oil and gas business, I've rode the booms and busts forever, and I think we've already pointed out that we're in boom time on these things right now, but there will be a bust. There'll be a consolidation, and are these counties that are home to these things now going to be okay going forward? And honestly, I mean, I think you and your commissioners, for, you know, being kind of the first in the Wild Wild West for our part of Texas, have done a good job. And so anyway, I appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Members, other questions of this panel? Okay, thank y'all. All right, we're going to do our next public testimony panel is David Stout, Jen Mac Rafoon, and Kelsey Lang. Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like me to move so you can sit here?
David Stout?
Yes, sir.
The, hang on one second, David. Oh, Mr. Stout, you're registered twice. Do we have your permission to remove one?
Of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
1 second.
Unless you want to let me talk for 6 minutes.
Okay, now, all right, we've got David Stout. You are shown to be a county commissioner representing El Paso and yourself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, members. David Stout, El Paso County Commissioner, represent Precinct 2. Thanks for the opportunity. You heard from my colleague, Commissioner Butler, earlier about El Paso not being under ERCOT and the worries that we have about that. You know, I think it's important to reiterate also the fact that the Batch Zero process is not regulated in El Paso the same it is in the rest of the state. We're on the Western Electric Coordinating Council, but you know, I think that the rapid expansion of data centers really presents enormous economic opportunities for our state, and lots of questions as well. You know, our communities are often too often left out of political process, while big finance, big data, big energy have the resources to access and shape that. We think that the governor's directive is a good start, but I think it really needs to be meaningful. It can't be simply to provide political cover through election day and disappear once votes are counted. The real test, I think, will come afterward. Will the findings be made public? Will they result in real protections? Will the state remain committed to addressing these concerns when the political spotlight has moved elsewhere? And so that's why I think legislation is needed sooner rather than later. Communities are dealing with these impacts now. It's very urgent. I would love to see a special session on this on this subject. And I did want to help my colleague kind of follow up on some of the answers that were proposed by some of the members earlier. There was a question about power generation being picked up by ratepayers, and you know, in my experience, it's been difficult to get a straight answer about that. You know, we were originally told that the metadata center that is the main one that's coming in right now in El Paso would be using solar. But then we saw El Paso Electric applying for a gas generation plant, and we understand that plant is only going to provide about 330 megawatts of the 1 gigawatt that is needed for the plant, and so the rest of the generation I would expect would be coming from the grid, and so that begs the question: we don't understand whether or not ratepayers really are going to be made to pay for the transmission, some of the construction of the plant as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout.
Yes.
I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you all very much.
Kelsey Lang?
Yes,
We'll
hello.
show you as Kelsey Lang testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
Yes. Thank you very much for your time today. Originally, I was going to provide testimony regarding my concern about data centers using an overabundance of our natural resources. However, after seeing not the last panel, but the panel before of requested interviewers, I need to directly refute some statements that I have direct experience with. So the spokesperson for the Data Center Coalition mentioned that members have actively participated in surveys. However, during the Senate Finance Committee hearing regarding data center tax exemptions last month, the representative for water development said that they only received a 17% response. Well, somebody who claimed to be a member of the Data Center Coalition actually crashed a community meeting in Caldwell County last night. And when we asked her why there was such a low response rate, she said that they must have had a bad contact list. So I am very confused about how they are saying that they are participating in survey responses, yet there was only a 17%, and it was, oh, well, bad contact list. Regarding UTS, you might have seen that there was a commercial that was recently shot in Lockhart. This included actors that were doing community work, such as cleaning up our baseball field. I've asked several people in my community whether any of the data center developers or partners have ever done any community work in our county, and I have gotten a resounding no. So we are not in the situation where our participants in Caldwell County are actively working with locals. Instead, we are experiencing quite the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Members, are there questions of this witness? I see none. Jen McRaffoon, is that correct?
That's correct.
We show you testifying on behalf of yourself. Is that correct?
Myself and concerned Texans who have asked me to be here from different party backgrounds.
Yeah, that's not, I can only read you in on what you put on your witness list. Do you have, I mean, if you want,
Okay.
is that
Whatever you
okay if
need.
we just have
Mhm.
you as self?
Mhm.
Okay. You're testifying on behalf of yourself. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. I am running as governor for Texas as a constitutional independent, and we are told that data centers mean economic growth, but if they're receiving major tax abatements, sales tax reduction on equipment, not contributing to permanent jobs, tax revenue, how exactly are they investing in our communities, since not many people are actually trying to move near the data centers? According to Bloomberg and Goldman Sachs, the industry is carrying over $1.3 trillion in debt. That's 2.5% of our national debt, over $500 billion due to overbuilding and overestimating the demand. Given how interconnected the lenders are, this could pose as a broader financial stability risk, and we would need to know who bears that burden. Could the bad debt be tied to the back of the taxpayers in a bailout? Some call opposition to the data centers Chinese propaganda, but we have roughly over 5,000 data centers in the works right now across the U.S. relying on Chinese-made components. By that logic, they already have their data centers here. Residents near these facilities report vertigo, nausea, insomnia, and headaches from the low-frequency noise that the plants produce. Our grid infrastructure is vulnerable and was never built for the scale that's being proposed. And if they aren't building their own nuclear reactors, then we have even more taxpayer-funded transformers from China with years-long lead times. And on water, we still have no true transparency provided on the water usage before and after evaporation. The solution would be a special session and a moratorium, a full pause on new data centers and on those already in progress, so that we can assess the damage and properly investigate the resource use, the financial burden on taxpayers, health and environmental impacts, what data is being stored and for whom, while working with coalitions looking to secure the grid and water. That's how we can stay innovative while still taking responsible steps. This shouldn't be a party issue, and I look forward to being able to work with you and to sitting down and having future conversations.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, question?
Yeah, for Commissioner Stout, if that's okay.
Please,
Yep, thank you.
Representative Encia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. Commissioner Stout, good to see you.
Good to see you, Chairman.
Your testimony is always insightful, and we really appreciate that. In your letter that I don't think you were able to get all the way through, you talked about guardrails. Do you have any suggestions on guardrails that you'd like to offer the committee?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we're not asking to limit farms and ranches and other private property. I think it would be great to limit our purview over these large load capacity sites and specifically surface site issues, right? Like noise, lighting, road use, setbacks, those types of things. I think that would be a great tool for us to have.
So it'd be limited to the permitting process for land use?
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Members, other questions? Seeing none. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Stephen C. McCraw, Michael Lucci, Brent Bennett, Ryan Walser. Colonel, we're going to start with you. Just for the record, tell us who you are and who you represent. If you have an opening statement, proceed, and we'll go down the line, then come back and do questions. And we are running short on time, so let's get through it.
Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, committee members, my name is Steve McCraw, and I'm representing the Texas National Security Council, which supports the increase of secure, safe, and responsibly built and operated data centers in Texas. We consider both a public safety and a national security imperative. Data centers have been around longer than I have, and certainly they're a part of everyday life. But importantly, They house, store, and process our medical records, bank records, emails, text messages, 911 calls, and even our viewing habits of our children, in my case, grandchildren. Transnational criminal organizations and intelligence services from hostile nations or adversarial nations actively target this sensitive information for theft, extortion, and espionage. And data centers built in other countries just cannot be trusted, period. So unfortunately, data centers owned by foreign businesses and operated in other states can't be trusted. And as a witness testified earlier, if data centers are using hardware and software from certain adversarial countries, it can't be trusted. And Texas, of course, as you know, has always leaned forward, and you did with the by passing the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, which precludes adversarial nations, specifically North Korea, Russia, China, and Iran, from operating data centers or any critical infrastructure, or connecting to critical infrastructure, and or using software that can connect to critical infrastructure in Texas, protecting our critical infrastructure. Texas is best situated to protect this data. That's why more data centers in Texas, if they're responsibly built, is value added in terms of protecting our data. The 16th Air Force happens to be located in San Antonio, the warfare hub. That's absolutely essential. But also we've got the Texas Cyber Command, which you established, the Texas Critical Infrastructure Protection Act, which I mentioned, and SB 6 to protect the electric grid. And moreover, I mean, this hearing is evidence that the state legislature has not stopped in terms of looking at this particular issue and will continue to do so. A data center is also vital for national security. The artificial intelligence race with China is real, and compute power matters. And compute power matters. It comes from data centers, and it's essential for success. Beijing has a 2017 plan that they've been operating under to achieve AI supremacy by 2030. Now, the problem with that is it would undermine the U.S. military, our U.S. intelligence services, and cybersecurity. Militarily, it would arm China with superior autonomous weapon systems, provide them faster decision-making in combat. They would also gain advances in cyber offensive capabilities that we'd be unable to defend against. Well, there are legitimate concerns that have been expressed. There's no question that China leverages these legitimate concerns in an open public opinion warfare and tries to amplify these concerns that you're addressing here today. We recognize it, but that's part of the three warfare strategy that China adopted, at least the People's Liberation Army adopted back in 2003, and it's no surprise, consistent with Sun Tzu's, art of war. That concludes my testimony, sir, and thank you for the opportunity to testify before this august committee. And if you have any questions,
we will be
willing to
back
ask.
with questions. Ryan Walser, are you Ryan? Show you're Ryan Walser and testifying on behalf of yourself, but I see some other information. Clear Fork Land Solutions, is that who you're representing today? Please proceed.
My name is Ryan Walser, owner of Clear Fork Land Solutions, and today I want to talk to you about just the impact to land, livestock, and wildlife, and basically the environment as a whole. There are currently approximately 248 new data centers in the state of Texas. These hyperscale data centers are taking up at least 1,000 acres in size. This is equivalent of 250,000 acres across the state of Texas. To add to that, the man camps, solar, et cetera, that are being tied to this, we're reaching over 500,000 acres that are losing the opportunity to be used by Texans. In the past 100 years, approximately 500 vertebrate species and hundreds of thousands of plant and animal species have gone extinct. Times are changing, and we continue to fragment our land at an alarming rate, impacting ecosystem services. This directly affects our food and fiber production, beef production, and wildlife. Texas is also home to 7 of the top 15 most rapidly growing cities in the nation. Rapid population growth, suburbanation, and rural development have increased the demand for working lands and associated benefits. These data centers are able to come in without any environmental impact studies, and the effects, we don't even know all these effects. What are they? Have we looked at them? Have we looked at the impact on anything from wildlife, insects, pollinators, air quality? We know there's going to be impacts. We haven't been able to even quantify them. I think it's really important that we do, because I think these impacts are compounding and cascading effects on our environment. The ability to produce beef, the ability to have access out on the land for recreation are huge. A lot of these impacts can be easily overlooked. I had a research article that I shared with y'all on ecosystem services and the value of them and the importance. And some of those ecosystem services are water quantity, water quality, wildlife habitat and biodiversity, erosion control, flood mitigation, air quality and air pollution removal, carbon storage and sequestration, recreation, which would include hunting, fishing, outdoors, hiking, camping, etc. These are things that are going to be taken away in these areas, and we're going to continue to do this. It's what I'm saying is we need to be aware that there's value to this. There's value to every citizen of the state of Texas, and as we continue to break this down, these impacts could affect us at a level that's pretty alarming. We need pollination. We overlook all these environmental aspects that are beneficial to us all. And so what I'm saying is that this doesn't need to stop. I think there's an opportunity for a solution to this. There's opportunity for, I'm seeing a lot of these companies doing great things, taking down windmills. And you know, there's opportunity to offset to ranchers that need help. They're trying to get their land more productive. Grassland restoration, we're overrun with mesquite, et cetera. Those are big things I think that they can help with. And I'm looking for solutions with this, not just getting mad and upset that it's happening. But in the Shackelford County area, we have one in Shackelford County currently, one just outside to the southwest, and one just outside to the north and northwest, and a fourth one that's going to be coming in. We're talking the size of 10,000 acres. These are big impacts in a small area, and I think when they start clustering these, you can have a really negative impact on the environment right there in a small area. So there's ways to mitigate this as well. Somebody said earlier there was a mention of low frequency vibrations, and there's another research that I shared with y'all that the impact of low frequency vibrations, this is not sound that's audible, and these are very significant. It's how a lot of different animals communicate. So it's not just an impact on humans, it's on the animals as well. We don't know what the zone is, whether this is an impact a mile away or a half mile or 5 miles. So these are all added impacts, and I just want to say that due to the results of our own successes, we will have to deal with these unintended consequences, and I think we're going to end up finding these after the fact, and that's unfortunate, but we are wise enough to still know that there are some, and I bring these to the attention just to say that progress is not betterment for everybody. So, thank you.
I'm sure there'll be some questions for you in a moment, Mr. Welser. Let's see, Michael Lucy?
Thank you.
So you, is it Lucci?
Lucci, yes.
Lucci. So record shows you're Michael Lucci. You're here on behalf of founder of State Armor?
Yes.
You're as the founder of State Armor. Okay.
Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
Representative King, Vice Chair Hernandez and members of the committee. My name is Michael Lucci. I'm the founder of State Armor. We work on national security issues at the state level, and we're based here in Austin, Texas. The United States and the Chinese Communist Party both define artificial intelligence dominance as essential to national security, and they both actually agree, we both agree, that the winner in this race will have extraordinary leverage over the other. Texas should lead in technology infrastructure. We're a state with a proud history of building and energy exploration. Furthermore, we should find a way to build, but communities deserve a say, and data centers must be good neighbors. On the first point on the competition, the language between President Trump in his first term, then President Biden, then President Trump in his second term on the importance of artificial intelligence is strikingly similar. It is the technology we need to have a dominant economy and military. At the same time, the Chinese Communist Party, using their own type of language, actually echoes those sentiments, although they use the language of control, such as control of global narratives, control of key technological inputs, and we've seen how that plays out in other areas where they have control. The stack for dominance includes talent, compute, energy and electricity, data centers, and capital. The United States is ahead on compute. We have better chips. We have more capital. China's ahead in electricity. Let's call talent contested, although we're producing the best models. That leaves data centers as an area that will be contested. Public opinion is not particularly favorable towards data centers. Recent polling actually showed that nuclear power plants were more popular than data centers, which is a striking result given how Americans have traditionally seen nuclear power, although that's coming back now. But there's been significant evidence of Chinese Communist Party amplification of opposition to data centers. Here's 3 examples. OpenAI, which is an artificial intelligence company, reported that Chinese Communist Party agents were using its platform to run 2 particular campaigns. One, a social media campaign to seed opposition to data centers in the United States, and then 2, interestingly, criticism of American tariffs upon Chinese components that would go into data centers. So they want us to not build, but if we're going to build, they want us to use their components so that they can remotely control those data centers. Bitcoin Policy Institute documented how Neville Roy Singham's nonprofit network has amplified a lot of this messaging. Mr. Singham is recognized by both Democrats and Republicans in Congress, most notably by Speaker Nancy Pelosi as a likely agent of the Chinese Communist Party. He works out of a Chinese propaganda agency in Shanghai. Furthermore, Chinese state media in their English language publications has consistently pushed the narrative that data centers are bad for the United States. And you might say that folks like you all aren't going to listen to Chinese state media, and that's absolutely true. But what they're actually doing is they're messaging to English language speaking communities within our country who align with the Chinese Communist Party. They've done this before on energy infrastructure. China ran a very sophisticated influence campaign using groups like Energy Foundation China and others within the United States to undermine energy development here. They wanted us to depend on their technologies. And you don't need to have an opinion on solar writ large, but we became dependent on their solar inverters and other inputs. The Washington Post noted last fall that they can use those solar inverters to just turn off our grid across the country. The Biden administration noted similar things on Chinese cameras, batteries, and routers. So they're selling these technologies in to make us dependent. If we allow them to undermine our development of technology infrastructure, we'll end up in the same place on artificial intelligence. And what would that look like? There's already evidence that Chinese artificial intelligence tools, of course, censor conversations, even when they're used here in the United States. This is part and parcel of what the party is. But furthermore, there's also evidence that the software, the code that is produced by Chinese Communist Party-controlled artificial intelligence tools actually puts exploits in. These are opportunities for hackers to get into our systems later when it detects that the user of the Chinese artificial intelligence tool is close to the American government. That was a report by Booz Allen Hamilton, and there was a similar report by another cybersecurity firm here in the United States showing that they would give more flaws in the code if they detected that the user was close to the American government. So there are legitimate questions about data centers. Communities deserve a say. Data centers absolutely should be great neighbors. The governor's idea of lower property taxes, lower utilities because they bring their own electricity and sell it on, those are very important. Recycling water use is very important as well. Yet at the same time, this isn't just about artificial intelligence. This is about American national security. When the United States and the Chinese Communist Party both agree that the winner in this race will have significant leverage over the other, I think we need to take that very seriously. And I think that we need to consider what the world looks like if they actually win in this race, because in none of our lifetimes have we ever experienced a hostile power like that having extraordinary leverage over our country. It would be a very different world for our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Brent Bennett. Record shows you're Brent Bennett, and you're here on behalf of the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman King and members. Brent Bennett with the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and we really appreciate the invitation to speak today. The main point I want to leave you with today is that data centers can be assets to the grid if the right policies are in place to accommodate and manage their growth. As you can see in Figure 1 on the first page of my written testimony, while demand growth may cause short-term price disruptions, more demand usually leads to lower prices in the long run thanks to economies of scale, and we think that that can be achieved here in Texas as well. Oh, there's a testimony. What does cause higher prices are poor state policies and demand contraction that leave states unable to keep their grid infrastructure up to date. The most important fact about AI data centers in terms of energy is their need for high reliability and high uptime, driven by the need to keep the processors cooled, protected, and running as much as possible. The chips themselves account for about half the cost of an AI data center, while the power infrastructure costs less than 20% of the total. So that means that data centers are willing to pay a lot for reliable power, more than almost any other industrial consumer, and they are doing so at an unprecedented scale, and we can harness that for the benefit of the grid. However, the fact that data centers themselves have high reliability needs does not automatically translate to adequate reliable energy on the grid. Since Winter Storm Uri, the ERCOT region has added more than 30 gigawatts of solar, 20 gigawatts of energy storage, 10 gigawatts of wind, and only 4 gigawatts of natural gas. If that trend continues, a 1 in 10 year winter storm in 2030 could result in multi-day outages and cost tens of billions of dollars. And the socialized costs for reliability and transmission are falling most heavily on residential ratepayers. Figure 2 in my testimony shows how Texas residential rates have risen steadily in recent years. Despite historically low fuel prices, we have the 4th best industrial electricity rates among U.S. states, but our residential rates rank only 28th. To address the coming data center demand, Texas must face the problem that the ERCOT market design fails to properly value reliable energy-dense generation and subsidizes intermittent generation with socialized transmission building. Texas has been underbuilding reliable power generation for the past 15 years, and our gas, coal, and nuclear fleet averages over 30 years old. However, and this is a key point, if these market design issues are fixed, data centers can provide the revenue needed to bring the generation fleet and our grid infrastructure into the 21st century and make it more reliable. That revenue that they can bring is really key if it's harnessed properly. One obstacle to making this happen is the net zero emissions targets of the tech companies themselves. As you can see in Figure 3 of my testimony, these companies are already the largest direct purchasers of wind and solar generation in Texas, and TPPF is concerned about this trend continuing. If these companies want to buy wind and solar on the grid to meet their emissions goals, they should pay the full price for doing so instead of socializing the cost of those resources onto other Texas ratepayers. This committee passed a bill last session, House Bill 3356 by Chairman Patterson, that would help address the reliability deficit by making all wind and solar generators pay to perform more reliably. Unfortunately, that bill did not make it to the governor's desks, and the current policies in place are inadequate to solve the reliability problem in our market. We recommend that the House take up that reform again and that the Public Utility Commission revamp its firming rule for new generation by strengthening the penalty structure to ensure that generators actually comply with the rule. Again, if the correct reliability rules are in place, data centers will accelerate the building of the reliable generation that we need, but the opposite will happen if we allow the current reliability deficit to persist. Changes to transmission planning are also important. While the Public Utility Commission is making strides to better allocate transmission costs, there's a lot that can be done to improve the transmission planning process to minimize the costs that are incurred in the first place. The most important action the Commission or ERCOT can take is to prioritize transmission to support reliable, energy-dense generation close to demand centers, instead of subsidizing the movement of intermittent diffuse generation around the state. Co-location of generation with data centers, private grids, and hybrid arrangements should all be encouraged to maximize the amount of demand that can be served by both new and existing transmission. We want to say again that the data center boom represents a historic opportunity to remake our electric grid, but we cannot continue with the same policies and hope that we'll get different outcomes. And TPPF is ready to help with reforms and looks forward to engaging with the House on these ideas over the coming months. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that testimony. Okay, members, questions? Ms. T. And whoever answers the question, just please say your name and who you're with for the record, for the people on video.
Colonel, it's good to see you. I think you said in your testimony that data center could be considered a critical infrastructure for security.
Yes, ma'am. It is one of the 16 designated by the Department of Homeland Security. And in fact, it's the one critical infrastructure that really impacts all other critical infrastructures.
Then would you agree that it probably, since it would fall into that category, it probably would be considered in the same class as hospital for backup with the grid?
Yes, I do. In fact, I mean, that was a concern that the legislature had, was foreign nations tapping into the grid being a critical infrastructure, but the way the legislation was written, it's all critical infrastructure. And it specifically addresses, unlike some other legislation, or certainly at the federal level, it's not case by case, but it's it excludes 4 nations that from operating equipment that can touch a critical infrastructure and key resource, grid or otherwise. A data center is one of those.
And if we have something like a Hurricane Uri again, and you have this backup capability, who gets the services if there was a blackout of services? My constituents or your
Well, obviously, we all suffer when that occurs if there's an attack on a data center in that regard. There can be cascading failures as a result of attacks on data centers. That's one of the reasons, and I know the legislature y'all were proactive of, is being careful, not just in terms of a foreign entity owning that data center, but also what software and hardware operates in that particular data center.
Yes, and I'm also concerned about the fact that during Hurricane Uri, we lost over 700 people.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And they suffered a lot, and I was just want to make sure that the people also have some kind of backup services as
Yes,
well.
And that's one of the things I think
kind of repeated services.
The witness appropriately talked about, and the cyber warfare piece. If you have AI dominance, how do we protect our critical infrastructure, specifically our grid, our energy grid in Texas, from that type of offensive attack?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Members, other questions of this panel? Oh, Mr. Raymond.
Thank you. Yeah, Director, good to see you. Good to have you back, brother.
Good seeing you.
I don't know if you heard, I guess, the prior panel, invited panel, where I talked about how I felt that we often hear this concern about national security, and I think that, I really believe that many people don't know what that really means. And so, although all these other concerns that are being raised are important, water usage, amount of power needed, effect on the environment, et cetera, all those things are important. But I think it's also important for us to have that full picture.
Yes, sir.
And so, I don't know if you heard me stand corrected by my friend Chairman Anchio over there, that I felt that maybe we should have asked the Department of War to send someone to come down here. I think it's that important. I really do. I'm not sure exactly what Congress is doing with reference to this issue. I know that it's on their plate. I know that my congressman recently announced that he was introducing legislation for a Bill of Rights for folks to have Bill of Rights when it comes to this issue. But I really think that well, I'd like to get your thoughts on to what extent you feel like we've gotten information out what it means when you say this is of national security.
Mm-hmm.
I will mention one thing. Members will remember that about 4 years ago, Colonial Pipeline up in the Northeast, which provides about 45% of all the power that is necessary, or used in the Northeast, was hacked, and they had to shut down that system, and that affected several states, right? So that's a sort of attack that we can experience on a very real basis. But beyond that, I'll be careful to say that I'm familiar with a city in Texas, without naming it, where they put out a survey on how people felt about data centers, right? And asked people to participate, kind of get online and participate. And they were getting about 50, 60 responses a day for about 4 days. And then one day they got 70,000. 70,000 against
Yeah,
data
convenient.
centers, right?
Coincidental, yes.
Yeah, it's just a coincidence, you know, from 70 one day, 60 to 70,000. Now, how did that happen? That was like now. That wasn't 2 years or 5 or 10 years from now, or 5 years ago. That was now. So, you know, I just, you know, Director, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about what we could do to bring some attention to what it means when we hear folks say, this is of national security as well, as we're figuring out how to move forward, to
Well-
take that into consideration.
Well, great questions, and you know, one of the things that we just mentioned earlier is offensive cyber capability. If there's AI dominance, if China wins, as they want to win by 2030, AI dominance, then how do we protect our critical infrastructures? Because everything's digitized. Everything we do today, our lives is digitized, and how do you disconnect from that? And you really can't. Even the software that operates the grids and protects the grids is depending upon data centers in that regard. And if there's no question that if China has that capability, they could do that. There's no question. So that's how, if you think in terms of our critical infrastructure is going down in that regard, and that cascading failures, that's one. Militarily, I mean, Texas is a pro-military state. We've got so many people that have served our nation and risked their lives to serve our nation. And we don't want to put them in a position where they're at a disadvantage, a decided disadvantage, especially with these autonomous weapon systems coming online. I mean, AI can dominate that. That matters in the battlefield. Intelligence, decision-making during combat. All of those things are, you know, present a challenge for the United States in that regard. And we haven't discussed, you know, the economic challenges as long. But hey, if I don't disagree, and I think the intelligence community is collectively, whether it was under Biden administration or this administration, has been very clear that China seeks to dominate AI, and if they do dominate AI, it results in a serious threat to the United States way of life, not just militarily, but the way we live today can be threatened by AI dominance, and I don't want my grandchildren to live under those particular conditions. So there is a risk. I wouldn't have taken this job if I didn't believe in that particular risk, and I understand the negativity. I mean, when you can weaponize bots and AI to generate, as they do, I mean, the three warfare strategy adopted by the People's Liberation Army is plain and simple. It's public opinion. If they can, without firing a gunshot, if they can own public opinion, is the way to go. And second, psychological warfare, create divisiveness. And then legal warfare. Those three things is what they espouse to do and have been since 2003, and they're very good at it. They're not afraid of using it. So AI bots is just one, and ChatGPT has come out publicly and identified that. So this is not something just in terms of you know, people saying it. It actually has been documented in intelligence community reporting, FBI reporting. Even Russian organized crime is a threat in that scenario. That's not a national security threat, but that just shows. I mean, the data is so important that, and those systems are so important that we depend upon everyday life. And anybody that's been without electricity, and Representative Thompson, to your point, it matters. I mean, it impacts nursing homes, hospitals. There's only so much backup power, and you know, everyday life it can come to a halt if this critical infrastructure goes down.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's helpful.
Members, the questions of this, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question for Mr. Bennett, and I apologize, I had stepped out and I caught some of your testimony, but not all of it, so apologies if this was clearly stated and I missed it. But I know you're talking about market reforms. You should see that as a priority. Do you have more specific ideas about what exactly a market reform that would be good policy would look like in the ERCOT area?
We think that fundamentally that the generation mix has been so heavily weighted toward wind, solar, and storage that that's one of the reasons that we are struggling, that we're going to be struggling to meet with demand growth, and that we're concerned about the reliability of the system going forward. So there has to be, in some way, a means to, reduce the revenue going to wind and solar and increase the revenue going to reliable generation, because the single market clearing price as it exists right now pays all generators as if they have the same reliability value. And so the firming proposal that we've put forward in the past is a mechanism to do that. We're open to other ideas, but we see that as kind of the necessary step in order to get that balance more in place. And even though there's more gas coming into the interconnection queue now because of data center demand, the queue is still about 70% solar and storage. And we're very concerned about, again, the winter reliability issue going forward if that continues.
Okay, understood. So, when we talk about market reforms, I think back to the 2023 session. This committee spent a considerable amount of time discussing a possible market reform called the PCM, or Performance Credit Mechanism, and ultimately the legislature decided not to do that, or did it, but adopted with very stringent guardrails that made it all but irrelevant. So I think it's just a difficult thing to do given the number of stakeholders involved and people's various interests. But I would just add, with respect to renewables, and I understand TPPF's position on renewable energy, but I haven't looked at the the ERCOT app today, but when I've looked at it recently, I see daytime hours, more than half the generation on the grid is wind and solar, which is keeping prices low, and that's part of the challenge, right? The prices are lower, which is good for ratepayers, but it also is a challenge for dispatchable generation, right? Because they got to achieve a certain price point to make the investment viable for their shareholders, essentially, right?
Right.
You would agree with that? Yeah.
Yes, we agree with that.
But would you also agree that having this abundance of renewable energy is also allowing dispatchable generation to be able to do needed maintenance in spring, summer months, and go offline so that they are in better position to stay online in the winter months when we really need reliable dispatchable generation in many cases?
Sometimes that's true, but again, the intermittency of those resources makes it so that the maintenance windows are actually getting shorter than they used to be. That was one of the things ERCOT did, was changing the planned maintenance windows to shorten them a couple years ago. And I think storage probably helps more in that respect than wind and solar, because the wind and solar variability means that we can have outages now in other times when in the past, even though demand was low during the spring and the fall, if we rely too much on wind and solar, even those times can see reliability issues, because if those resources aren't performing, then we have a deficit. So it's I would say that our position would be that there's no real net benefit there, because it's just kind of shifted the maintenance around, and it's actually made it harder to predict when we're going to need maintenance.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you that's the first I've heard that. I talked to a lot of generation companies, and they have told me that the wind and solar, the other forms of generation allowing their plants to come offline and do needed maintenance is critically important, because that was one of the challenges in Winter Storm Uri, of many challenges, but there were some plants offline because of maintenance issues. So I appreciate the dialogue. Thank you.
I've got one for you, Mr. Walser. I told you we were going to give you a question. I know, and I'm not trying to, I don't want you to speculate. I just want to know if there's evidence of this, because I agree with you. Anytime you put something on the land, there's unintended consequences to the ecosystem somewhere maybe we ever find out one day, maybe we don't. But one of the things that has been going around as a negative to data centers is that data centers cause cows not to give birth or low birth rates. Have you heard that? Have you seen that? Do you have evidence of that? I mean, I hear it, but I hear all kinds of things. I was just wanting to know from your perspective if you can enlighten us.
Ryan Walser. I've heard of that. I do not know of any specific research study on a data center to answer that question, but there's enough research done on impacts of noise and sound on livestock. And so
you would suspect there's some truth to it?
It really would be, absolutely. There's disruption all across biological aspects, whether it's microbes in the soil to large scale, deer, elk, cattle, goats, sheep. It wouldn't matter. It's an impact, and the research has shown that noise is a direct impact on cortisol levels and stress levels on animals. Temple Grandin did some incredible research on this stuff and has changed the beef slaughtering industry with what she did. And so, but we're learning quite a bit more on that ultra sound frequency that's not sound.
Sure.
So we can't hear it, but there's still wavelengths. And
well, I think it's an interesting subject to explore. And if you get any more information on this, I'd ask you to share it with us, because, I don't discount it. What you're saying, I don't know that it has any more effect on cattle than the drought we're in, but it's causing cortisol levels and all kinds of stuff to go nuts. But if you do get some concrete evidence or whatever, especially between now and January, contact me. I'd like to know.
I mean, it would have to come from a research base to really know and try to figure this out.
We've been asking with the screwworm situation and the drought. Certainly we're in close contact with AgriLife and all the vet agencies. But this is something new, and if it does have an effect, I want to know it. So anyway,
Chairman.
Go ahead. Mr. Gary.
Ryan, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. But you are a game biologist, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, obviously, you're in the field most every day, and you think this has effect on the wildlife breeding, the deer population, which is obviously would make a big economic impact on the state.
Yeah, I've seen it in construction stage. You're displacing a huge amount of animals, period. So they're having to go somewhere else to seek habitat so they can live in. I've seen that directly when you take 1,000 acres gone. How many animals live there?
I'm very concerned if what Chairman King says, if this is affecting the reproduction, whether it's cattle, deer, or wild game, and you can if you can show us some results from some surveys, it would be important for us.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Raymond.
I just want to mention to you, I grew up working cattle on my grandfather's ranch, and you might want to check the bull population as well. Just might have something to do with it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. With that, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. As per our posting, that concludes our time for our charge on data centers today. Those who registered and were unable to testify will be marked as registered but did not testify. I would remind you that we will leave the public comment portal open on this charge until 5 p.m. on Friday, August 21st. So if you did not get to testify, please take advantage of that portal. I don't want anybody to think this is our last time we're going to talk about data centers, or that you're not going to get another opportunity to talk about data centers, but 765 kV lines
are also very, very important, and we need to move on to that discussion now. So chair calls, Thomas Gleeson, Woody Rickerson, Christopher Monson, Ben Barkley. We gotta do Roblox and we have to do the wildfire mitigation stuff.
Gotta get up here fast.
Those are pros. Chairman Gleeson, we will start with you. You know the drill. Please tell us who you are and give us your opening statement, and we'll come back down the line and go to questions when y'all have all been read in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Thomas Gleeson, Chairman of the Public Utility Commission of Texas. Mr. Chairman, if I could ask for one favor real quick.
No.
Because these are 765 lines in front of us, I can't be here while anyone else is discussing any of the particulars of that line. So
Okay.
it would be appropriate for me to give my comments and take any questions and then leave so that you all can have an open conversation about this. Because these are contested cases in front of us, I can't be a part of that.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman, can I get that same deal?
No. No. Yep. Well, I think they're quietening down now, so nobody's going to get a gavel. So please proceed.
Thank you, sir. So members, like I said, I can't talk about the specifics of the 765 lines. So what I've been asked to do today is kind of set the stage and explain how we got here. So what I have in my prepared remarks is really a timeline of the milestones of how we got here from 2023 to today. So back in 2023, you'll remember House Bill 5066 was passed, and that directed the PUC and ERCOT to develop regional reliability plans beginning in the Permian Basin. In July of 2024, ERCOT filed its Permian Basin Reliability Plan study. It had options for 345 kV, 500 kV, and 765 kV. In September of 2024,